Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
It has been a week since we began the Brawl Stars Challenge season, and just 2 of the 7 matches have been played by each of our competitors. And we already have teams fighting for survival and domination from unfamiliar faces across the EU and MENA scene. But one thing is for sure, is that at this point, no one is safe. So, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello once again and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host, and I'm joined in this very spacious, very comfy studio by none other than Sunny, Trav and Ark. Team! Hey everyone, welcome back. Sunny, let's start with you. Welcome back to the studio, we've missed you. Please talk us through, very quickly, like a cheeky highlight for yourself from last week's matches.
Well, obviously, I'm thrilled to be back, and I'm so happy that we can also see a South American team popping off completely. 2-0 already. I can't wait to see more of them.
Ark, you know what, mate? I cannot believe it, but you're in cosplay again. You couldn't wait until, you know, another Halloween or anything. So, I mean, what drove it home? What made you come here and cosplay again?
I had to ask you the question, what am I cosplaying myself? We need to think that.
It fell flat, didn't it? Trav. How's it going, buddy? You well? How's your prediction brain this week? How are you faring? Do you feel like you've switched on that part of your brain for this week?
Yeah, I mean, it never switches off. The predictions are always on my side, and we know it's going to go the same way today.
Ever so humble. You know, sometimes you need to give yourself some credit, my man. But that being said, I hope everyone at home has been waiting with bated breath for all of these upcoming matches for this week, for today, and of course for tomorrow. But if you haven't been able to keep up with everything, then make sure you check out all the highlights across our social media channels. That's right, check the lower third for the social media platform that you use and look for your variation of ESL Mobile. Now, we also need to talk about, you know, the format, the structure, how the tournament's been operating up to this point. So Trav, why don't you talk us through how this tournament's going to continue to operate and where the journey begins and where it ends for our teams?
Well, we started obviously in those open finals. We had 2 of them. 8 teams progressed to each of those and 4 progressed from each of those to the challenge season where we find ourselves today. We're on day 3 at the moment. We've already got 2 behind us. We've got a few more ahead of us just yet, and then the top 4 teams who place the highest in the leaderboards will progress to the challenge finals, and that's where they'll fight out for a whopping 39 grand.
$39,000 from the challenge finals. We cannot wait. But, you know, the journey, we're not even halfway through the challenge season yet, so we've got plenty of action to come. And now we can't have all of these incredible teams and this amazing show and this amazing studio that we're in right now with a little bit of gold at the end of the rainbow. So we've got to talk prize pools. Sunny, why don't you talk us through the prize money that is up for grabs for our teams throughout the challenge season?
Yeah, as you mentioned before, there's some money on the line as well as on there, of course. We have some money on the line not only for the challenge season, but then also afterwards for the challenge finals, 39,000. But every single team that is going to participate in the challenge season already can take something home, which is something I love to see. Yeah,
exactly. We had money in the open finals as well, and we had money throughout the challenge season. And obviously there's that whopping 39 grand that you've been talking about as well, Trav. I can't believe it. So, what I'm going to talk about now is, with that prize money, Ark, right, would you then possibly upgrade the cosplay?
I was going to say.
Get yourself a little Segway, maybe have yourself a little stew costume, bomb yourself across the studio. Is that what you would do?
Yeah, actually, that's a really solid idea. I mean, like, you know, you could do so much with that. For me, personally, you know, I've never been one to shy away from doing cosplay. So, I mean, what are these things called? Those one-wheeled contraptions that you stand on?
Monowheel. It's a Segway.
It's a monowheel.
A monowheel, you see?
A monowheel.
I'm gonna get one of them.
Of course, Trav sees it. He's probably seen it in one of his apps that he's always watching. I'm going to stick with you though, Ark, because we've got to talk about the schedule today. We've got to talk about all these matches that we're going to be seeing. We've got to entice the viewers. And which one of these do you think looks particularly spicy?
Some very important matches up today. Yeah, absolutely. So EUR Esports versus Nouns up first. SK Gaming versus Humble. And you got to remember, SK Gaming are on a 0-2. They need that win. Same with Zeta Division as well. It's unlikely to see that they are down there on the 0-2 versus Reply Totem as match number 3. Match number 4 will be VN Esporting versus Team Kesso. But very important days for Zeta Division, for SK Gaming. Reply Totem still that 1-1, so not looking too bad for Esports and Nouns on 2-0s. So when you think of that, regards to that matchup, someone's going to be 2-1 by the end of today.
We've got a lot of teams that are in quite a bit of trouble, don't we?
Yeah.
We've already spoken about it. We've got teams that haven't managed to capitalize on any points yet so far. But Sunny, up to this point, has anyone, maybe other than Nouns, like really surprised you, really stepped up to the plate coming into the challenge season? Because there's been a lot of upsets already.
I mean, we gotta mention Humble at this point. They are together with Nouns Esports and for the esports at the top at the moment, and we haven't seen that much of Humble in recent weeks or months. Now they're really popping off, and I'd love to see that. Maybe they can even make it all the way to the finals if they keep up the spirit that they have at the moment.
Well, if you guys at home have missed any of the action up to this point, we've got a bit of a recap for you that we're going to play on your screens, and we can talk through it and basically talk about some of the best moments that we've seen up to this point. We've got plenty of time, I feel like, over the past week for a lot of these teams to make some adjustments and come into this week with a different mindset. So, Trav, as we recap this, who do you feel like could come into this competition this week and really kind of reset their pace?
Yeah, that's the thing. I've always got my eyes on Humble, and off the start I said, you know, they're going to be a contender this season, as they have been in the past few seasons. They didn't manage to make it to Challenge Finals, but this year I felt like they really were on something. Being knocked out of BSC in that LCQ kind of just gave them this to focus on. And obviously they're going to be wanting to continue to play Brawl Stars throughout the year, so they're going to be putting their heart and soul into the SnapdragonProSeries throughout the rest of this competition. So I think they're a really big thing to watch out for, and as you can see on your screens right now, they managed to clean up VN in a quick 3-1.
They did indeed, and I feel like last week we identified that such a major part of the impact of each of these teams having was in the draft. And, you know, Sunny, I mean, I think it's quite an obvious thing, but I'm allowed to say it, even though it is obvious. But yeah, how do we feel like the draft might shift this week?
It's going to be really interesting because this time around we have every single hypercharge brawler available, apart from, of course, Charlie, that got only released yesterday. So the meta has been switching every single week. Those teams have been competing. They had to adapt to a new meta, which is very challenging, but I love to see our teams a bit challenged in parts of draft as well, and we're going to see how well they can already do with the hypercharge. We're going to have world finals also with all of the hypercharge brawlers out, so that's the best opportunity they get to train this.
Ark, do you feel like if Charlie was allowed this week, do you think it was chaos?
Absolutely broken. Yeah, it really is for me. I mean, it's so fun to play. It really is a great brawler to play, and many of the pros saying the same thing. But I think for the moment, definitely going to need a little bit of a look prior to the World Finals, in my opinion. But certainly, though, you know, some brawlers are going to require instant bans from me today. I mean, Colette in Heist, ultimately, you've got to eradicate her immediately. Shelly, I think, still very much up there in terms of those bans. Lou is going to be an absolute devil in Hot Zone as a mode. I think realistically, you know, those brawlers for me are some of the strongest with hypercharge. Maisie as well. I'm kind of curious on whether we'll see a bit more of a rise up from her, because hasn't really been a brawler that's taken to the pro scene too much. But today could be that day. We'll have to see whether her hypercharge has given her that bit of a lift. She does earn it quite quickly, which is quite a nice attribute compared to a brawler like Jessie. It takes quite a long time to earn it. But again, Jessie in Heist, you know, is a brawler which was always very decent and as well in Hot Zone. So today, I'm looking forward to seeing that. But ultimately for me, you know, it's those teams that are on that 0-2 that are really going to have to bring everything out of the books here today. For Zeta, of course, certainly for SK Gaming as well. And also for Humble, how are they going to fare? Are they going to keep up this consistency that we haven't really seen? Because when you look back at their scorelines from last season, pretty much the ones that they lost were always 2 and 3s. So I think that they could continue that streak. But you know, how is Hypercharge going to change that? That's the question I have.
We also had that hypercharge conversation last week as well, and we said, you know, Bull, Shelly, they're going to be banned and everything. They didn't get banned, Trav. What's going on with that? Do you feel like it's going to be the same mistakes made this week?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a heavy mistake not banning those brawlers, but, you know, on certain maps, there's going to be instances where they just sneak through and still randomly get picked as well, but there was definitely a few instances where I thought they just should have been banned. So I think they need to kind of keep an eye on that, but obviously they've got more brawlers to account for now.
Check out that leaderboard. Foot, Humble, and Nouns all on 2-0, and it's going to continue to get spicy. And like Ark said as well, can Humble, Foot, and Nouns, can they keep up that momentum, especially with all these new hypercharged brawlers brought into the mix? That's what I'm excited to see. And speaking of the hypercharged brawlers, Obviously, we didn't get to see them last week, but we did have a few to select, 6 in particular, and we want to have a quick look at the top brawlers that were selected last week and the percentage that they were used. Sunny, why don't you kick us off?
I mean, we did see a lot of tank action here. Bill and Jelly have been amongst the top 3 brawlers that have been picked amongst the last 2 match days. Buster as well, of course, one of the best tanks ever. And I think this might also be a reason why we see FUT Esports at the top, for example. Ark just mentioned it. Maybe things are going to change a bit this week now that we have a different meta, simply because some teams are doing better in certain metas, and this meta is certainly favoring them. So those 3 brawlers have been picked more often than not last week. Interested in seeing if they are still going to be picked this week, now that we have, as he mentioned, Colette and Lou open, for example, 2 very good tank counters.
And Ark, still absolutely devastated that Pearl's just not being chosen. What's going on?
I'm a big fan of Pearl. I think that she's very, very strong, but I think there are just some at the moment that, you know, brawler-wise, are just in a bit more of a better place. I mean, for instance, Pam, which is a very similar brawler, I mean, she is just pretty much the same thing, but kind of better right now. Very difficult to take down a Pam, and obviously with the ability to kind of heal not just herself, but her whole entire team. It's like one of those like no-brainers for me. But again, you know, with Lou in the mix, like, Pam is very much that kind of brawler you go to in the hot zone mode. How is Lou going to mix that up and change that? I think that is going to be a really, really dangerous thing. It's got to be an instant ban for me. It really does. And you know, as we saw last week, you know, teams don't really value those brawlers with hypercharge in mind. You know, we saw just how devastating a ball can be, especially in like the hands of a player like EUR&MENA. It just goes to town. And you know, it's those teams that have really cottoned on to the new meta that's formed as a result of those picks that are going to thrive here this week.
Speaking of devastation and the ability to ban some of these brawlers, let's look at the most banned brawlers from last week. Last week we had 2 days of matches, and it looks like this is the top brawler bans. Shelly kicking us off, and Trav, why don't you take us down the list, my friend?
I mean, this is the thing, right? Shelly can be the top picked and the most banned. That just shows how strong she is. Even with all these bans, still picked the remainder of the time. Grey, Nita, Squeak going a little bit further down. I mean, Grey's very, very strong at the moment as well. The TP ability is really, really solid. Nita, they buffed a little bit of a gadget, which allowed the pet to be a bit better, and I think that's kind of the reason why she did get thrown a bit more into the meta. But yeah, I mean, I can't blame people for banning it, especially when they want to run tanks.
So we're assuming essentially that the most banned brawlers and the most picks are just all going to be the hypercharged ones, Sunny.
I mean, yeah, everybody was scared of the hypercharge. Now it looks like we don't only have hypercharge picks and bans. I mean, Grey and Nita, we just talked about it, they're so strong, they don't have their hypercharge yet. So things might be getting even spicier in the upcoming weeks if we get a few more hypercharge brawlers. For now, this is going to be the first week ever. We have 12, or is it 11 brawlers without Charlie, brawlers with hypercharge in any tournament we had so far in Brawl Stars.
Well, we've spoken broadly about all of the teams and all of the brawlers that have been used throughout the past week of competition. But now let's focus in a little bit, because our first match is fast approaching, and it's going to be FUT Esports going up against Nouns. And so we had the opportunity to catch up with FUT Esports earlier in the week to talk about the challenge season.
Hello, I am Blikki Tahiri, also known as Semantic. I play for FUT Esports. For the game Brawl Stars, I am 21 years old and come from Germany. Currently, our biggest strength will be probably that we all play really, really strong individually. And not only that, but every game we win, we have a favor in draft, in my opinion. So shout out to Rage for the awesome draft he's been cooking recently. One of our other biggest strengths is for sure our team communication. I think our communication pre-draft, mid-draft, and even in-game is really, really on point, and we can change strategies as much as we want in-game, which is helping us really, really lot. So, as we all know, Nouns, SK, Zeta, and us qualified already for the challenge season. Now, there are a lot of different great teams still remaining, including Navi, VN, Humble. Just generally, these teams I'm looking forward to face in the future. But I will also be down to have an underdog team, or even just Team Gizzo, he's been looking really, really strong recently, to have again in the challenge season. I think the word that describes our team the best will be aggression. We lost the first game of Open Finals against Nouns in a 3-2 series, which obviously hurts, but it doesn't matter, you have 2 lives, so you just full focus again, you want to play as early as possible, you want to give it your all, and you just reset your mental, be ready for the next game. Since we dropped to the lower bracket, we faced Reply Totem, which obviously is one of the best teams in the world. Recently even won the ESL Master Series, and is currently 2nd place in Europe, qualified for Worlds, same as us. Now, we had a slight advantage against them, unfortunately, because all 3 of the Reply Totem players were a bit sick. But either way, we had really, really good draft against them, and everything preparation-wise was on point against them. We played really good as well against them. Now, following that, we faced one-trick ponies, and one-trick ponies, unfortunately, I would say, was one of the worst teams to qualify for Open Finals. by any means, it doesn't mean they're bad. It's just comparison to Nouns, Zeta, or even SK, they're just not at the caliber which we should be as well. So yeah, we had a 3-0 against them. GG's well played to all of us. Lane obviously wasn't with us since the start of the year. At the start of the year, Drake and I made the commitment to join a team, which was FUT Esports, and we were looking for a third. Now, Lane obviously was an option already back then, but me and Lane were really not great back then. I had actually beef with him, so it wasn't definitely not an option for me. But then we picked up OP, which is a really, really great player. He was T2 at the time, and he improved a lot during the season. Now, the thing is that we made the decision that we will probably not be winning the World Finals with OP. So we were looking for an exchange rate player. And Lane, at this point, was still free agent. So we decided, all right, we set all of our beef apart, we set everything apart. All that matters is the victory. And that's what we did. We changed OP out for Lane, and ever since then, we completed our team synergy, we refined everything, we refined our draft, and we've just been working out really, really good recently. And I just hope we will be able to play good in the next ESL Challenge season and just World Finals generally. OP is currently playing at SK Gaming, which is actually my team where I was last year, actually the last 2 years, together with my old teammate, IKEOS, and the coach, Pedro. And it's always great to face your old teammates, and since I had actually spent a lot of time with OP and Pedro and Chaos, I actually know kind of what they play, what their playstyle is, what we can expect them to ban more or less, what their playstyle is. So I actually like that when we face them, because we just always have a slight advantage, I would say. As everyone knows by far, I have a hat-trick in being a runner-up. I've been with second place on the last 3 seasons of the challenge season. 2 seasons before I actually won it, but that was 2021, so 2 years ago already. And I'm definitely looking forward to break the curse this time and win the whole challenge season. And if it's against Zeta, great. If it's not against Zeta, that's fine as well for me. I just want to win.
Semantic from FUT Esports, saying that strategy changes are most likely FUT Esports' biggest strength. Ark, have you identified possibly any of the more obvious weaknesses or chinks in their armor?
Well, this year, not so much, if I'm honest. It has been a much better year compared to like previous ones for players like Drake, for example. And as Semantic really nicely illustrated, the draft is where he is really thriving for his team at the present moment in time. I think the ability to stay composed as well has been much better. And bouncing back, already you've got to compare the start of the season compared to season 3. I mean, they've already got a 2-0 on the board, whereas last season really were chasing those later wins and like couldn't miss a single one really along the way. Those first opening weeks were really punishing for them. So I think this time round, especially with that big pickup win over Zeta Division, that 3-2 win, that's going to come full circle later on to give them that little bit more of a grace period. But especially in this particular matchup with FUT and Nouns Esports, it's a chance for FUT to really come back and fight harder, because they took the loss to Nouns, like as Semantic said, in that split 1 open finals qualifier stage. So when you have had that recent loss, you're going to bounce back and you're going to bite back with a bit of fierce.
Yeah, I feel like FUT Esports have kind of been like most improved as well. We've seen them like just get better and better, and like Semantic said, predicting what your opponent is going to do is almost half the battle, really, exactly trying to predict and what they're going to draft, etc. But like you also said, 3-2 against Zeta, not the most comfortable of wins, but a win nonetheless. So I feel like mental game is still pretty strong for FUT Esports coming into this, but do you feel like Nouns might have that edge on them, Trav?
I mean, the thing is, both of these teams got 3-2 against Zeta, right? In the challenge season, it was exactly what Nouns did as well. So I think these teams are so similarly matched as well. And as you mentioned, in the open finals, it was a really close battle, but Nouns came out on top. Semantic said it as well. And I think it's still the exact same close battle. Both of these teams so fierce at the moment, possibly the top 2 in the league. Well, as far as the leaderboard goes, they pretty much are. Yeah. But it's definitely going to be a bit of a fierce battle. One of them's going to be 2-1, and one's going to be 3-0. And if you get 3-0, you're on pretty much a perfect road to that challenge finals.
3-0 and you're flying. But very, very quickly, we have a catch-up with Nouns Esports as well. Here's what they had to say about the challenge season.
E aí, rapaziada, eu sou o Rafael, mais conhecido como Faricrow na comunidade. Meu nome é Raul Zaquil de Souza, eu sou no Totem.
Fala galera, eu sou o Gustavo Sandoval, e no jogo eu sou conhecido como P.E.K.K.A. Eu acho que foi estudar o meta, né, os drafts, as comps, porque acho que aqui na Europa quem tem um draft praticamente tem o jogo ganho. E também ter coragem de pegar brawlers que podem mudar o jogo, brawlers agressivos como Rock, como Tara, que podem virar o jogo a qualquer hora e não ter medo de pegar. Eu acho que esse foi o fator mais importante.
O meu ponto forte como time é questão, que eu sou basicamente um GL, basicamente, né, que monta a maioria da jogada, passa mais comunicação. E também eu fico mais na parte de ser o personagem mais agressivo. Por exemplo, se sombrar um tanque, na maioria das vezes eu vou estar fazendo, ou por exemplo, Tara e etc. Dependendo do boneco. Na Split 2 eu acho que os próximos times a se qualificar vão ser a Totem, a EUR&MENA Esports, a Team Queso. Eles são times que a Totem ainda não conseguiu estar muito bem, né, nesses últimos tempos. Mas eu acho que, como eles são um time que tá bem o ano todo e tudo mais, se eles não conseguirem alguma hora encaixar o time. A EUR&MENA Esports tá treinando muito, tá conseguindo elevar o nível deles agora, por causa que eles estão perto de uma competição muito importante, né? Da LCQ, então eles estão conseguindo aumentar bastante o nível. E eu acho que eles vão passar. E a Team Queso, do nada eles começaram a ficar bons, então eu acho que também eles vão conseguir passar.
Bom, eu sempre prefiro ganhar de 3-0, mas eu acho que contra a FUT realmente não tinha muito jeito. Eu acho que atualmente eles são o time mais forte da Europa. E foi muito emocionante. Eu acho que os sets que a gente perdeu não foram muito bons os drafts, mas aí acabou que foi na emoção até o final. É isso que a gente gosta, né, o brasileiro. Aí todo mundo gritou, todo mundo pulou, foi muito bom. E eu acho que contra a EVN, eu não acho que deveria ter chegado no 3-2, ter chego. Eu acho que deveria ter sido 3-0 e acabou que foram muitos sentimentos, né? Não foi tão um sentimento assim como foi contra a FUT. Foi o sentimento da gente acabar logo, encerrar a partida, mas com certeza foi muita emoção.
Minhas emoções aqui de ter participado da SL e também já estar na final mundial. A gente saiu do Brasil, né, para estar participando das competições aqui. Eu acho que é muito emocionante também, porque no Brasil não tem tanta competitividade como aqui, porque são muito mais pessoas jogando aqui e é muito mais complexo, então, porque são mais pessoas praticando diversos brawlers e tal. Então, para nós é muito emocionante e também eu acho que compensa tudo que a gente tá fazendo, porque estamos treinando e tal, e estamos vendo diversos bonecos que não víamos lá, e também diversos jogadores também impressionando.
Eu fico muito feliz de representar a América do Sul, também o Brasil, mas de ver todo mundo apoiando, todo mundo torcendo pela gente, eu acho que essa é a melhor parte de competir. E eu fico muito feliz e eu me cobro muito quando a gente perde, quando acontece alguma coisa, porque eu quero estar na minha melhor fase, eu quero ganhar tudo pra todo mundo torcer e ficar feliz.
Eu quero mandar um agradecimento aí pra Nouns, que toparam essa loucura aqui de um bootcamp pra gente. Não vi outra organização que poderia ter feito isso pela gente, que acreditou em um bootcamp aí bem largo, com extensão de 3 meses e tal. E é isso, agradecer também a rapaziada que tá acompanhando sempre, todas as vezes, em todos os campeonatos que a gente tá. E é isso.
Take the game-changing brawlers. Take chances, play aggressive. Sunny, would you kind of lean towards maybe the experience of Foot with Semantic Drayton Lenan, or would you go with the fearlessness that Nouns play with?
I think it has been working out for Nouns pretty much so far. They really value communication. They studied their opponents, which is what they have to do, really. They are in a region which they have never played against before, only now in the SnapdragonProSeries and also another tournament a while back. And they've been looking great in both of them so far. So I really expect a lot from them in this season here as well. And it's lovely to see that they got so far. I have kind of to side with Nouns Esports here, simply because I would also like to see them strive in a region which they don't really know the players yet. It's a different meta, and it seems to favor them.
Yeah, speaking of not knowing the players, do you feel like there is a level of unfamiliarity for Nouns that kind of works both ways? They're kind of unfamiliar with the rest of the teams in EUR&MENA to a certain degree, obviously, but also everyone else is kind of unfamiliar with them, so not prepared for the tactics that they maybe bring to the table, and obviously the aggression that we've seen them bring.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? Like, for being such an unknown team, they have such an odd meta in LATAM, you know, and they bring some things across, like the Mr. P. I think we saw it in a couple of the open finals. They bring it across as not something that Europe had kind of gravitate towards, but Nouns managed to make it work regardless, even against the European meta, and I like the adaptations that they have balanced between their meta and Europe's meta that seems to be really working for them.
We've got the draft up on our screens. Ark, why don't you take us through the opening of this draft, but also I want your prediction, I want your scoreline, because this frame of shame is in neutral ground right now, so after this match, one of you's going to have it.
I like what I'm seeing immediately. Rosa, as well, Hypercharge, saying it's one of the best brawlers at the moment with regards to that. They banned out the Cordelius. We've seen Pekka just absolutely popping off with that. Really wisely done. And the Lou. I'm loving what Foot are putting together so far. The Stanley ban, the Jackie ban, the Eve ban for Nouns, as well as the pickup of Colette, which we know how devastating she can be. Wasn't sure whether the bounty would be necessarily her mode, but nonetheless, she can go over that lake and get some good value from that, and Eve and the Willow as well. Shelly, I'm much preferring what I'm seeing here from Foot so far, to be honest.
Okay. Sonny and Ark, I want you to get up and start making your way over there because we have such little time. We're flying our way into our first matchup. Trav, you're going to talk about the remainder of this draft. You guys can boogie your way over to the caster's desk. Sonny, I'm going to need your prediction as well.
Well, a tough one here so far for the esports, more often than not, ended up in a 3-2. So I'm going to go with a 3-2 for Nouns.
I'd say 3-1 in favor of Foot. I feel like, looking back from the qualifier, I think like they're going to be able to come in a bit fresh. And I think, Nouns were very, very, very good in last week, no doubt about that. But, realistically against Zeta, it should have been probably a 3-0. They got reverse swept almost in that series. And I think there's sometimes a little bit of overconfidence that comes through with Nouns. And I think that, if Foot can stay composed and get their drafts right, that's kind of what they really have going for them with Jade, just like bringing aside the draft. And I like what I'm seeing so far as that's concerned, but it could go all the way to a fifth final set, I'm not going to lie.
Very true. I do love to see for esports still sticking to the strategy that they have been rolling with already last week, going with the tanks. This time around, it's not going to be a bull. It's going to be the Rosa-Shelly combination. And it's something for esports does best, in my opinion. So really good to see how well Nouns Esports is going to do against it. Obviously, they do have to Colette. It's one of the best tank counters out there, also with the Hypercharge now. So that's going to be interesting as well. But then the Gina's last pick, I don't know if you have enough damage with it. Let's see though, we're gonna head into our very first match of the day. Nouns Esports versus Foot, and we're gonna have a 1-0 lead already for Foot Esports.
Good solid start. There's a slow as the great connection from the walking cane, but then Firecrow going into the ground and surviving on that a little bit longer. Drake now in a perilous position, will go down to Pekka, and oh my word, Semantic survived. That goes down eventually. Stars flying left, right, and center, but it's actually Nouns that take a little bit of a lead now with 2 stars.
It is a lead that they maybe can pick up and take all the way to the last few seconds. Another pull coming in from Motivational. They get to take down onto Lena. Firecrow is falling, but there is still a 2-star lead for Nouns Esports. At the moment, it seems like for Esports gets back into mid now, getting some mid control. Nouns Esports needs to somehow get the mid control back. Pull misses everything, but they're still in the lead here. Pekka with another takedown there. For Esports need to do something.
Nice mind control there from Firecrow, keeping Lane down the distance. But if Foot do manage to carry Lane back a little bit of a lead, and Firecrow is very vulnerable here, takes against the ground, but it's going to be shortly coming back up. And there it is. Foot Esports now only just one singular star, one singular takedown to get the lead. And then they can go to the left-hand side of the map and really utilize Lenan. Motive taking some shots there on the right-hand side and needs to be protected. That's 4 stars above his head as a bounty. And Foot Esports know that that would be a fantastic thing to be able to secure as Lenan starts to flank around the top part of the map. And Pekka does see him off, though. He'll actually get a kill for it as well.
3-star lead again for Nouns Esports. They really taking in that Gene heals, playing all together, all in one spot at all times for the Esports with the mid control. But what does it help them? As long as Nouns stay together like they are, for the Esports doesn't find an opening, doesn't find a kill. And then now again trying to loop around. Let's see if this time he can be victorious.
Well, 10 seconds left. Lena's going in. Hypercharges popped, but Pekka pops at exactly the same time. He's absolutely going to come out on top in that interaction. 16 stars, 20 now, as Nouns will seal it early. Beautiful stuff from them. That Colette is just getting so much value in the hands of Pekka.
It really does. Colette with the MVP at the moment, for me at least, really seems to work out for Nouns Esports just like they wanted it to. Also the Gene getting some value in just healing up the other 2. And then the Willow that is just trying to hold on to some sort of control. For the Esports have played this one really picture perfect. They just stand in mid at all times, but it just wasn't enough to get a takedown actually. Blue Star again picked up by For Esports, a takedown as well. 3-0 lead now for Esports, a much better start.
That gets pulled in though, and this quickly as that. Nouns will turn it around. I mean, ultimately, the previous game had a really terrible start, let's be honest, and this time round, they've got to just try and get the lead and just hold on to it that little bit more. Pekka going to super then into Lenan, going to come out on top again. Dre tries to pick up the pieces, but the gotcha gadget is timed to perfection. Pekka still popping off for his team.
For esports with a better start, but now they seem to be all over the place. Every single time they try to go in, Nouns Esports is ready. Takedown as just Symantec. Immediately the range is there. Colette is falling there as well, but still a great lead. Another takedown from Rage there. Great interaction, great pinch from himself and Lena there. And again for the esports with the mid control, Nouns Esports with the lead though.
But just haven't really had the lead at an early stage because they want Nouns to push into them realistically, and Nouns can just sit back, and this is what happened last time. And then goes to the flank, and Pekka has already got his hypercharge to hand and a super, so he's trying to bait that out along the way. But ultimately, one gene pull is going to be all over for Lena, and I think he's getting a little bit over aggressive there and immediately punished exactly for it.
Every single time Nouns Esports manages to single someone out from the side of Foot Esports and getting the takedown in the end. We have two hypercharges available now from the side of Foot Esports, Lena and Symantec both on the left-hand side now, trying to pinch them in. Again, Nouns Esports just standing on in one spot. And they hold on to this one. Pool doesn't hit a connection. Lena trying to go in this time around, survives the attack from Pekka.
Lena is just feeling so much, but a bit of a lack of communication, I feel, from Foot, because Lena was checking bushes. That's the sort of thing that you need your team to be able to get back in terms of a response and answer for. At the moment, though, Lena going in, well, I guess Invali Pekka low. It's a team wipe, 18 stars to 14, and Foot running away with it. There's going to be no time at all for Nouns to pick up anything in return. There is a magic hand, completely missed by Motep. What a turnaround from Foot. That was beautiful.
And with that, all of a sudden, we are in an equal scoreline in the very first set here already. For esports managed to turn things around in the very last seconds. The team communication all of a sudden was there. I have to agree with you on that one, Ark. It seemed like for esports was a bit all over the place, not going in all together. Lena always trying to loop around alone, but in the end, it did work out there. Royal play by For esports. Now, who is going to take this first set?
Walking Kane from Drage will connect and find Motep. But Symantec low, he can't really be helping his team for this push. Drage as well. The down going in, but immediately again punished by Pekka. This man is the glue for Nouns. That it's just a troublesome thing for Foot to be able to work their way through. Symantec with a lovely clay pigeons there will find the pickup of Pekka, but Motep was able to survive on a little bit longer as Long goes in, popping the super as well. Great synergy as now Foot are flying.
That's the For esports we know and love. Lena and Symantec now going in together. Symantec gets taken out there in the end, but they still have a one-star lead. Nouns Esports just need a single magic hand though, a single pull from the gene, and they're gonna take the lead again. Now, let's see if they can do it. Their own side broken up pretty much. For esports standing on the left-hand side where the bushes still are there. They just try to get their supers, try to do something there.
Yeah, Nouns are creeping forwards, and I think if Motep gets Magic Hand, it's just going to be very hard to miss, in all honesty, with how clustered For esports are. Walking Kane again, and Pekka's still going to be the one to fall. A wonderfully timed approach, and Symantec now with a hypercharge finds a lot of damage onto Firecrow, but Nouns are pushing back in. Drage again with a lovely timed gadget, but there's very little in terms of the stars between the two. 11 to Foot, 8 to Nouns.
Symantec playing it really aggressively as the wall fall back and now falling low there. Pekka falls low as well, heals himself up with the gadget. Well played by him. Lena does find the takedown though. His second one found by Drage. Firecrow also falling. Team wipe by For esports. 17 to 8 stars and only 20 seconds left on the clock.
Lena surviving on 17 HP, Symantec being pulled in there, but actually Nouns were able to pick it up. I wasn't sure, because Symantec might have been close to super there. Good taps from Drage, keeping Firecrow and Motep suppressed, and now Lena goes in with a hypercharge as For gets eradicated. For esports, turn around their set and take it.
Beautiful plays from all six, I have to say, but in the end, For esports comes out on top over this one. Didn't look like it at all in the first game, which is witnessed. Nouns Esports has been dominating, and For esports then turning things around in the last few seconds of the second game, taking it over to the third one as well. Well played by them. Why did they win, Ark?
I feel that, to me, For esports were able to assess the situation on the go, and at just the right time to do so, let's be honest, because there was really little in it, and they was cutting it fine. That second game, honestly, I need to watch it back to even see how they managed to turn it around so successfully, because it was like Foot just kind of switched the gear. They just really stepped things up and started to be much more synergized and much more communicative between each other. And for me, honestly, that was not an easy thing to do, because that Colette, you're going to see how devastating it was and how much value it provided into Nouns. And realistically, I think, you know, Foot looking back on that will probably be thinking, yeah, we probably left that a bit open. We should probably ban that one out. But I think they had to go with the Cordelius ban. But it just seems like no matter what Pekka gets his hands on, you can't ban absolutely everything. He's going to get his way one way or another, and he is just so dangerous.
In the end, both comp worked out for the teams, but for esports, running away with that one might also be simply because they played a bit more comfortably. In the second and third game, it really seemed like their communication was at the top, and that's what was Nouns Esports referring to. The most important thing in any team sports is communication, and for esports seem to need one round to get their groove in, get everything rolling, and learn how to play exactly against that comp from Nouns Esports.
And this is why I feel like FUT might have a bit of an advantage, because in that first week, not every team had a big understanding as to how Nouns were going to approach things. I think that certainly, that was a bit of a shock to the system in that first set, but Nouns did show last week a couple of their little hidden hands, the Mortises, the Cordeliuses. Let's see what the draft will be like for double swoosh. A Rosa ban straight away, and that makes a lot of sense because Nouns got the coin toss. Bans being Cordelius, Rosa, and Sandy, and then on the side of Nouns, the Bustard, the Spike, and the Rosa as well. No one taking chances with Rosa, which I think's a good sign, but that needs a pick straight away into the hands of FUT. Grey as well. We've seen already at the beginning of the show just how influential those two brawlers are on both the picks and the bans rates. But the Ems, the Crow, I do like the Ems a bit more than the Crow, but the Crow is a massive pick in LATAM himself, so it makes a lot of sense to me. It's very good in this particular map too.
In general, yeah, and every single map with a lot of bushes, Crow is going to do a phenomenal job at keeping your opponents at a distance. I also love to see that Nouns Esports did their homework, banning out the Rosa and the Buster. Definitely a good idea against a team like FUT Esports. Going with Stu as last pick now, I do love to see good Stu on double swoosh as a gem carrier. On the side of FUT, probably going to be the Grey. Let's see what they're going to pick up here. It needs some range here against the Ems and the Crow, in my opinion.
Yeah, certainly you wouldn't go amiss with it, realistically. The Stu's going to be a hard brawler to hit, something to maybe overthrow Sam. As we know, FUT Esports might bring into the mix. I mean, it can just work its way forwards. It'll be a problematic brawler to have against the Ems, but, I mean, still, for something aggressive, I feel might be on the line. Yeah, there is. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, Lenan is just so good with it. It's hard to realistically see every other team being able to bring it in this scenario, but the way he's able to creep forwards and cause a problem, it makes a ton of sense. But we have seen in the past, sometimes it hasn't played out that well for Lenan, and sometimes the opposition has been really just attuned to his position and shutting him down. That's what Nouns really need to do here for me to be successful in this set. They've got to be so cautious of that man, be on him the entire way through. And to Nouns' credit, in the first set, they did just that, and they were able to gain that first game because Pekka just stayed on him the entire time. But, at the moment, FUT have got that momentum of their last game. Let's see whether they continue it forwards in this one.
For that last pick, they could have went with anything with range, going a bit more passively, but of course, if you have Lena on your team, that's a strategy for esports counts on every single time. Lena already down there, Symantec playing it very aggressively, almost gets a takedown onto Pekka there, gets taken out himself, and the gems are just all lying in mid for the pickup now for Firecrow. Walking Kane hitting him, but he's still surviving at the moment. It really all comes down to how well can Nouns Esports control the Sam, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Well, now Pekka is more in a position to do just that, and yeah, scrutinized heavily. I'm surprised the land didn't go down immediately. He was able to survive on a bit. Drake has to go forwards here. Firecrow is low, but now it's a 2 versus 1, and those gems surely going to go the way of Nouns here, as FUT Esports are a little bit slow to get their synergy together right now in this set.
Great knockback there, right? Pekka gets another takedown onto Lena. 7-0 of those gems at the moment for the side of Nouns Esports. 2 picked up now by Pekka. Only 1 more, and Nouns Esports already runs away with the countdown there. Lena gets the takedown there. Of course, he's going to be the one to turn things around for his team once again. Rage and Lena now both focusing on Motip on the right-hand side. They have their supers available on the side of Nouns Esports. Pekka uses it to get the takedown onto Symantec. Motip falling, but again, only 1 gem picked up, and Nouns Esports will have the countdown.
The problem now is Lenan has been forced to pick up the gems, and he is not going to be in nearly as much of an aggressive position in doing so. I mean, a Sam gem carrier. I'm surprised that Nouns aren't going a bit more aggressive in this position here. Motip just trying to find Symantec. He's actually fed him bare as well, popping the gadget there. The Fofo are going to be coming in and helping hand that situation. Pekka is still staying alive here. Drake picks up the pieces, and Nouns are struggling to regain this control, despite the fact that the gem carrier is the exact wrong one on the side of FUT.
You have to tank with the gems. That's not what should happen, but for esports, it seems to work out well so far. Pekka now has Symantec in his grip with the super, gets a takedown there together with Firecrow. But it's only 1 more gem, and for esports have been equalizing the score in terms of gems here. Rage picking up the scraps here as Lena is falling. Firecrow picking up the last one, but for esports can reset this countdown with picking up a single gem.
Well, they absolutely can, especially if Lena keeps playing like that. Either way, if he couldn't make Firecrow, it's not a bad thing, because Pekka respawning is going to to reset things for Esports then to gain a bit more of a better handle over this mid. Drake needs to heal up though. Should be able to sneak around and just get that last one for the countdown, but they do need to retain this countdown. And one there in the hands of Nouns will reset things, taking a bit of a slow time to get Firecrow into position to do just that. And now this is where it's all going to come down to things. And one takedown here or there can make all the difference. There is one though onto Motep, as then Lenan goes in, gets taken down as well as a 2 versus 2. Those gems should go over some foot, but Drage there playing a very dangerous game. Comes out on top nonetheless to reset things.
Drage, of course, always also has his TP, so he can play it a bit more aggressively. Picks up the 13th gem already. Only 3 more are gonna spawn even. Great teleport out of the way of Motep there. Gets a takedown as well. Drage absolutely popping off right now, getting 16 gems above his head, meaning they have to countdown it. It's unstoppable unless Nouns Esports get the takedown onto Drage with 1 second left. This is not gonna happen for Esports, running away with the first game after a lot of a better start for Nouns.
I've got to say, you know, the way that Foot are just in perilous positions midway through a match, but then they just turn things around against all odds. And I'll be honest, as soon as I saw Lenan with the gems, I thought there's just no way it's going to go the way of Foot. He's going to be able to go down at some point, those gems will be handed over. And they were literally handing gems over on a platter to Nouns throughout the entire opening of that set. And then to turn it back into their favor, I just don't know really whether that was great plays by Foot. I mean, it clearly was, but also Nouns should have done a bit better in my opinion there, because they had so much high ground. They just kind of gave it all away. Let's see though this time round as we reset how things are going to go. Already Nouns have got 3 gems in their pocket, but look at this. Foot Esports are just going in like sharks in this position here.
Playing it very aggressively, taking out in the end both Elena and Semantic. Falling Great still left there, still getting those walking canes in. Pekka's 1 shot, still trying to push up there on the left-hand side. Rage just trying to hold on to his position until his 2 teammates are coming back into play. Semantic again playing it very aggressively. Falling immediately, has almost his super already there. And Elena on the right-hand side just wreaking havoc as always.
Before going down, just showed up Pekka's position there, and that helped out Drake tremendously. Might have even been taken down if it'd been a few pixels closer. So I love that little thing from him. Just before going down, as Drake will get the gems in the side of Foot to 4 to the 6 of Nouns, but the speed zone there is going to keep Nouns moving. They found Lenan, and all 3 members are going to be attuned to him. But Lenan still survives on. He gets the gloves back, gets the kill off the back of that. He's cycling tremendously well and almost finds the gem carrier.
With a beautiful play there by Lenan in the end, taken out, but still giving Rage some time to pick up some more gems in mid there. Motep trying to go in aggressively himself, immediately swept off his feet by Lenan there. 2 more gems picked up. It's a really close game here. Nouns Esports just in a slight lead here. Lenan does find the takedown onto Firecrow, falls himself now. Motep with the gems. Let's see if Nouns Esports can still turn things around here.
Foot are playing out of their minds. I mean, the tech there with the portal, bringing the bear in, and then just everyone congregating around the situation. Drage is not overcommitting here as well. He knows when to get back at just the right times. He's in a bad spot here, though. He just needs the TP to get out. He goes on the aggressive. That's insane. The gems are dropped. Lenon's the last one there. This could be a bit of a misplay, actually, for Foot. Semantic's trying his best to salvage the situation, but he's not going to have time when it's time. Gets the bear just the nick of it, but 11 gems into the pocket of Nouns. Could Drage make something here of a play? Goes down, but that could have been insane if he'd been able to connect the shots. It should now be Nouns for a pretty decent countdown, and Lenan taken quickly care of as well. So that's going to bring a game back into the mix for Nouns, but the misplay came from Foot.
Definitely was a bit too risky there. Drake going in very aggressively, being the last man standing for his team as the gem carry. Probably wasn't the best idea. It almost worked out though. Pekka and Motep both 1 shot, surviving that situation there at the top. And with that, evening out the score also in gem grab. So far, those 2 teams really didn't want to give in and didn't want to give a single set without fighting for it.
But prior to that mistake, I mean, Foot were making some insane plays happen for themselves. Miss Walking Kane this time from Drage, won't find Firecrow or Pekka. And Lenan is taken care of by Pekka, which is going to put him into a much better position, forcing Drage out, and actually Heal will go down. Semantic again staying at that top right-hand side of the map, but Foot really haven't had the best of starts this time round. They need to kind of bring things back a bit more to their former glory. Lenan there with that takedown of Pekka is going to alleviate a lot of that pressure from that left-hand side, and Drake can get back down to business in the mid. Another missed gadget, but not the worst of situations. They found Firecrow in the process anyway, regardless, so not necessarily the worst of things as he has the TP away now, as Nouns are looking a bit better.
Nouns again taking down Lenan. Lenan trying to go in aggressively with the TP perfectly set by Drake in the previous few seconds. Now has to TP out again. Nouns Esports with a bit of mid-control. They do have a slight lead in Gems here as well. Get another takedown onto Rage there. Gem carrier fallen. Symantec tries to save what's there to save. So does Motep now. Amazing takedown there from Lena onto Firecrow. And Motep now with the Gems. Crow as a Gem carrier isn't as bad as Sam in my opinion.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, it's not the best of scenarios for Nouns, but the way they're playing this is just better. Lenan going in now, and if he can find something of some value or just be a pest and just delay the process, he finds Pekka. That's not too bad, but Semantic though low. It's going to go down to Firecrow. Comes back out of the TP though, gets the healing off the back of that. Drake with the escape route as well. I mean, just the way that Foot are playing with these teleports is beautiful to watch, but now Nouns need one more gem, and it's sitting there in the mid. Jumps in. Oh, Drake with a beautiful pull, but nonetheless, he survives. But there he goes down now. Gems are in the hands of Firecrow, and Foot are down to reset.
Lena does get to take down to Mochep there. In the end, Firecrow is there for the pickup though. 12 seconds now for Free Esports to still take that Stu down, but can they reach him even? Lena tries his best. Great gadget there from him, and coming as well. Rage, the last man standing there. Doesn't manage to get to take down though. Nouns Esports running away with this set, meaning we have an even out score overall now, Ark.
I can't help but feel like Foot will be kicking themselves after that set, because the mistake was theirs to lead. Prior to that moment in time, everything was working out well, and going into that third game, it just felt like they weren't fully recovered in their mental. It just went from a situation where Foot shouldn't really have even won the first game, in my opinion, but they were able to make it happen, make it count. You know, Lenan playing the gem carrier as a Sam, something I can't remember the last time I ever saw. But nonetheless, you know, Nouns have got now something to prove, something to demonstrate for themselves, that they can start to give Foot a much better run for their money. Prior to that, it was looking like a 2-0 for me. But, you know, again, Foot just got a bit overly aggressive for me. Nouns capitalized, and rightly so.
I mean, it's lovely to see so far. In those two sets alone, we already see what those two teams prefer to play. So far, Nouns Esports has always been playing the more passive comp, and it does seem to work out on a map like Double Swoosh, where you need some team communication, some sort of structure. Whereas then on the side of Foot Esports, we had 2 times a very aggressive comp. They worked out on Kana Grande in game 2 and 3. And now in Double Swoosh, it felt a bit all over the place. Lena was playing it all around the map. Of course, you have to do that with a tank, but then it's so tough for Drake and Semantic to still hold on to some control as soon as Semantic is falling as well. Drake can't really do much with a Grey. He did try to go in aggressively, did try a hero play, didn't work out, just very closely. Could have been where Foot Esports run away with the first 2-0 so far. We don't have a 2-0 because both of those teams really want this win.
Yeah, we always knew it was going to be a close affair, regardless. I mean, my first impression was looking through the bans and noticing that Lou wasn't banned, and immediately picked up by Nouns, so that does make me a little bit worried. Colette can work okay on Split. It's not my go-to pick, but you know, the way that Colette is currently with Hypercharge, I can see it happening if the tankier brawlers do start to show themselves. So far, no signs of that. The Stu pick from Foot Esports is one that I think can work. It's decent, but it wasn't kind of what was on my mind. The bans being the Rika, the Buster, and the Gene for Nouns. Bull coming in for Foot. Now that I am liking, but the question is now, will Nouns just kind of keep that loop, which is not a bad tank counter actually anyway, or will they double down and bring in the Colette for good measure? Foot are going in with some nice ideas, but they are leaving their strategy open a bit to some counter ideas. Banning the Shelly, I think works well here, as well as the Cordelis. It opens up Bull a bit more into the forefront, but I'm just a bit worried. The way that Nouns have been countering Foot today in that regard, you know, it might be Foot's greatest strength, but it could also be their biggest weakness.
Colette, Spike, Maisie, Gale, or Ems, everything still for the pickup here, so definitely very risky pickup there from Foot Esports, going with the Bull already as their second pick, but it's something we are used to see. As I just said, so far we have definitely proven Nouns Esports are the ones to play it a bit more passively. Now again with the Lou and the Gale, they're just in defensive mode, full out, and then on the side of Foot Esports, well, 2 aggressive brawlers, they just want to open up the map with the Stu on the left-hand side to just run in, and with the Gale, now Nouns Esports also open up themselves for a tank comp, because you can just place a jump pad down, the Primo can jump in himself or use the jump pad he can always choose, of course, and he's also not going to have the worst of matchups into the Bull. Now Spike is going to come out here as well. Of course, we have a lot more tank counters in the meta now again, where, yeah, Hypercharge back into play, Spike and Lou are open again.
Spike is a good shout. I mean, certainly with Super, the Fertilizer is going to have some great area control, but I still feel like Colette was the better shout. I mean, but you got to remember, Nouns play Primo to perfection. You know, when we look back to last week and how they performed against Zeta Division, that was a Brawl set which was over in a matter of seconds because of that Brawler and combining with their comp. I mean, you know, it's certainly one which they know how to play very, very well. I feel like we're going to have a bit of a spectacle on our hands because we've seen Foot as well with that ball pick and how much they can pop off with that very thing. The question is for me is how that Lou is going to shut things down and will they be on it? Look at this as well. Lenan and Semantic just really working together to eradicate Motep from that right-hand side as Drake trying to work his way forwards. Nice break as well. Look at that. The helping hand from Semantic might give Drake a fighting chance here now on this left.
Interesting to see both of those teams playing their 2 tank counters on the right-hand side, but then Lena going on the right-hand side as well, knowing too well that himself and Semantic can easily take down Motep in the first interaction. Now though, Semantic standing alone there, Motep surviving that one just barely. Lena sees his opportunity to get the takedown there. In the end, at least, he does get so much zone out for his team.
Yeah, just a little bit behind here as Nouns have been creeping on the zone more often than not onto the right-hand side and now doubling down on this left-hand side. But Drake can't really get on the zone in as much of a way as Nouns can because they've got the HP to their side. Pekka goes for the stun there, does connect on the gadget, but Lenan is just now out of reach. Drake now just tiptoeing his way onto the zone as Lenan does pop a hypercharge as well as Semantic, and they are just doubling down on that right, now going towards the left, and that's exactly where Lenan needs to be realistically. Drake will go down, but that shot from Semantic so crucial there to keep Foot alive.
Double tap there from Semantic, getting rid of Pekka there on the left-hand side. Where we played so far for esports, still need some more percentages to collect here to catch up to Nouns Esports. They are now standing in the right-hand side zone, the only zone they still need. But for the esports, almost managed to catch up.
Great communication there between Drake and Lenan. That was very calculated in approach, but when they come back with the kills, it's still Firecrow on the zone, and 10% is all that Nouns need on it. Semantic can't find the shots, and that is going to be Nouns taking this game. No way can Foot be able to contest it in time. Lovely stuff from them, and again, just these early starts that Foot are not getting their, themselves together enough to be able to get these wins on the board. And now, Nouns have got some serious momentum in this set.
The slow with the gale on the left-hand side, together with the ice, the freezing as well from the Lou, really didn't help Drake to get any time on that zone on the left-hand side. Very crippling. Let's see if he does manage to get some more percentages. Now, for esports, not what I expected. Doesn't switch up anything for now. Still get the takedown first on the right-hand side. Semantic does try to help Drake there. His super doesn't too much though.
He's got to heal up before he can use Gadget. He's going to want to break, but Lenan as well getting to a position that top left-hand side might help. He's able to dash his way forwards, but I mean, I don't really feel like it's going to help him too much. Firecrow and Pekka are just being so well synergized on that left-hand side. Now Pekka will fall, and that's going to help him out a little bit, but he's got to spend more time in his zone, and the right-hand side is being shut down continuously by Lenan and Semantic.
Lena almost took down Motep there, just a suplex over the shoulder, and then is out of the way completely. Lou super coming down now on the right-hand side. For esports, doesn't look the best as Nouns claims both zones for now.
Nan's got hypercharge and super Drake gets a takedown of Firecrow, so influentially important here. The stun though is perfectly timed. Pekka coming out on top yet again, popping the hypercharge and just instantly getting that stun off. There's just so much HP to take down that even with that spike, on that right-hand side, Foot are struggling.
They really are Rage on the left-hand side, doing an amazing job catching up and trying to get some more percentages for the team. For esports, slowly but steadily catching up there already with the right-hand side under their control. It's only 5%, but as long as Pekka's still standing on the right-hand side, it's going to be so tough for esports to still turn things around. Pekka standing so strong in that zone.
Yeah, it's going to go the way of Nouns, no question in my mind, with all 3 members coming in there on Semantic. This one is done. Nouns will take the lead with another set, 2 sets to 1 now, and just increasing the temperature of this pressure cooker. Again, we saw this back and forth in those open split finals where Nouns came out on top, but this is really now getting heated. One more set and they'll be running away with this, and for esports, they've got to bring back more fight and be a bit more attuned to how Nouns are playing this, because they are coming out on top more often than not.
I mean, Nouns Esports have been telling us they did their homework, they studied their opponents, so they know too well for esports likes to go with the Bull, with the Rosa, with the Buster. Every single time it's either banned out or they have an answer for it. Now this time around, what could Lena even do against this Lou and Gale comp, even Rage on that Stu that usually does have a good matchup into the Gale, but alongside the Lou, no chance for him to do anything on the left-hand side. In the second game, it looked a bit better on the left side, but wherever the Lou was, wherever the Lou super came down, no no chance for Foot Esports to claim some percentages.
I mean, they picked the ball into the loo as well. You know, it was a first pick from Nouns, and I don't know why Foot didn't ban it, in all honesty. You know, it was a really crying one that was out for me. Pretty much in every map for Hot Zone, you got to ban it. You really, really do. And I think the Stu pick didn't really do much for Foot, in my opinion. I think Drake did really well on the left-hand side for it. Bringing that Colette instead of the Spike, for me personally, I think that would have worked a bit better against the Primo. But nonetheless, out in the open for knockout bans are Squeak, Brock, and the Fang for Foot Esports. And the first early drop of Eve, I love Eve on this map. I think you cannot really go wrong with her, especially now with the pet power gear coming into play. I think increasing that percentage from 20% to 25% effectiveness, love that for the quadruplets gear gadget. For the Buster, the Nanny, and the Piper bans for Nouns, really solid bans on this particular map. You really cannot go wrong with that either. I think eradicating the Piper is a good, solid shout. I don't like this pick. I've said it time and time again. It's a very LATAM South thing. Mandy just ain't it for me. I mean, you can get some great value. I think this is the best map for her because simply the spawns, when you've got super, everyone's pretty much in line if they're all coming into the map at the same time. But it just doesn't get the value from that super enough to warrant it for me. I think that, you know, Foot could work around this and bring back a set potentially.
I kind of agree with you. I don't like the Mandy on Bounty. I do like her in Knockout, however. If you have your super right from the get-go, you can manage to get a takedown right from the start. And together with the RT, whenever RT does hit even a mech, Mandy can take her out of mecha like that. Just because the more damage you do whenever RT hits their opponents. We have a lot of control this time around for Foot Esports. They try to play it a bit differently now with the Eve Parasites, also with the mech then coming out. A lot of control, a lot of HP on their side of things. Mandy's not going to have the best of matchups there to just take out someone with her super. And so far, nothing to really open up the map either. Out in the open, you either need to open up or you need to have something like an Eve, like a Carl that can cross the waters a bit better.
Yeah, certainly. So Bell, I think it's a really safe idea. But, you know, Foot might be in some trouble if the mech is, you know, out of mech in the later stages when it really matters most. I think that Nouns could potentially get some good final pick ideas going into play. But certainly, you know, they can't cluster up now because of that Bell. And that's why I really think that she can work fantastically well in Nouns in the open. Normally as well with the gadget side, you don't tend to bring in the nest egg necessarily in out in the open, but it's going to be one of these brawlers that's tough to kind of push out of that spawn side when you've got on your draft. But in these early moments, that's where Foot are going to start to thrive with it, as Nouns will pick their final brawler into this, and it's going to be the bow. I don't kind of understand that really myself. I mean, I'm a big bow advocate. I'll be honest. You know, I love it. It can break open ultimately the mid, and that's maybe what they're thinking because they banned out the Nanny, and sometimes people will even use that peep just to literally break, and that could be the play with the gadget there, just instantly breaking that mid to get Nouns instantly into the zone off the back of a round reset. But I don't know. I think there's much better ideas you can play into this. I mean, we've already seen just how much things have shifted with Hypercharge. I think that it could be very much a Colette map for me. I know I keep banging on about her, but she is in such a good spot right now. I don't know. It doesn't really make much sense to me.
I mean, like I said, I talked about it. You either need an Eve or something to open up the map. And Nouns Esports now does have the bow. I agree with you. There would have been something like Griff still open. It definitely feels better with a mech. Even a Grey could have gone in and not banned out either, but let's see how well they can do with Bow that just doesn't have the range right now to go up against Semantic and Lena on the left-hand side lane.
Yeah, it's a really good start. Lena was getting a ton of value, and Motet will be the first to fall, and Foot are in a fantastic position now. They can't overly aggress, though. They've got to make sure they tie us up very cleanly, not feed over too much. And there's the last man standing for Nouns, Firecrows. No, Foot have done a very fantastic job of approaching this one early on. Definitely not the same Nouns that we saw in previous sets so far, but it is still very early days. Semantic will go in, try and get his super ready for the next round. Lenan and himself will have it now. Just Rage behind, but he'll be back straight into mech, and you know, Nouns might struggle here.
They still don't have bow mines either, so can't open up the map. Didn't really work out for them. Now, just waiting out on the right-hand side. Motorhead tried to go up against Rage there. Doesn't really get a pinch off with Firecrow. Firecrow himself has every hand full with Lena and Semantic pinching him, taking him out immediately. Pekka get marked there by Lena as well. Lena so far, full HP, tapping left and right, doing an amazing job with that bell.
Motive did find a super credit to him, found Rage, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Lenan is just absolutely popping up, but these reverse polarities aren't necessarily always connecting. But Pekka now being marked by Lenan could be influential here as Semantic just trying to find the shot, got to go away with the gadget there just to stay alive and in the mix. But Pekka is kind of low here, 468 HP now. He's got to go back and retreat, which might then allow Foot to aggress a bit further here. But if Motive can find another super in these later stages, if that connects, that could be the turnaround point. But I think for Foot, they've got to focus their time on attention onto Pekka, trying to eradicate him now before he gets to the mines, and now the gas coming in. It's not looking good for Foot. That's a crucial time for Semantic to claim that kill.
2v1 situation now. Motep does find a connection with Semantic. Now Motep versus Lena, Bow versus Mandy. Bow mines are lying there as well, but with Lena just having the better damage output there, having some faster reload time, he does manage to pick up that win for esports now in a 1-0 up. Still didn't let Nouns Esports claim that match point.
Great stuff there. This is much more looking like, to me, the Foot that I've known and loved, and in the previous sets just didn't look like they were together. Now looking far, far better in knockout, but let's see, as so different can be the rounds. Motip staying much further back this time. Renan just trying to then find that reverse polarity connection. As Drake trying to push Pekka into it. They didn't quite manage to find the shot off. Firecrow there, amplified up onto Semantic, but again, a pretty slow start from both sides as they're just trying to earn that valuable utility. As you know, Motip would love to get his hands on that early super and he can just stay back and tap away, and that might encourage a much more aggressive idea from Foot on this left-hand side.
Firecrow tapping up Drake, getting him out of the mecha. Drake now desperately needs his super back as much as he's tapping at the moment. Shouldn't be a problem. Now only needs 2 more shots, I believe. Pekka trying to push in there, still trying to get his bow mines to manage to get Foot Esports push back there a little bit, does manage to get his super as well as to take down onto both Semantic and Leonard. Rage now the last man standing, doesn't have his super, doesn't even try to get it. He will respawn in mecha anyways. Nouns Esports now look very different for the first game.
Yeah, that was not the start for Foot at all. And let's see now if they make some adaptations. I think Lenan there with the reverse polarity does find it. Drake's just going to jump in and go directly into Firecrow, and actually takes him down to 420 HP with the help of Semantic. They can't find the finish though. That reverse polarity is going to miss. He's going to be able to heal now as a result of those shots, but now, 382. Firecrow is surviving on just about the hatchlings, so just going to trigger these bow mines, and that is really advantageous here for Foot.
Firecrow needs to get away there. He's too low to still push up against Rage there on the left-hand side. Super hit on to Lena. Mandy comes into clutch after all with a 3v2 situation, but for esports, push Nouns Esports back all the way into spawn. Gonna be a tough one here for Nouns to even get out of there.
It was looking so good for Foot, but again, you know, Motip's just finding these supers onto Foot, and they're just going a bit too overly aggressive. Now it's 2 versus 1 as Motip just tries to find Semantic jumping over things. Can Semantic get the trade up here? The catch-up from Firecrow is not going to be enough. The hatchling might finish him off, and it does! Semantic's still alive! Raise down the super for body blocking purposes, and comes out on top! Are you serious?
No way! What did Semantics just do there? Well played by him. Nouns Esports kind of over-aggressing there, thinking a 2v1 is going to be easy to hit, but they didn't calculate for Semantic to still get his super in time to still win this one. 1-1 now in the second game for esports, on the way to prolong this one to the 5th set.
Unreal from Foot, but they've still got to seal this one up. It can turn very, very quickly, as we know, and Nouns had some good rounds to get to this stage anyway. Will it all be for nothing? That's the question. Pekka right out in the open there in the mid. No pun intended because of the map, but nonetheless, Lenan is low, and he is tapped up there as well with the amplified shot. So Firecrow, though, with no gadget, can't really apply that, so that's to Foot's advantage. Semantic is tapping away just slowly and surely against Firecrow. Mines juked and dodged there by Lenan, low HP. He's got to do that, but Drake's right out in the middle of the map here. He's going super aggressive, but he's trying to find the shots to Firecrow. Can they finish him off? He's still surviving on, but now Lenan comes in, tap, tap, tap. When he finds the shots, he's surely going to be landing them, right? That's the hatch. He's coming in clutch yet again, and it's a 1v1, the same exact scenario, and it's Motip versus Semantic. Semantic's going to be on 270, Motip on 816, but the gas is going to be the final takedown for Nouns, and this set now all tied up.
And with that, we have the match point now for Nouns Esports. If they take the next game, they're gonna be the winners of this match already. For esports, really are fighting hard every single time, coming out in a 1v1. Semantic, that play still, I can't believe what happened in that second game now. The third game is rolling in, and it's not gonna be any less interesting to see.
I feel like for Foot, if they can just win this set, they could go all the way and seal it, but a lot of pressure now is above their heads. These shots from Lenan are crucial. Pekka falls down there as well. Firecrow going to be low HP. The takedowns are going left, right, and center. Drake has got to heal up, and they can play this one a lot slower. It's Firecrow in a very tough spot now as a 2 versus 1. This should be Foot's, but mistakes can be made, no doubt about that.
Rachel and Lena in a 2v1 against Firecrow. He does have his super, still try to do something. He knows Lena already has his as well, so he can go up against him quite aggressively. Tries to still do something here, but doesn't really look like he can. Great pinch there from Drachenlil. Now, of course, 2v1 should be going towards the team with the 2 players, but we did see before that that doesn't have to be the rule.
Now popping gadget there, trying to get the reverse polarity connection yet again. And now forcing their way through, but Foot will be cautious here. Semantic will jump away. I'm not sure it was entirely necessary, but the mines not going to find any value there for Pekka. Drage, though, will trigger the last one, and then we'll open up things just a little bit more. And the hatchlings coming in as well. It's a good amount of pressure that Foot are applying here, but no signs of takedowns from either side. Firecrow has a super, but not really going to find much use out of it at this stage in the game. And it's really Motep that could be that decision changer. And he's got super now. Will he find Drage? He's right out in the middle. He finds Lenan instead, and that'll be good enough.
Lenan still surviving, healing up now every single time, thanks to Eve just crossing the waters on the left-hand side. For Esports gets the better start, gets the better entry into the mid, and now pushing out. And now once again, they can't get out of that left-hand side little pathway. Pekka marked up by Lenan as well. Firecrow falling low in the right-hand side. Rage doing a fantastic job. His one-shot there gets out of his mecha. Now at the last few seconds, Firecrow multiple one-shot gets swept off their feet. And that's for Esports prolonging in the 5th set.
Well, I said that if they can get that win, they might go all the way, and I hope they don't let me down and make me eat my words, but that was better from Foot. You know, again, I didn't really feel convinced when I saw the Mandy pick coming out. It got some value, but it just isn't that game-changing Brawl that I want to see in that draft, and the bow as well. It just didn't line up, and in all honesty, considering the draft that Nouns had, it didn't actually look as convincing as it maybe should have done on the side of Foot. Sometimes it was getting quite close for comfort, and that Motep versus Semantic 1v1 scenario was honestly so enjoyable to watch. One of my favorite interactions that we've seen so far this season, but you know, for Foot Esports, certainly coming out on top there was crucial. I mean, that could have been it over and done. Now they're giving themselves that bit of a lifeline going to this 5th and final set, but the way that Nouns are playing, I mean, it's a scary thing at the moment.
Definitely is. Now, question is, could they have done a bit better if they didn't have the bow, but instead a Griff or a play that we've been talking about? I agree with you on that one. We already head into the draw for the very last match of this matchup here. Nouns Esports versus Foot Esports. Who can run away as the leader of the board at the moment?
Well, the collect ban was essential because Foot had first pick, and 8-bit, though, as we know, is one of my favorite picks in Safe Zone. I mean, it's a really good, solid start so far. Banning the cool leaders from Foot, you got to do that against Pekka because the man is just an absolute beast when he's got that Cordelius, and it allows Foot to consider the ball. I mean, Nouns really need to pick that up or at least have their own idea of the tankier option. They tend to go for Primo, but for me, this is a screaming out for a ball pick. So I think with Nouns, they've got to pick up Shelly. They've got to have a bit more of a defense mechanism, and they're doing the exact opposite. The Piper is going to get overrun by a lot of these tankier things that Foot can bring to the table here. I mean, they can certainly get a lot of long-range taps and maybe try and keep Foot, you know, on those back lines, but I'm a little bit worried already.
I mean, Foot Esports loves to go with the 8-bit here. That's also why they banned out the Brock. Usually you need to open up the map or go with the Squeak just to get rid of his turret. Now, Colt is going to come in here. I do like that pickup, but I still don't see a tank. I still don't see the bull that Ark was talking about as well here, and I would have loved to see that one. Piper is not going to do it for me here. I would have went maybe with a Bell, just to bounce at least between 8-bit and his turret. With the Colt though, Hypercharge coming in now, is it going to be enough?
I'm not liking this. I mean, there's nothing I enjoy more than watching a cult pop-off moment in esports. That is honestly just so great to watch. But I mean, Nouns are playing a really, really risky game here. Nanny coming in for Foot. I quite like that. Maybe they're considering more of a long-range approach. The Piper is going to be good into the 8-bit, ultimately, until that kind of like plugged-in star power comes down and starts to give more maneuverability. But the Nanny into the Piper, that's a hard counter in itself. And the Colt is just such a high-risk thing that if it wants to try to overthrow things, and there, I mean, it's just kind of so obvious to see. I don't know why Nouns didn't see this one coming. Maybe they did. Maybe they got the Shelly going to be in the back pocket for the 3rd and final pick. But I mean, how can you realistically pick a Colt as your 2nd pick when you know that now, you know, that Foot are looking for that ball pickup? And Lou, I don't mind it. It's going to be okay, but sometimes it's not enough.
I mean, I was about to say, I really want to see something coming out of Nouns Esports now to deal with the bull, because they have to know that Foot Esports is going to go with that pick. So Lou is going to be their answer. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Definitely a good brawler into the bull, and also the 8-bit can be cycling his super pretty quickly. But then the Piper get counted out completely by the Nanny. The Colt, of course, we haven't seen him in a while in esports. Maybe that's for a reason. Maybe Hypercharge did lift him back into the meta. I mean, I would love to see Nouns Esports come win, honestly, but I don't really see it happening.
Well, if Foot loses, Nouns 100% deserve to win. Like, whatever happens next, that's my take on this. And ultimately, it's going to come down to these kind of long-range affairs, in my opinion. If Firecrow can pop off early and just keep then Foot on the back lines the entire time and on the defensive, it's going to work out really well for them. And ultimately, with the way they're breaking up the map so quickly as well, it's going to leave Lenan quite exposed. And, you know, Foot have got to be very, very attuned to that as the strategy here. And if they don't play this right already, they're getting overwhelmed. That shouldn't really be happening.
Without the walls, Lenan can't do as much, and also Drage doesn't have any place to place his turret behind. So maybe the Piper does work out better than we thought. So far, so good for Nouns Esports, running away with the lead here. We do have some percentages also taken away from the save of Nouns Esports, but they're still in a lead, and it's a great one. 10, now 20% already.
Lenan now coming forwards, goes in via Pekka there though, pops the hypercharge and instantly takes him down. Good tells from Drage, we'll get the finalization onto Pekka, but Firecrow is still left standing. There's only 1% in it though, as Semantic was getting so much value, and he is still there. He is literally single-handedly bringing Foot back into this game.
Semantic still standing there at the top right-hand side. They're now trying to go in as well. Motep with a hypercharge, though, immediately gets rid of him. But Esports taking over the lead for now. It's only 9% one, but if they can run away with that one and prolong this 1 minute a bit more, they can get the win over this one. Great shot coming in from Firecrow. More often than not, the Piper seems to work out better than what we thought.
And now it's getting chipped down there, and it just should maybe have gone in just more with hypercharge and try to clear things up, but it's down against Semantic, who's going to use his peep there onto Pekka, who's getting a lot of damage. 1% is all that's left now, and that's going to be it, surely, as one singular pushing from Nouns. We're going to have to take down the safe, and for Esports, after that appalling start, just couldn't get back in the game, and it's once again a match point for Nouns, but it didn't really seem to bother for Esports last time round. They've got a lot of work to do and a lot of catching up. I mean, this comp could absolutely work, but you do have to have a solid start.
For Esports have every chance to still turn things around here. They just need a better start. Firecrow has been tapping at the start of the set. Let's see if they can repeat that one. A more aggressive playstyle now coming out of For Esports. Lenan just running up there, gets taken out in the end, but also close to his super now. Pekka already using the chance to get some sort of damage onto save. Firecrow gets taken out there in the end. That's the pushback for Esports.
And first just kind of leaving Pekka to do so much work. He's still there, and with those gadgets into the safe, it's going to be over more quickly before Foot can even realize it. That was so crucial for Semantic to hit that shot. The people won't necessarily take down Pekka, but it will alleviate a lot of the pressure. But look at the amount of damage that already Nouns have done. You know, now approaching just that final 62%, and For Esports have got to start to get more value now.
The save from For Esports doesn't look too healthy anymore, but they do now, running up very aggressively. Lenan again in a 1v1 gets the takedown onto Pekka in the end there. His two teammates doing some damage onto save, but still Nouns Esports with a great lead here, 20%. It's still in. Firecrow, Pekka, Motep now pushing up in mid here. Firecrow's one shot doesn't get taken out by Lenan. They're just too short.
It's just not working out for Foot here. They're just a bit all over the place, a bit flustered. A lot of low HP. Drage will find a takedown there, but will go down himself. And Semantic still using his peeps on the defensive rather than going on the offensive. And that's what he was doing so well in the previous game. It wasn't quite enough to get the win, but it was bringing things into a much more realistic place. But at the moment, Foot are just not themselves, and they're just really flustered under the amount of pressure that Nouns are placing upon things. Pekka's tapping, Firecrow's tapping, and Motip's got hypercharge now as well. It's just not looking good as we approach 1 minute on the clock. That was a great tap from Drage. If they can get Drage into a spot where he can just place down the damage booster and get Gadget as well and slam those extra credits on the safe, this one can change so quickly, but time is ticking here for Foot.
Drage got a triple kill, finally having a place to place down his turret there on the right-hand side. Definitely a wise choice by For Esports to switch lanes there. Drage with another super already on the way now, trying to play a bit more aggressive to help Lenan on the right-hand side. Semantic getting the takedown on the left side. 30 seconds left, and For Esports is on the run there, trying to get some damage onto save, but Motep and Firecrow still standing there, getting to take down Drage and Semantic both falling. 20 seconds left.
It's over. It really is. Nouns have just absolutely performed this one to perfection now. The continuous taps as first has been on the defensive the entire way through this matchup. 5 seconds, it's not going to be enough. Nouns knows that the spins are out. What a result for Nouns, and they just absolutely nailed it. A really tough comp to make work, but they landed the shots and they just kept Foot on the defensive the entire way through. What a match for them as Nouns go 3-0.
Whew, that was a well-played comp there by Nouns Esports. Definitely the tougher one in their hands, but it did work out in the end. Now, Trev, Did you think Nouns Esports can run away with that last set?
To be fair, I didn't think they were going to win it all, never mind just on that last set. When I saw the comps as well, I kind of felt quite confident for esports, to be honest with you. I mean, Bull into a Lou isn't the best of matchups, right? But when you've got Nani, when you've got a 8-bit on a map like this, you're kind of expecting them to win, especially with how hard it is to hit shots with the Colt and with the Piper. Nouns had to be so consistent, and that's exactly what they were. They just seemed to dominate that so hard.
Nouns remain undefeated in the challenge season so far. After today, the leaderboard really is going to start to take shape. Panic may start to set in for some of these teams. I don't think Foot need to just yet, but having said that, going into that final map, it really did look like it was Foot's to lose. And Ark, you kind of said it yourself, Nouns shouldn't have won that.
Not in my opinion, yeah. I feel like, to be honest, that was a Foot comp that they've made work time and time again. And just Nouns were just attuned to it. They didn't seem too dismayed by it. I think a lot of the drafts here and there, like Foot didn't necessarily read Nouns. And also on the other side of the field, like Nouns didn't always manage to read Foot's drafts either. And there was definitely mistakes on both sides of the field. I mean, when you go to that fifth and final set, anything can happen. And I was kind of convinced that Foot were able to bring it around full circle. But, you know, again, Pekka was popping off. I mean, on that Colt pick, he really was landing the pressure that he had to have over Foot, and Foot just did not seem like they were able to get out of that spawn to go on the offensive enough to make it count. And, you know, again, I said I love nothing more than a Colt pop-off in esports, and Pekka provided that. I mean, he is just the MVP for me on Nouns time and time again. He was insane last week, and I fully expect him to do more greatness tomorrow.
Yeah, something that we didn't even really manage to speak about before this matchup because we dived straight into the draft coming out of those VTs. But I was looking forward to the Pekka versus Lenan clash of titans, and it really did not disappoint. Even coming into the first map, Bounty, Foot managed to turn things around, and actually it was a really nice thing to see that the proof was in the pudding of what Semantic said in the video for Foot Esports of we are really good at changing up our strategies mid-game in order to capitalize. And that's exactly what they did in the Bounty, isn't it, Sonny?
Every single thing they said in the video came true. Also from the side of Nouns Esports, saying time and time again that they focus on studying their opponents and they let Foot Esports take that ball in the last set, having an answer for it. And it worked out perfectly. 2-0 sweep in the end. Definitely very well played by them. Also from Foot Esports, as we said, they learned in the first game how to exactly play against the comp of the opponents, and they managed to turn things around even when it looks like they have been completely dominated by their opponents.
Well, Trav has a clip lined up for us, and I'm very excited to see it. Trav, make your way over to the telestrator, please. Give us all a little bit of a wiggle. We're all extremely excited to see this telestrating at hand.
And I guess
Ark,
knockout?
Ark, what do you reckon it's going to be?
I mean, it's got to be a knockout for me personally, but you know, it's Trav doing it, so you know, I don't really know what to expect at the end of the day, as he's still struggling to get.
As he pokes the screen.
There we go.
He's getting there. He's getting, give him a good chance.
We got to work eventually, and honestly, I don't even know how to do this. Usually, there's things over here, right? I'm not sure what's kind of going on with this, but. Listen, I don't know if this is something that I'm doing wrong, but you know it, I know it. You know the clip we were going to talk through, so if it doesn't appear, then I can just talk about it anyway. I'm feeling like it was meant to be in the bottom side there. I don't know if we're kind of giving it a second chance.
It's okay, Trav. We can come back over to this part of the studio and we can talk about it because we all know what you're going to talk about. And of course, it is Knockout. It is Foot Esports and it is absolute phenomena, isn't it? Trav, why don't you kick us off? What happened, mate?
Sorry, I'm walking in front of you.
Yes, you are. It's fine. Don't worry,
Get that close up.
Give it away for free, Trav.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Well, honestly, obviously, I said you know it, I know it. We know what we're talking about. That knockout was just disgusting from Semantic. The fact that the hatchling tanked for him allowed him to pick up a kill, and then he got that super back and he placed it again. And it tanked another couple of shots and he managed to get the kill. Everything just lined up perfectly for him. It was either the most calculated play I've ever seen or the most lucky play I've ever seen in terms of like when his super was being charged. But overall, it was just a really, really beautiful play.
I feel like if we ask Semantic, he's going to say, it was definitely planned. Oh, of course, don't worry about it. But that's it for Foot versus Nouns Esports. What a phenomenal start to the beginning of day number 3 of our competition in the challenge season. And very, very shortly, we're going to have a clash of possibly an unstoppable force meeting maybe an immovable object. We'll speak more about it after this quick break.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Nouns Esports are yet to drop a series and remain firmly in the driver's seat. But now we turn our attention to a story that nobody anticipated, arguably the favourites coming into the challenge season, and they are hanging in by just a thread, having lost the first two series. This is now or never for SK Gaming, and they're going to be going up against an undefeated Humble. Sunny, what are your initial thoughts?
I mean, honestly, I don't know what's going on in the rows of SK Gaming at the moment. Coming out with a win of the LCQ, winning also the KZ Cup just a week ago. So definitely looking very strong at the moment, but now not doing their best in the first two match days against Humble that have won their first match days. Humble alongside Nouns, and for the esports looking the best so far in the season. Definitely a tough opponent for SK Gaming today.
Yeah, Trav, SK's head cheerleader. Is this where we see the real SK? What are your thoughts? I mean, we've had them in high-pressure situations before, like I've witnessed it myself, MSI, you know, against Tribe at DreamHack, like, and they absolutely dominated, but this is kind of a different SK, it seems. You know, where do they turn?
I mean, this is the thing, I'm both teams' head cheerleader, I think, at this point, because I've been cheering for Humble as much as I have SK, to be honest. And it's an LCQ rematch. We saw SK absolutely dominate them on the big stage, or the biggest stage both these teams have played on this year. But Humble just always play better online, and I think that's a big thing. I think SK are kind of the opposite. They've been playing, well, they played perfectly at LCQ, and that's why we kind of thought they were the favourites coming into the challenge season this time around. But Chaos, Yoshiopi, and obviously Pedro being the coach, just haven't really brought that same fire that they had throughout the last couple of months of BSC into the SPS. And personally, I mean, I've kind of got Humble here.
I mean, Humble have been playing so well, haven't they? That's the thing. I mean, one thing I will say, though, is that like, this year, Humble have lost every game to SK. Every time they faced, SK always won, and like that is going to be on their minds today for sure. I mean, it's going to be a very trying time. I feel like if Humble get the win here today, then they can absolutely go through and storm the rest of their season. SK have always been that thorn in their side, like you say, Trevor. It's that rematch from LCQ, and you know, SK, to be honest, always look better on LAN. Like I said, they really do. But at the moment, the way that Humble are playing, when you look back at their scorelines from the last season, the matches that they lost were always to a 2-3 scoreline. It always went to the 5th and final set with every team that we've got in Season 4 Challenge. So in that regard, I feel like Humble have got themselves into a spot where they are now just creeping over that cusp. And that excites me greatly. But I do feel like SK will look back at last week's performance and look and realize that it's not what they need to do. They are, for me, such a strong team, and I'm thinking that SK will take it 3-2.
Ooh, okay. Well, we've already spoken about this. Travis said that Humble just play really well online, but do you feel like there's another secret to it? What have we been witnessing over the past week? What do you feel like Humble have that they don't?
I think Humble have no fear right now. You know, I think when you're an established team like SK, you've got a lot of expectations, a lot of organization expectations as well. And with the amount of adaptations that they've had along the way this year, so many roster changes and uncertainty as well, certainly the LCQ was a big lift for them. So we expected them to come in really out of the gate swinging into Season 4, and that wasn't the case. So now the pressure is mounting even more so against them. But I think they've had time to reflect, time to kind of get themselves stuck into the new meta as the hypercharged brawlers are now in players. We know IKAOS was quite vocal about that on Twitter, saying that was something of a concern for him to have to learn so many different kind of ideas and then not settle on one. Well, now we are settled on one. There's only one brawler's out of the mix, and every hypercharge is available bar that one. So if SK lose today, they've got no excuse.
I also enjoy how firmly you are holding the frame of shame right now, because you unfortunately got your predictions wrong in that last match. Wrong. No, I'm not going to lay it on you.
Could have been any scoreline.
Sonny was extremely excited because you actually came out victorious. You've knocked Trav off of his stoop up top, so congratulations. He does. He has a little perch that we put him on up there when he's not playing. You'd think he'd sit here, but no, he doesn't. So speaking of hypercharge, obviously we've got all these additional brawlers. People are being vocal about it online as well. Do you feel like this is going to be where people are forced to make mistakes, or do you feel like SK might thrive here, being, you know, one of those very experienced teams?
Well, again, it comes down to how well have you studied your opponents, and this KR want to do that usually. Now, Humble has been playing against two teams that like to play very aggressively, Reply Totem and also Vien. Now, SK Gaming is more on the passive side. Maybe that doesn't suit them as well. Maybe they don't really know how to counter a team that likes to play very just in general defensive brawlers. So let's see what's gonna happen next. Because my guessing rate so far is on 100%. I'm not gonna guess the same thing as Ark. I'm gonna say SK Gaming is taking this one 3-2.
3-2 to SK Gaming. What did you say, Ark?
3-2 to SK Gaming.
Oh, you can't do the same.
Okay, I'm gonna say 3-2 Humble. I just don't want to say
Humble. 3-2 SK. Go on, Trav. What about you?
I'm gonna go 3-1 Humble.
3-1 Humble.
Okay.
Right, Sonny, take us through the opening draft before I throw these guys out of the studio.
Last up, obviously a map you want to play something that can scout the bushes on the left and right hand side. With the Nani pick now coming out of Humble already, a good gem carrier pick there. Otis just to scan the bushes. Colette and 8-Bit on the side of SK, just so much HP. I wonder if Anani is going to be enough for them to counter that one.
Ooh, and with that being said, Trav, Ark, please be upstanding, hold hands and walk your way out.
I would hold your hand.
I'm not holding his hand. No,
another frame
I'm making sure my audio packs don't fall off. That's my excuse.
Take it away, guys.
After last week, I'm not holding your hand. You told me I was cosplaying a moron. Yeah, I remember it. It cut me quite deep. But, you know, I thought, maybe I misspoke, but I was thinking 3-2 in favor of SK because that was the scoreline which they had over Humble in Season 3. And, you know, it was always a very close affair with these two teams regardless in pretty much all their matchups. But, you know, for SK, they are a team which they do take those defeats quite heavy to heart. And, again, that pressure mounting, I imagine, in the backside of things, then they're going to come out the gates, I feel, swinging this time around. But the way that Humble have been playing as well, I think that they've got a really solid chance of it going either way. But the Piper ban, the Shelly ban, the Gale ban, you know, I mean, SK are very quick to pick up that Colette. I mean, we haven't really seen much of her today, and I kind of wonder why, because for me, she's never been in a better place.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the kind of pick to just kind of account for tanks, Rosa especially on this map. You know, we were discussing it before the show. Last stop, it's got a lot of bushes on those lanes, which means Rosa might be quite good. But obviously Colette to kind of account for that first, and then they're going to pick Bull towards the end on the side of Humble here. I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily want to play a Bull into a Colette, but obviously once you get that super, once you get that hypercharge, if you get the hypercharge, obviously it's going to be a pretty tough matchup for him. Then it's going to be pretty solid. You can get close to that Colette and deal with it nicely, but it's getting to that point that's the issue.
Well, immediately, a nice fat splatter there from Tomsy on the left-hand side, just keeping iChaos suppressed. And he's on the left-hand side, but 3 consecutive taps there. Really great start for iChaos, but immediately moving over to the right-hand side. I think that's the wise call. And Yoshi pick up the scraps there, 2 versus 2 now, but it's a very explosive start from both sides. But SK just had that little bit of an edge. But 4 gems immediately in the pocket, now 5. And Humble are a bit slow to the party, it seems.
Great shot from Tomsy there, but that fat splatter did actually get bounced back. Chaos is going to be quite low, but obviously Luki not able to get that killing blow just yet. Turret set up now for Yoshi as well, plugged in, going to make him a bit faster whilst he's in this radius. So we'll see if this left to right matchup between these two teams goes the way of SK anymore, because it's 6-0 or 6-1 so far as another gem spawns on the side of Humble. And Otis going to move over. In comes that hypercharge from Filippo, going to eat a lot of shots, but at the same time, they just saved their ammo for when he ended that super, and that's going to be a big thing for him. Chaos got another super here as well. Return to sender actually kills him, but the Spirit almost takes Luki out, and SK keeping control.
I mean, that was almost an incredible interaction. I'm surprised that Luki survived that, but if he went down, what a gadget! OPE coming in clutch on the left-hand side, and as quickly as that, the gems are dropped and SK is storming it down the lines. There'll be a couple of seconds for Humble to try to get the reset, but it has to be a solid reset, either OPE or Yoshi, and Thomas is already low HP as Chaos doing a wonderful job in the mid, just balancing his time between everyone. But look at this, a timed super to perfection. SK take the game.
I mean, OP played that perfectly towards the end there, saved that super and pretty much stopped all damage coming through that little choke point that they were in on the left-hand side. I mean, it was beautiful from Chaos as well, just defending it out, using that Colette to stop that peep in its tracks so it couldn't TP or, get any damage towards those defending brawlers. So nice plays from SK Gaming in that first one. Seemed like they were pretty dominant all in all across the entire game. But we'll see if these early matchups go any differently, because I feel like they should be dominating this left-hand side. We obviously did see a double up from SK over there in the first, but this time it seems like Humble have got it under wraps.
Yeah, Chaos has also found Filippo, pops the gadget, but good jukes won't give him any healing value just yet. Now though with the super, he'll have that to work with as OP goes straight into the arms of Tom's in the left, and Tom's with that mute as well is going to probably place it and then put OP into a tough spot. He's actually forcing him to the right, and Filippo actually gets some value. In the meanwhile, SK are really clustered here. They're one tap away from getting Filippo. Now they've cleared that right-hand side, is looking better, but at the moment, it is very close.
Yeah, well, Humble definitely playing this one a lot better than they were in the last, but Hypercharge available from the Colette. Same for the Bull, however, and Bull actually got that super, but Hypercharge popped midway through, saving it a little bit more, and Yoshi very low, can't really do a lot about this. And Humble continue their aggression throughout this mid. Return to Sender is going to take Chaos down and allow Luki surely to be able to pick up another couple of gems from mid here, but Ope just slotting there, making sure he can't, because they don't want this lead to extend in anymore.
Yoshi there with a nice pick up on Tomsy, and again, Yoshi on the 8-bit gives me a lot of faith as the hypercharge pop there from Chaos, and an instant takedown again as the pressure really is mounting against Humble in this moment in time. They've got 6 gems to their advantage, but nonetheless, SK look just a bit more comfortable in this scenario. Filippo goes in a bit overly aggressive for me on that right-hand side, and he is taken care of. It's now a 3 versus 1. Everyone on SK is starting to do their bit on this game. They've been a bit slow to the start, but now starting to thrive. Hypercharge, though, for Filippo could be a problem here, as he then gets the takedown as well onto Chaos, making that 3 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Chaos is going to waste his super like that. Mute onto OP there, and that's going to be 2 gems dropped. Yoshi goes to the TP back. Filippo didn't really account for that, but Chaos taking some good damage there. Pretty much even now, it's 1 gem in the lead for SK Gaming. Chaos gets hit hard and pushed all the way back to spawn. Peep available from Luki, but he doesn't want to use it when he's not healthy. Gets brought even lower. Hypercharge pop once more from Chaos. He gets the kill. Filippo doesn't have his, and Chaos going to get another with that Spirit following in behind him. Filippo the only one remaining, and this is just not going to be a possibility for him. No Hypercharge to tank the damage, and all he can do is just stand and watch as SK take the first set.
Wonderful stuff. I mean, Chaos really did pop off that set for me. I mean, every shot landing is worth, and I mean, again, I don't know why Colette's been such a slow brawler to come into the draft today, because I feel like in terms of Hypercharge, she's got one of the strongest, and you saw, almost twice in that set, he got a kill with the Spirit after he'd already gone down, beyond the grave. I mean, kind of ridiculous when you think about it. But one, he was able to achieve, the second almost achieved, and I mean, that's the thing, if you're able to still get the takedown when you've gone down yourself, I mean, that tells me something. I think Filippo did a nice job with the ball, but I think that was a great TP from Yoshi, and as soon as you think about SK for me, you think of 8-bit. They've been using it so much, and Yoshi specifically, they use it a lot in Heist, a lot in every map that they can really bring it into, and I think the draft there for me was just much better rounded on the side of SK.
And that's the thing, I feel like Filippo should be taking into account that TP a lot more, you know, as a player of his caliber playing at this level. You kind of got to know that he's got TPs left that can just get out of that situation as soon as you go towards it. That's what I mean, like 4 gadgets available to be TPing away, and I feel like they've just got to hold that hypercharge. They're only pretty much going to get like a max of 2 per game. You've got to hold off and use it at the right moment, because using it at a moment like that just did not pay off for him whatsoever.
You have to pinch with your team and have that communication. That's where we saw Humble just lacking a little bit for me. But again, a chance to reset, and they really surprised me last week, Humble. I know I kind of like keep doing my predictions against them. Guys, I'm sorry. If you're watching the VOD, you know, don't shoot me. I'm just a caster. But, you know, these are the moments where a team like SK can start to overthrow this kind of level of win streak which they're achieving so far. I mean, these early starts can make teams potentially crumble, especially when they're lacking a little bit more so on the experience side. You know, a lot of those more experienced teams can get to those later stages and still turn things around and, you know, fight against all odds. We saw it earlier today almost with EUR Esports, but, you know, it wasn't quite the case for them. For SK, that's the best start they can hope for. And these are the trying times when it comes down to these drafts, getting things right on a new meta. And again, like I said, you know, Chaos did call it out and said that, you know, learning different metas was a troublesome thing for the squad. Well, today, it looks much better. The bans are in for Canal Grundy, the Eve, the Cadelius, and the Shelly. For SK, for Humble, the Carl, the Barley, and the Mortis, which is quite an interesting thing. I mean, the Mortis ban here, definitely not for me a crazy outlandish idea, because actually you can do a lot of work on Canal Grundy with a Mortis. First pick in for Squeak, for Humble, and you can't really go much wrong with that.
No, I mean, Squeak's really, really solid. You know, he's going to have 4 of those sticky residues as well. Obviously, they did get reduced how long they last on the map for, but if you've got 4 of them, it kind of brings it back up to the same level as before, and you can space them out a bit more and pick the opportune moment just a few more times in there as well. So I do like that Squeak, as you say. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. So it should be over to SK for the next 2 picks. They're going to take a Grey, TP in. I mean, you can't complain at that either. It's another one of those brawls that's just there, setting up the TPs as well for a possible tank a bit further down the line, especially with that Shelly band. It definitely opens up some more room for tanks.
I mean, Dynamite here is interesting because that is a Humble pick and a half.
Chaos
I mean, that's
pick.
a Lukey pick, and that's just literally SK saying, we're taking it away from them.
Yeah, but it's a Chaos pick as well, though. Like, in my eyes, I relate Dyna more to Chaos than I do to Lukey. Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Yeah, that's my mind at least.
Fair enough. I mean, both sides play it equally as well, as far as I'm concerned, but I think it's a good time to bring it in. I think it's a bit risky to go in with the Rosa. There's still so much that you can do on the side of Humble to counter that. So it could be like a third and final idea there for Humble, for SK, as they approach there with the Willow, which is definitely going to be great. The poison in the bush is obviously always a good thing, but, you know, ultimately, that's what we kind of saw against the Rosa in the Nouns foot matchup. It can just deflate a lot of that aggression, that pressure on those side lanes. So I don't mind it. It's just not my favorite. Maybe I just like those kind of bigger interactions, and, you know, Will is a bit more of that safe kind of deflation of pressure, but I don't know, we'll see what they want to round this off with. But certainly, I feel like, you know, if they want to leave things open to a tank, it could be costly if SK wanted. Okay, I think that's a good shout. I don't mind Daryl here, but it's not my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, they had to kind of account for a tank somehow, whether that was taking a tank of their own or, you know, playing something different, because Squeak and Willow really haven't got that much damage. And as you said, you can still deflate a push by using that Willow super, moving them out of the way, but it's a temporary solution. They're just going to come back even stronger once they've kind of re-established themselves. So, I mean, SK, I still feel like there's a possibility of bringing down a tank, Rose or something like that. Obviously, very, very strong hit. Daryl can do a lot of damage when rolling onto it. But yeah, I mean, they have got the opportunity of a few brawlers now, even Colette still in the mix as well, and we've seen it working so well. There's a Rosa. Obviously, if Daryl's going to roll directly onto it, it's going to be all right. But at the same time, if Rosa's got a super, got that slow with the hypercharge, it can be quite difficult as well.
Unfriendly bushes, you know, getting that stun out the way as well. It's even for me be like a Rosa, a Lou, a Colette, or, you know, something to counteract the Daryl. But I think the Rosa makes a lot of sense. You know, just kind of have that interaction there. But hypercharge on the Rosa, you know, it's just going to help SK so much go on the offensive, and I don't know whether, you know, Humble have really got the best answer for it. I mean, sure, the Willow can just kind of mind control it and take it away, but it's not going to take it away for long. As you mentioned before as well, the Daryl is going to have an okay kind of matchup, but I think just the way that Rosa is in her current state, she was strong before Hypercharge, and now with Hypercharge, she's even better. Having that additional slow radius when they do pop the Hypercharge for OPE can certainly bring in an abundance of kills if timed correctly.
Yeah, I can definitely see this going SK's way as well, but Filippo going to pick up that early blue star there. OP taking some fire early on as well, but not a residue just yet. They're just taking the star and running with it as far as they can, but it's actually going to be building up some bushes and not being unfriendly as I'm sure we thought they were going to be. But now in comes the stun, hits Tomsy there perfectly, TP away, but Chaos not in the best of spots, throws super towards Willow, trying to take him by surprise. Now diving down, might survive this as well. OP's going to pop super though, can't get out of that surely. Even with the shield, Filippo picks him up. Little walking cane towards as well, but I feel like that's put him in a worse spot than he was before.
Yeah, I know that connection as well to Yoshi. Oh, just getting that clutch heal to the right-hand side. Leaves them on 850, but most importantly, out of harm's way. As OP is lurking on the right-hand side as Humble are trying to seek and destroy him. But I do worry a bit that his position might leave him a bit vulnerable, and it is. Felipe will roll in, pick that one up nicely, and certainly SK that are struggling to get really in this game so far. 10 stars only. 4 stars only to SK, 10 to Humble and that blue. And at the moment, those bushes now on the on the left-hand side, completely destroyed. OP falls as well, and this is going to add more stars to the tally.
Yeah, I mean, this is 12-4 now, and Rose are going to have to try and make up some ground as well. Has this hypercharge, but actually doesn't have a super, which is a bit of an issue. Super comes down once more. Doesn't make any connections this time, but still, a bit of a thrower battle over the left-hand side. Just a bit of a stalemate over there, and now Chaos trying to find Filippo, but he's got those 4 stars. Tomsy the same as well, and that could flip the game on its head if both of them do get taken out. Walking Cane now, but not connecting at all, and even if it did, it's breaking up Rose's bushes. Still no super to be seen for OP, and he's going to need it eventually starting to make some ground.
You know, a gadget's even for OP, so we can't really build up his way forwards. Yoshi there popping the gadget. We'll get a bit of a connection to Luki and trickle him down to 960, but no finish. And that's the problem. With 10 seconds on the clock, it's going to take a miracle for SK here. OP goes in hypercharged to hand with the mind control. Perfectly timed there as well. He didn't take down his own teammate in the process, and that's the problem. Humble have just got an answer for everything. I'm coming around to this Willow pick a little bit more, actually, now that I'm just kind of seeing it be a bit more consistent. You know, you can't really sit on those hypercharged moments and just hope to get one in the final seconds anymore. If a Willow is there, it's your insurance policy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're going to be coming off max HP on that. I feel like SK just had to go in a little bit earlier, and obviously they only have that hypercharge once. Rosa really did absolutely nothing except for feed a load of stars throughout the game, and that's something that needs to be fixed. Got to be more careful about the positioning, but at the same time, he needs his super, he needs his hypercharge to make any moves. There he is, he's slowed again thanks to that sticky residue. OP going to turn around, try and get the kill, but actually get it taken out himself. Good trade there. Filippo walking caned in, breaking down some of those bushes that Rosa so desperately needs.
Yeah, not the best of starts at all for SK, just the 2 stars. 6 for Humble and the blue. As Chaos just trying to find the connections onto Tomsy, but Tomsy doing a good job of just juking his way around. Gadget pop again from Yoshi, and that just kind of displays that the readiness of Humble to evade it. On the left-hand side as well, OP is struggling to stay alive here, but now with the pop of the shield, might have a better chance, better odds. He'll come out on top, in fact, give SK the lead as well. And Chaos just playing a very risky game here. Gonna get some connections onto Tomsy, as Tomsy does pop a gadget on the right-hand side. How's Chaos still alive? He goes down eventually, but that puts Humble back in the lead.
The question was, how's Tomsy still alive in that position as well? OP's going to have his super now as well. Not even going to use this hypercharge to try and get Tomsy. I feel that was a massive waste of super there. Didn't really do too much. Eventually getting in range, but it provided a lot of control back over to Humble. Walking Cane was there, but the dive down was as well to avoid it. Beautiful from him. And no super from OP. Can't be far off though, as he's surely got a bit of a cycle off Tomsy coming out the end of that super. So still got this hypercharge in the dangerous spot. But Luki's got that defensive measure for it.
That's the thing. I'm sure Humble have communicated it effectively, and you know, there's not really much that OP can do to take them by surprise in that regard. Yoshi as well, going to be using these bushes on the left-hand side, but realistically, that's where you want OPE to be, ready to be able to work his way forwards, and there's not really much that SK can do now. It's just try to buy some time towards overtime, and towards the final seconds, rather. 8 stars still with Humble, as they only need one singular takedown with the blue in their favor. Let's see now what will happen, as OP is, again, just playing a bit of a risky game. Big bomb going out from Chaos, won't really find much as the dive down's there. Thompson in the bottom of the map is pushing them to right-hand side here. A rolling for Felipe, not the best of things, but 3 seconds on the clock. Good timing for OP, because SK more in the lead, and they do take it.
I mean, SK managed to hold on in the end, but it got quite close. Definitely a bit of a tussle over that over the right-hand side, whilst Tomsy was just doing such a good job of flanking around, pushing him all the way back into that corner, but the synergy just wasn't there to time it right and get the takedowns in. So SK Gaming do take this one, and now it's a big point for both of these teams. 2-0 to SK Gaming, or it's going to be 1-1, and Humble can start to claw this back.
Very tense for both sides. A nice connection there with the walking cane from Yoshi. The right-hand side, Felipe comes out on top over OPE, and that's definitely the start that Humble were looking for. Just the blue star, but handed over straight away to Filippo for SK. It's a starting hand, but let's see on the right-hand side, it's 2v1 here, and OP surely can't come out on top, can he? He's going to pop a shield, and he's going to go down just as quickly, and that's not a good start at all for SK. They're already bleeding stars, and we've only just started.
I mean, Filippo's just slapping a massive no-you down onto OP here. Might be able to slow people down with your hypercharge, but I can do it with my gadget, and it's a lot easier to do that. Super's going to connect as well. Sadly, no slow. Sad to not see that coming in here, as Tomsy would have got quite a bit of value off it. Filippo now has this roll. We've got the mind control from Luki as well, and this is not the best of spots for SK Gaming. They're going to have to cross this midpoint at some point in the game, and that's going to be a risky spot for them to be in.
Yeah, it's going to require 2 takedowns for Eski just to be able to have the lead here, and that's definitely a big ask, because Humble have been very reluctant to give them much wiggle work along the way. Chaos is not really finding the value that we come to expect from him on that Dynamite pick, but let's see now as OP again just trying to creep his way forwards, but you know, always with that Rosa pick, it just feels like Humble are really prepared for it, I'm sure, in their scrims, just working with it a lot. Look at the amount of pressure Tomsy is dealing here, just landing shot after shot, a lovely sticky residue as well. It's just alleviating so much pressure. Chaos is 1 tap away from going down here, somehow surviving until that connection. Beautiful stuff. Humble are tearing this one apart.
Well, there's a kill though, and this could still be a good spot for SK. We need a pinch in from Yoshi here. He needs another TP, but he did just use it defensively. All 3 members of Humble on this right-hand side. Chaos going to get hit with the super as well. But the stun's there on the man with 5 stars. Tomsy steps out of line. The big bomb to deflate the push as well, but he's still got his roll. Luki's coming in, but he gets stunned as well. All down to Filippo to make the move over the water. Coming in, but taken down as well. And SK going to take set number 2. And what a turnaround it was.
That was beautiful, absolutely beautiful from SK. The pinpoint precision to land the mark against so much pressure, because Humble, I mean, at one point, SK hadn't even got off the mark. They hadn't got a singular takedown, and it just looked like it was just a done game for me. Humble were just having the best of starts. And for SK to be able to look at that in the face, down the barrel, and say no, I mean, that says a great deal for me. And, you know, Humble have got to be scratching their heads a bit after that round.
This is the issue, you know, all it takes is one play, and Tomsy stepping the tiniest bit out of line to be stunned there is not what Humble needed whatsoever. He said, I say it pretty much at every 1-0 situation when it's 1-1 in this second set as well. It all comes down to this, because, you know, you start to get past that point of no return. 2-0, you've got to win 3 in a row, and against an opponent like SK Gaming, who notoriously, as you mentioned, just before we got into the game, have so many wins against Humble. You can't be 2-0 down, you've got to even that out and not step out of line.
It's been a win that Humble have been chasing all year long, and they just don't seem to find it necessarily against SK's, whether it lies within the draft or just SK's ability to handle the situation. We see it quite a lot with teams across the board. There's always that one that is the thorn in their side. For me, last season, it was, you know, Zeta versus EUR&MENA Esporting, and it always has felt this year like it's always SK versus Humble in that regard as well. And, you know, for me, I really hope that Humble do start to fight back a bit more. I think they definitely had a good, solid comp to work it in that set. The question is now is like being behind, you know, when you're down in these sets, so how deep you have to dig to get yourself mentally out of that kind of rut. It's not an easy thing at all, and so it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of this matchup. Those teams that have got the most experience tend to do so better, and it's going to be a trying time now for Humble to demonstrate that they are in that place, that they have gravitated towards being that top tier team in the EMEA region. You know, it's not going to be easy now, but they've got to dig deep and get a solid draft. And going into Brawl Ball, I mean, that's an SK mode as well. So, you know, they're not going to be giving it to them easy at all. The bans for SK being Willow, Dynamite, and Barley, no throwers for them. They do not want to deal with that, and I think that's wise because Humble are very good in that regard. For Humble, the Mortis to Barley and the Willow as well, thinking similar kind of things. It's going to open up the Brawler pool a little bit as well. There's a lot of duplicate bans there. First draft for SK being Nita. It's a very safe pick to start things off, and with the pet power sort of, you know, gear being buffed up, it's certainly looking in a much more menacing place.
Yeah, well, Spike going to be the return pick from Humble, obviously with the hypercharge now, does throw it a bit more back into the meta than it was previously, and I think it's a pretty solid pick from Humble overall, very versatile. You know, it can play against tanks, it can play against mid-range, but, you know, you've got to choose your moment, especially with a lot of these throwers banned out as well. Kind of, it's lined it up perfectly for Humble. You know, they banned a couple of throws themselves. SK going to clean off one of the other ones, and I think it's a pretty solid pick. Same with Shelly as well. Struggles against throwers, so when they're not there, she's going to thrive.
Yeah, I quite like the Shelly. I mean, you can't not like the Shelly, right? But the Spike, yeah, I mean, it's kind of very much valued more so across the pond in other areas and other regions. For me, LATAM specifically, they will pick Spike first pick. Not necessarily so much in the EU and MENA region, but, you know, again, with a hypercharge, you can't really be in a bad spot with it, combining with the Shelly. They're definitely kind of having that preparation in place for potential tanks, but as seemingly are SK with the B pick, which I think, you know, for me, really is going to cater well towards SK's playstyle. They like to stretch things out, take things to overtime. A B in overtime is certainly going to be that deterrent of a tank if Humble want to consider it in their third and final pick. Maybe now they're not doing that. But, you know, for me, I think something of a bit more of an aggressive approach for SK, like a bit of a tankier regard, and just try to avoid the Shelly wouldn't be the worst of things. They might just try to avoid it entirely, which, you know, again, is a bit more of a safer approach. But they have got 2 sets ahead. You know, if they want to go with a risk, now's kind of not a bad time to do it.
It's going to be the Sandy, and I do kind of like that as well, actually. Obviously, with SK's playstyle, as you mentioned, throw that ball in the corner once you got the lead and protect it. And I think B's a very good shout for that. Same with Nita. All these brawlers that can kind of just slow people down, stun them. Bear can deflate a lot of that pressure as well. And you mentioned a tank. I wouldn't really be a fan of it, especially running into the Spike and Shelly. I think that's a bit too much for SK to go for. And obviously, we've seen how well Sandy shuts down that bull. So it's a really good preventive measure. Get the stun in whilst it's coming towards you, and it takes a lot of that pressure off. So they're going to have to kind of adapt, go for something different, take a max. And I don't think this is the best comp synergy there is, really. Yes, if you speed up a Shelly, it's going to be doing a lot, but surely she's going to be doing that herself with that hypercharge.
Yeah, where's your head at? Do SK now sweep this one, or is this where Humble can bring this back? Because, I mean, comp-wise, like I said, I mean, I kind of agree. I like the brawlers, but kind of like each on their own. I don't know how this kind of works necessarily, but I mean, certainly it's going to be quite an aggressive idea that if SK don't really have that defensive measure for, can be overthrown. But I think this is where maybe Humble might bring this one back. I mean, it depends on how they approach it. Certainly, I think with the Sandy, it's going to be really tough. When that Sandstorm goes down, it's going to deflate so much of that pressure and just allow SK to have a really nice amount of pressure going forwards. Already, though, Chaos has used a stun gadget there. Felipe's 1 HP. Pretty much there on the 200 side, but it's Esker that's pushing this right-hand side. Thomas is all alone, and Felipe's just way out of position here.
Yoshi cleaned him up now, and it's 2v1 down this goal, but good pushback from Filippo there, perfectly timed. Chaos already got that super, might hold on to it, wait for his teammates to get a bit of health back, get back in the mix from that spawn. And now we're going to throw it on this right-hand side, scout out Filippo, not allowing him to fly under the radar down in those bushes. Now Chaos pushing forward, looking for a bit of a cycle, got a couple of shots in there, and another one to Filippo as well, so can't be maybe 3 shots off another cycle. And OP's got this slow, got this big shot as well coming around this side, so a good time speed from Luki there, and a hypercharge from Filippo's going to do a lot of work.
Oh, Felipe's playing a great game. I mean, to land that... Oh, actually gets it! I thought he was going to be off the line! Beautiful stuff there, and a calculated trick shot of that. And as SK take the lead.
I mean, that was beautiful from OP. Flashy play there with a trick shot and 3K to his face. Couldn't do anything about that, but Filippo now having something to say about it. Coming down this left-hand side, Chaos throwing down the super, allowing him to remain in 2 shots. Band-Aid pops at the worst time for him possible, but he's still going to die to the Sandstorm, and that means it's a 2v2, and I like SK's position a bit more.
They're looking very, very good, but Tomsy there gets a lovely connection to Yoshi. Just going to leave it and just try to push their way forward just a little bit and have that respawn in with the Shelly to do its thing. But Luki goes in, gets the actual trade-off there. Below HP, can he get the speed going in? They're going to play it a bit slow. OP gets a shot phase shift going in. He's the last surviving man, and Humble tied up.
It was nice from Humble, almost a very good defense from the flashy man himself, OP. This game's been perfect, but Hypercharge comes down, max speed along with it as well. Sandstorm to say no to that, though. Chaos gets taken down. Tomsy's going to go for the pass through, but OP's coming in to clean up shop on this left-hand side. Gets 2, and now it's just Shelly remaining. But that Sandstorm using the defensive positions not going to help them out in overtime. They're going to want to try and get them before it kicks in.
OP finds that as well onto Filippo and actually continues to follow up at maximum range. Now there, Luki with the speed, just going to try to deflate this and place some pressure onto Yoshi with the help of Tom's in that left-hand side. But again, OP is absolutely tapping on this B pick. He's so dangerous and calculated in his approach, slow and steady. Now as we approach the 10-second mark, and SK just getting themselves hunkered up. And for me, Humble have got to fight back a bit more aggressively at this moment in time, because if SK get themselves into this spot going into these final moments, it's going to be a goal. A nice stuff from Chaos, and just the next time he finds the angle. That was exactly what I'm talking about. And as quickly as that, SK move on to match point.
I mean, it's match point, but it doesn't feel anywhere near that. This feels like a 3-2 caliber game between these two rosters, but SK just keep on taking the games that matter, putting themselves on match point now, and 2 beautiful goals from 2 different members of SK Gaming. OP with the trick shot and 3K to the face, and a great time, Sweet Dreams there, coming in from iChaos to be able to get that second.
Some fantastic plays. Honestly, SK are doing so well, but Humble can start to turn this one around. We saw some great promise in that last game, and that's 2 takedowns already. As all 3 members of Humble are still standing, but it's these defenses that have just been absolutely on point for SK time and time again. If Chaos gets a Sandstorm, which he has now, it might help tremendously so with this. But Filippo gets super as well. That's going to be an immediate goal for Humble, but they haven't really done much. They've had to kind of leave themselves and go back as a result of that Sandstorm. They just can't take the risk.
Well, OP going to pop this Rattled Hive again, get the slow off. Not going to get any connections there, though. Eventually one on Filippo from that Rattled Hive, but Yoshi in a good position. Now going to get pinched in, though. Trying to take this 1v1 against Tomsy rather than get pinched is going to be a difficult thing for him. IKEO's going to put Filippo to sleep, but the Band-Aid pops at the perfect time again. Now Clay Pigeon, and he should be able to clean up on the backside as well. OP's low. We're going to see Lukey come in, but OP doesn't get that connecting shot, and that should be a goal. The break comes in. 50, and Chaos saves it. The wall's broken. It opened up even more, and still the defense stands for SK.
Humble, really for me, they should have landed that. I feel it's a bit of a tough one to call, a tough angle, but normally you are kicking the ball forwards and then supering behind it. But again, coming for the spawn for SK, the invincibility was there. Super pass from OP, not sure that was intentional, but maybe just wanted to get it out of harm's way as quickly as possible. But at the moment, Humble are in the best of spots. The hypercharge super from Tomsy to perfection is going to alleviate so much pressure, but no, you can't do that, Tomsy! You had the entirety of the goal to land the shot, and you chose the one pixel when there was a man standing. Filippo finally finishes it off, but oh my word, Humble are really scraping the barrel here.
And it wasn't even far off another save off the line either. We saw Yoshi respawn in there. Going to see the bear coming in now, and going to use that faux fur to tank quite a lot of this damage. OP coming in behind him, slow there as well. Going to get the connection, but not find any follow-ups. Clay Pigeon being used from Filippo, but Yoshi has this wall peek. The Nita is so good at that, and it's not the best of positions for Humble now. Another bear too, but he might want to save it for overtime. The Sweet Dream's still there, timed there. They get the kills, save the bear, and Chaos cannot be far off another shot. Oh, that was so risky from OPE there. Filippo had super, and he did almost defend that.
SK bring in to an overtime scenario here, and this is a great time for speed from Luca. They've got to start to push the ball forwards. Tomsy there popping the hypercharge, leaves side Chaos so low, and there's no time for a sandstorm now, nor with that takedown. Yoshi and OP, though, will defend it and just about get themselves in that sandstorm, and that's exactly what SK needed in just the nick of time. But it's now 3 versus 2 as Chaos comes back and joins the mix. But I feel like this might cater towards Humble, especially if Luke can get some speed and they can just continue to aggress this scenario.
And it's an OP carry or bust for SK Gaming here. Gets the slow, gets the 3K as well. Now, some pressure starting to come back for SK Gaming, but Hypercharge ready and waiting for Filippo. Wants to try and pop this at the best moment to get the speed boost from it. Tomsy can't be far off either, does have a super in hand too, but SK wanting to play for the draw, ball in the corner, no surprise there from them, but who can blame them at this point? Now, they're starting to get some kills and might want to push this ball out. Chaos starting to reach for it. The shots hit, but only 13 seconds on the clock, and it looks like they're going to play for the draw regardless of this pressure coming back into their hands. SK leaving the ball and keeping it on match point.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the wise approach. Is it necessarily the most exciting for us? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, we're going to play out another game, so for me, that's going to be more action still to come regardless. I think SK have always been that calculated team where it's like they will do the most calculated approach for what's at hand. I mean, you know, it's not necessarily in that instance for them the worst of scenarios to do because, I mean, Humble were in a very aggressive spot. I mean, it could have certainly gone the other way, and SK really just want to tie this up in a sweep. You can't really blame them.
Yeah, you really can't. 3K can be missed there. Oh, more than 3K now, I guess. Need to get that vocabulary out of my mind. Filippo pushing forwards. Surely Band-Aid should come in clutch in a second. But not going to pop off yet, and now this is a tough spot for them to be in. Filippo coming back for the defense, but there's no chance there. Chaos even going to grab his super along the way as well, and this is an SK game to win.
I mean, look at that. I mean, it makes so much sense. You know, tie the previous game and then get the first goal in the first 20 seconds of time. I mean, they've got that utility to hand and an immediate explosive start, and this could be it over here. If Humble don't defend this push coming in, Filippo and Tomsy having super there, a big saving grace because Luki was low and that could have been overthrown incredibly quickly. Tomsy now forcing everyone over to that, like the right-hand side position from the left, and now a potential push coming in as Filippo pops there. The Clay Pigeons gets the super off as well, and continuing shots. A stun there is not going to do too much to him, and Humble might be able to tie this one up here right now. It's just OP, they're going to force it through, and that will be Humble tying it up with 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock.
The ball couldn't have dropped in a better position for Luki to get that goal after Filippo went down. But now it's back in the hands of SK Gaming as this range in the mid should surely be clutching up from Ope here, but he's not finding the desired shots. Hypercharge and super available from Filippo now as well, and this might be a Humble game. Chaos gets the stun down, but not really going to last too long. He has his Hypercharge too. The life plant will give him some heals. OP's going to fall, and Humble are going to even out this Brawl Ball set.
This is where Humble could start to turn things around, and that is going to be a big saving grace for them. That confidence which they need to survive this set was there, and they conceded so quickly in the game as well. You know, when that happens, you're pretty much expecting the follow-up to be equally as fast, but they slowed down the pace and started to make some of these corrections. They are a very aggressive team, and that is kind of how you approach, I guess, a team like SK, who are that kind of passive team. Like in those early outset moments, it's definitely all SK, but if Humble survive it and then fight back, they are able to get this through to another set.
Yeah, well, Band-Aid should be available from Filippo. Might be aggressing because of it, but he can't even make use of it as OP comes in with a massive shot and a big rattled hive behind as well. Tomsy believes he can defend it alone, and he can as he goes down on the left-hand side. Ball thrown to nobody, and we do see Humble hold on.
One person that had to stay alive in the mix for that goal to count, and IKEOS went down, disastrous stuff for the SK, but they will shake it off, and they are staying in position despite that 3 versus 2. So IKEOS now coming in, gets some helping hand over, but Filippo is able to defend that mid and now pushes his way forwards and getting into a much more aggressive role. But Luki now with his own speed might be able to get out of this, but if he falls, it could be disastrous. The super pass for safety, I don't mind under the circumstances.
Yeah, neither do I. Tom's going to use the super, but actually miss it all. Super available now from Chaos, and that's going to mean a pinch on Filippo. They can even just leave him in this position if they really want to, but he's not going to let that happen. Chaos got this gadget used, though, and he's waiting for the moment to use it. Now the Sweet Dream's available. He misses the shot, hits the wall and bounces to the right. How many fumbles are we going to see from these team? But still, they are in control, but a couple of hypercharges available and ready for Humble.
You really can't be doing that, Chaos. I mean, I love the calculated and slow approach beneath the sandstorm, but that was really a connection that had to be made regardless, though. SK should be able to force this one through. They're going to bounce the ball back. I think it was a bit of a flare moment for them, but I would even like to see that myself. Just get that ball in the back of the net, to me.
Filippo's going to waste his super there as well. Hypercharge still coming through, though. The amount of speed these guys are using is ridiculous. 45 seconds on the clock. Down Chaos goes. And now Yoshi, OP left to defend alone. Super available, super from Filippo as well to get the break. Speed comes in, now the super as well, gets them down. But Chaos respawning, no Sweet Dreams available. Filippo needs to go down before that Band-Aid kicks in. OP on the defense, gets the kill. Can't get Tomsy just yet, but eventually cleans that up too. 25 seconds, and I'll give you a guess where this ball's going. It's going firmly in the corner from SK Gaming. Super available on the Sandy as well, and now they just wait.
Who would have thought? Ball in the corner for SK, but it can very well be the thing that gives them the win in this scenario, because at the moment Humble have got to close the gap at 10 seconds. There's no speed from Luki. Tomsy might be able to get the ball, but there's probably not even enough time. Even if they do hypercharge for good measure, can Humble do it? I don't know there's enough time, and there was. Maybe it's not going to matter. SK run away with things and leave Humble firmly in the dust.
I mean, that's the SK we knew. That's the SK we expected to come into the Snapdragon Pro Series, finally showing their worth once more. And Sonny, what do you think of that?
Well, we definitely didn't think SK would run away with a 3-0 sweep. It is one of the first ones we had all season, and it's going to be SK taking it. Very well played by them all the way from the side of Humble. We didn't see them as strong as last week, but there wasn't really a moment where I didn't see them popping off as well. It was really a tough opponent, but SK Gaming seems to be back.
They do indeed. The match we all anticipated as a potential turning point in the challenge season, and luckily enough for SK Gaming, that match definitely disappointed. Gem grab, SK came off to an absolutely flying start, and then Bounty has started to even out a little bit, but I've got to say that ending of Bounty on SK side was absolutely outstanding arc.
They just stole it, didn't they? They just absolutely ran away with it, and they really, really shouldn't have. I mean, Humble just gave us on a platter, really. The one player that couldn't go down, stunned out, and that's the moments that SK will capitalize on. That was a Humble set. If there were to be their case, then maybe things would have played out a bit differently, because that first set could be so influential to what happens later. But as soon as it happened, it just felt like Humble let it bother them a little bit too much, and they just couldn't recover.
We need to identify, you know, the potential issue here. Was this that SK came back a completely different team from last week? Or is this that Humble kind of gave it to them, Trav?
I mean, I think Humble still played well, to be honest with you. Yes, they stepped out of line a couple of times, but to me, the gameplay they showed, I think that was a 3-1, 3-2 game, because they did have moments. They took games in every single one of the sets, right? But it was SK who took those mistakes that Humble were making and really, you know, capitalized on them.
Basically in a must-win situation, let's be honest. SK had nothing to lose and they had to go in and win. Well, actually, what am I talking about? They had everything to lose. Sonny, I hear that you're going to be going over to the Telestrator and hooking us up with an amazing clip and talking us through it. Make your way over there, please, while Ark explains to me what that noise was when IKEOS made that save. I thought I needed to come over and give you CPR.
You know what I'm like, Banks. I mean, I never hesitate to make a good amount of noises in a cast, but what a series that really was. Sonny, take it away.
Well, so we all know you all love trick shots, and I also wanted to show you guys how comfortable SK Gaming really felt after being 2-0 up already. So we're gonna talk about the trick shot from OP, because we do want to have a trick shot compilation after this, but usually you don't get one from a competitive match, so there you have it. We're We're going to see OP on the right-hand side. Getting the tap onto Tomsy, knowing he has a 3k shot now, supering the ball, getting the tap onto Tomsy in the last second, slotting that one in, confirming the first goal in all of Brawl Ball. So it's not like a very strategic, crazy play, but OP feeling very, very comfortable with that. He also had some pop-off moments later on defensively, getting a 3-tap there. Overall, just trick shots are always fun, so there you have it.
Absolutely love it, Sonny. Thank you so much. Trick shots indeed. You don't really tend to see it when you have two teams of this stature coming into a tournament like this, when the stakes are this high as well. The pressure is on, and then yet OP feels that comfortable to do something like that, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have some level of comfort, as Sonny mentioned, to be able to do that. But also at the same time, I think it was just a very good strategic play. You know, he knows that he can't just super that because the ball's going to get to him before the shot is. So he had to, you know, buy a bit more time. And I think that trick shot was a really nice play from him, I must say. And OP throughout, just here to have my MVP vote.
I mean, Humble have looked absolutely fantastic up to this point. However, you know, SK, like you've already mentioned, seem to have seem to have their number, seem to be the thorn in Humble's side, that is for sure. But a hard-fought match for both, but it was SK's day, and that is something they definitely needed. Finally, some points on the board for the leaderboard for SK Gaming coming out of that, and we are really excited to see that happen because it kind of shakes things up in the leaderboard. Suddenly, the middle becomes a little bit more viable, and teams don't seem to run away with it. We're going to go to a very quick break, but we have another matchup coming after this break where one team really is down in the dumps, and they've got to fight back. Let's see if they can do it as well. We'll see you very shortly after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney and I'm joined by Sunny, Ark and Trav in the amazing studio. We've got 2 matches remaining in today's schedule and the tension only gets increased with every match that we have as that leaderboard gets stretched, and now some of our teams are starting to reach for the panic button, and one of those teams is waiting in the wings to come out here and step out onto the field, and that is Zeta Division, and they're going to be going up against the Mobile Masters champions. It is Reply Totem, an absolute beast of a match up and coming. And Ark, how are you feeling about it?
I'm not too sure how I'm feeling about this one, to be completely honest, because Zeta Division, realistically, when you look historically back through the score lines, should have this in the bag. I mean, we didn't really see too much of this kind of matchup in the SPS, but certainly in the BSC, you know, over the course of the months, I mean, 5 out of 6 months we saw this clash between Zeta and Reply Totem. Reply Totem winning it just the once in July, but I mean, Zeta have become that team where they are the 3-2 scoreline, aren't they? And they've got to break that trend here today. And Reply Totem, again, we have a lot of high expectations for as the Mobile Masters champions, but they haven't really been able to get back onto that pedestal yet. And this is going to be a trying matchup for them in that regard. In the cup stages, you know, we really did see Reply Totem coming out on top. They were the #1 seed in both Split 1 and Split 2, so they are looking better, but a bit of a slow start. Zeta, though, I mean, have got so much on their shoulders now to shake off. I mean, they are on a 0-2 to the 1-1 of Reply Totem, so much more pressure on their side of the field, in my opinion, here today.
Yeah, Zeta Division could be on 0 points after 3 matches in the challenge season, which would be an unbelievably difficult turnaround. We've seen it before, but it's nigh impossible. Now, Trav, take a look at these 2 teams on paper, discard what you know so far, discard what we've already seen in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Who do you see coming out on top with your memory of these 2 teams?
I mean, you're mad if you're predicting Reply Totem in my eyes. It's a Zeta Division game, they should be winning it. Look who they've faced in the SPS, right? They might be 0-2, they might be in a tough position, but they've faced the 2 best teams in the challenge season. And I mean, you know, Reply Totem, they might be 1-1, they might have a win on the board, they might have a bit more wind in the sails. But I just don't think that the opposition that they've had is anywhere near comparable to what Zeta Division have been faced up against in this early season. You know, we saw it from EUR Esports in the last one. They started 0-3. They faced the 3 best teams to start with and still qualified and managed to bag a 2nd place in the challenge finals. So, you know, my money's on Zeta.
I mean, Sunny, Reply Totem got reversed by Humble, and they did the same to SK Gaming. I mean, not the worst start, middle of the pack. You know, how are you feeling about Reply Totem coming into this? Because I think we got a Zeta leaning towards these 2 guys.
I mean, it hurts to say, but I have to agree with Trav there. I also go with Zeta Division on that one. They just looked a bit better overall. Also in Season 3, we didn't even see Totem. So yes, we have the Mobile Master winners against the Season 3 winners. So just looking at which teams have been performing better more recently, I have to go with Zeta as well.
Okay, well, you know I'm going to have to ask you for some predictions. So, Sunny, I'm actually going to start with you, and I'm going to come back towards myself here. Because, by the way, speaking of predictions, someone is very firmly holding on to that frame of shame, and it's the man, the humble man himself, let's call him. It is Trav.
Never wrong, by the way.
Never wrong?
Never wrong.
Never wrong.
I can't be
Trav?
wrong. I wasn't wrong. Humble were wrong.
That's... It's not wrong, but also not right at the same time. Trav, don't know how you do it, mate. Sunny, talk to us about your prediction for this upcoming match.
I'm going to say 3-2, once again, just because I like close matchups.
You love a 3-2, and I'm going to say that you're saying Zeta. Am I right in saying that? Okay, Trav, talk to me.
I know I was probably going to be mad about this because I think you'd say the same. I'm going to go 3-1 Zeta.
Okay, and does that mean you're going to go 3-0 Zeta?
I'm not going to make the mistake that I did last week and just change it because to be different. No, I'm going to stick with what I was going to say as well. 3-1 Zeta. I mean, you'd think that if I went Reply Totem here, I'd be coming out on top if they were to win because, you know, you guys would be in the dust. But I'm sticking with my guns. I think, you know, with the scoreline historically, Zeta always coming out on top more often than not. 3-1 Zeta.
But technically, coming out of this next match, if Reply Totem manage to take it, that means you and Trav will both be hanging on to the frame of shame together.
Hand in hand.
Holding hands once again, just like the picture says. We've got the draft. It's flying. We've got Heist, Safe Zone. Talk to us through it very quickly, Ark, what you can see, and then I'm going to send these 2 on their merry way.
Some good bands. Colette obviously is a must for me. An 8-bit on Safe Zone. I really like that start. The Nanny, the Piper, and the Brock bands from Zeta. Great stuff as well. First pick, interesting, but it can get some good results with the current bands that are in play. Cole first pick from Reply Totem. We've got to talk about that a little bit because it's very, very bold. But we saw Pekka popping off with it earlier today. We know that it can be very difficult to defend against. So if Reply Totem can land those shots, they stand a good chance here. It's just a very tough thing to make work, and they are clearly feeling very comfortable in this scenario so far.
Sunny, Trav, get a wiggle on, make your way over to the caster's desk, please, and please set the tone for what is going to be a scrappy match. Can Zeta finally get points on the board, or is Reply Totem, are they going to deal a possible final blow to the reigning Season 3 champions? Let's find out.
We're definitely gonna find out which one of those two teams is gonna come out on top. Will definitely show us. Oh, you want to go left? Or...
I don't know. You were just standing in the middle, so I was like, well, I'm just going to go the most logical
I thought it doesn't matter. Okay, the Reply Totem didn't look the best so far. Zeta Division looked even worse. So both of those teams definitely need those points. Now, just looking at the draft already, with who are you siding? Just for this first set.
I mean, I think Colt is so like the skill required. And I'm not saying Reply Totem don't have very skilled players, but Pekka, he showed up, he showed his worth on that brawler, and I think he's one of the most mechanically skilled players in the game at the moment. If Reply Totem can replicate that, then I think they're going to be in a great spot along with this Bell here as well. But if they can't, then it's going to go the complete other way, and I think that's pretty much what this draft kind of balances on, whether or not that Colt does well.
I mean, I tried Colt myself on his map, but I do really feel like he can work out very well. And we also know that Totem has a good Colt amongst their rows as well. So I do kind of start with their comp already. Let's see how things are actually going to turn out. The very first set between Zeta Division versus Reply Totem. Two giants facing off against each other, a match that we have been seeing all year.
We've got the Chuck in here as well. Going to set up those posts, get ready to teleport all the way to that safe upon respawning. And now this is going to be a tough position, setting up some more as well, moving in a bit closer to be able to get it, and the damage coming through thanks to it as well. Joker's going to use that super, get a few connections onto Meow there. Now the TP comes in, there it is, and he's going to go back as well, pick up a couple of kills along the way, and Totem dominating start, and now he's back again as well, dealing some more damage to the safe. And I mean, you can't complain at that so far.
Yeah, I mean, playing against the Chuck is just so much fun. Honestly, he just needs to place the first post, place the second post, place the third post, and then just going back and forth, dealing a huge amount of damage already. Reply Totem still in the lead here, but Zeta Division actually crawling back their way, getting some damage now themselves. Meow and Noe doing a fantastic job at that. Almost coming back there, only 1% different for now.
I mean, thrilling. It really is, just seeing him go back and forwards, and now has the ability to do the exact same again. But now just going towards the safe and taking his time, taking some damage off the Zeta safe once again. But more of the same from Zeta up top. They're getting the damage done, but only 19% remaining. And Maury, I'll tell you where he's going to be going straight back to that Zeta Division safe.
Joker in the call on that right-hand side needs to get on safe again. But Maury's doing that himself now, getting a huge amount of damage dealt to safe, goes back now to defend himself, trying to go in again. And with the 2% difference, Reply Totem claims that one. Was it the Chuck? I mean, Zeta Division did a huge amount of damage for the fact that they did have to defend this bowler time in and time out.
Was it the Chuck? Yes, it was. I felt like it was a bit sketchy towards the end, though. He went back, and I don't know if that was just a miscommunication for his teammates that they were actually being successful in defending that push, but I feel like that could have gone the complete other way with one more shot got through from Meow or anything like that. So he's going to be setting up once again, just getting a super without even really having to do anything, which is kind of the selling point of Chuck at the moment, being able to TP straight towards that safe. And Zeta, they're going to need to control him in this early game, or it's going to be dangerous for them in the late.
Maury might have just thought that the super would have been enough, the damage that he gets out of that. That's why he might have gone back there. 2 minutes in, we don't really have any damage on both saves. 2 minutes left. I mean, Maury now just waiting for his super, doing what Chuck does best. Waiting and then using a super. Now he gets taken out there by Joker, doing a great job, but that Joker now himself being taken out. Meow and Garo have the opportunity to deal some damage and just save. So far, Zeta Division claims the victory, but it's only a 6% lead.
Yeah, not really too much going for either side here. We're going to see that last post set up from the Chuck down this side. Maury going to want to TP in again. Joker not getting the biggest connection with the super there, and that's what I said. It's very dependent on whether or not he can connect these shots as to whether or not he's going to be good in this game. Nice super there coming in from Maury. Gets a lot of damage on the brawls on the way through as well, and he goes back through and gets some damage on Meow too. Some bounces back and forward, and now he returns once again. Hard to cast this considering it's like watching a tennis match, back and forward, back and forward.
Tennis, ping pong, Chuck makes it happen even in Brawl Stars. A good amount of damage already from the side of Reply Totem. Looks a bit better for Zeta Division this time around. They do have a better start, but now that all the posts are set up, now that Maury has his train way going, he definitely does a good job at getting the damage in. Again, Zeta Division looking better than expected against it. They need to defend this Chuck at all times, and still it's only a 10% lead that Reply Totem claimed so far.
Goro's going for it there, but Mori straight back into a loose super, but actually going to be like, no, I don't really fancy that. Go towards the other safe again and avoid being tapped up by the Lu on the way through to be able to survive it out. But now is Zeta Division in the lead. Joker going to be able to use that gadget to get some ammo back, but Maru's so close to being stunned out and actually does get stunned as well. Super bail from Mori, but he actually has to defend for it. It's going to go aggressive once more to try and stop Gero from pushing up, but comes straight back onto one of these supers from Lu, and that's surely going to be the game to Zeta as the jump comes in from Gero and they even things out. Reply Totem cannot make it work with Chuck this time, and now it's 1-1.
Crazy plays. Reply Totem trying to sneak the win in with the Chuck strategy that works so well on Power League, also on Leather. Whoever has opened up the game in recent times have played Safe Zone. They have encountered a Chuck at least once. It doesn't work out this time around. Zeta Division just really holding on to mid control, getting the damage in from the far, and then Gero, of course, jumping in whenever he has a bunny super, giving them the edge over Reply Totem in that second game. 1-1 now. A very close matchup here in this first set.
Yeah, going to choose to set up that far post first there, and I quite like that strategy. If you can get the control to be able to do it, it's the smart way to go about it. Maru going to pick up this right-hand side, get the kill, but the spawners coming in now. Babies from the Eve going to be pushing them back, but now this post surely going to be set up in the mid here by Mori, but Gero doing a great job of controlling Joker and stopping him from getting into a good position to do damage. Mori has another one of these supers, sets it up down the bottom of the map, and Baby's going to be placed down by Meow, but quickly cleaned up by Joker as he gets that gadget through.
Mauri gets the tap onto Gero, gets the takedown there. Mauri now just waiting for an next super, and there we have the Chuck Railway going on once again, dealing some damage to Save, getting a super going back now. Lu super coming into play from Noe there, trying to defend at the same time, trying to deal some damage onto Save. It's really just a neck and neck race at the moment, 60 to 49% now. Zeta Division is in the lead.
I mean, watching him just chug down these train tracks is not the most fun experience for us or Zeta Division, I'm sure. But he's going back once again towards the safe, healthy amount of HP as well, pushing forwards, getting some great damage in, and now straight back out of the harm's way once more. Maru healthy and looking to try clean up Gero here, but it's a 50-50, does get the kill, and Maru back again. Joker coming onto the safe as well with some damage, and that is going to be the set going to Reply Totem in the most anticlimactic of ways. Mori going back and forwards, but they take set number 1.
I don't really know the solution for that yet. We have to figure out in the future how to really play against this Chuck. Because honestly, do you just focus on the single brawler at all times trying to defend him, or do you just let him do his thing, trying to do more damage in the same amount of time?
I think you just ban it. That's the only strategy.
Oh. Trev's just too clever.
Yep. I've been told
for his own sake.
I've been told that a lot, actually.
I don't believe that somehow. No, love you, Trev. Sorry. Well, Mauri doing a fantastic job with the Chuck. There, Reply Totem popping off on that. I have to call it leather combo, honestly. My randoms tend to pick Chuck everywhere, so... Well, surprised we haven't seen him so far today, honestly, because with how well it worked out just now, I definitely expect to see some more of him.
Yeah, no, I do as well. I mean, obviously in Heist is kind of the mode to play him on, right? So we'll don't know if we'll really see him on any other modes, but I think that is a great showing for Chuck, or at least the second showing we've seen. It didn't work out last week. I believe it was Zeta who played against Foot, and Foot dealt with that quite effectively. So we'll see if it does return on another game of Heist in the future, or if it's just kind of a one and done thing. I'm going to be banned out. Shooting Star on Bounty is up next. Bans of Max, Piper, and Meg coming out of Zeta Division. Reply Totem ban out the Mandy, the Grey, and the Fang. Nani as a first pick. I like that. Good bit of range, good bit of control. I think it's a solid first pick.
Surprised that Nani isn't banned out usually. Just take Nani ban immediately. We have to take still open here as well, as if Zeta Division is actually going to pick him up, because he's just offering such a huge amount of control over the whole map, but also can stand off pretty well against any tanks that Totem could still pick on later. Gonna go with the 8-bit now. We see him come into play a bit more often in Shooting Star every now and then. Just such a huge amount of HP, of course, the damage. Why is it, though, that 8-bit just came into the meta now? We have never seen him on Shooting Star before.
I don't know, I feel like it was a bit of an NA thing, to be honest with you. I think they came into LCQ really, singing 8-bit's praises, and I think that kind of pushed it into quite a few of the different regions' metas. I was speaking to some of the STMN guys, and they were just singing his praises so hard. There's the tick, as well as you did mention, coming out of Zeta Division now. Very solid, playing it through that mid. Obviously, there are some thrower picks that can go up against it, Sprout, Grom, that kind of thing, but I don't know if that's really going to be what Reply Totem go for. So far, I'm liking both comps. I mean, we've only had one out of Reply Totem, but I think it's a pretty solid one.
I do like the thrower pick in mid though, because we have the Max Bendoff as well as the Grey. Those two are usually the ones you want to play against the Tick. Maybe Leon is gonna come out, maybe another thrower as you mentioned, or a Jean that could also do a decent job in mid, just pulling the Tick whenever he decides to come a bit too close. It's gonna be a Carl actually. We haven't seen him in a while. Well, not in the hypercharge metas. At least Carl is going to be able to pick up the blue star right from the get-go, so definitely not a bad pick here. Bell come out as last pick, just also one of those regular picks and also a great counter to the 8-bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bell and Carl are very solid picks here as well. As you said, Bell obviously going to be able to bounce a good amount off that 8-bit turret, and the 8-bit slowing them down. And Jean, you mentioned it was going to be good against the Tick to be able to pull them in, but at the same time, it can be decent against that Carl. When he goes a bit too aggressive, the pull can kind of drag him away from a teammate, or you can just pull any of the opponents really out of a position that they do not, or into a position where they don't want to be. So I think both of these comps are kind of valid, to be honest with you. I kind of like Reply Totems a bit more, just because I like a bit more aggression, and the Carl, it always resonates with me.
It does for me as well. Aggressive plays is what we love to see. Competitive now. I wonder if the Nani is actually going to decide to go with return to sender gadget, because none of the brawlers from Zeta Division really have a single shot that it's going to really save the Nani from a huge amount of damage. Let's see if Totem is going to decide to go with teleport instead. Now, of course, Joker is going to pick up the blue star right from the get-go. Reply Totem there for leading with 1 star.
Some good shots coming out of Joker as well. Not really having the toughest of times against the Tick here. He is brought to about half HP, but can just sit there and heal up out of harm's way once again. Now Gero starting to have a bit of a say in the matter, wanting to get that turret to help him out quite a bit, but Maru on this side is not going to be the best of matchups for him.
Definitely a tough one here for Garrett to dodge those shots, but he's doing an amazing job pushing Maru back even. Such a tough exercise here for him to dodge those Bell shots when he doesn't really have the most speed in his hands. Peep coming in now. Let's see if he finds a connection there. Nani Peep, always a great opportunity to get a takedown early on, and so does Mari there. Gets the takedown onto Garrett. 3-0 now for Reply Totem.
Look at all of these nest eggs placed on the left-hand side as well. If Gero wants to make a move, he's going to have to use a few TPs back, or he's going to be in harm's way. Now, we've got a pull available, we've got a Tick head available as well, but there's one of the TPs as Gero did walk over one of those nest eggs, so he can have used that up now. G-Pull starting to move forward, but great shot from Maori there to be able to keep him low. Now might want to loop this round, but he's actually going to go head on against Naui there. Saw Gero get quite low, expect him to loop it round and go for that kill once again. He chose to stay on the right.
Gero was lucky actually that the bell bounce went to Meow instead of his own turret, otherwise he would have went down there. Great to lead for Reply Totem, even some great taps on the right hand side. Mari needs to fall back, so does Noe. He does have a pull now, could pull Joker out of his super that he has now. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Zeta Division still needs 2 kills to turn things around here.
Gero has to TP back again as he walks over a couple more nest eggs. Vengeful Spirits coming out, and now he has this pull. Dangerous spot for all of Reply Totem to be in at this point, but has that flying hook away from it if he really does need it. Bell going to get some connections. In goes Joker, trying to bait some stuff out, but the damage comes down. Maru's so low, but Meow's not finding the shots. He evades it again, survives it out, and Reply Totem somehow managed to hold on to that 1-star lead as Meow just couldn't find the connections.
Zeta needed 2, they only got 1 kill, so Reply Totem running away with that one, but that could have went either way. Honestly, those last few seconds were absolutely crucial. Reply Totem absolutely leading throughout the whole game. Zeta didn't really claim any sort of ground or a single kill in the first 2 minutes of this game, really. The last 10 seconds were where it all came down to Zeta Division finally doing some moves. But for now, Reply Totem in the lead.
Well, nest egg placed on the left-hand side, ready and waiting for Jean to kind of walk over. He's going quite aggressive here, but Maru not able to find a couple of follow-up shots to get the connections. Nani versus 8-bit is not the best of matchups either for Gero over this side, so finding it hard to really get anything done here. Joker moving forward, just tanking a few shots, eating them up, trying to get positioning over, feeding some supers. Can't blame him for it. Another nest egg established a bit higher up by Maru, and they're going to want to take advantage of that because this time, Jean walks over it. He doesn't have the same TP ability.
Joker falls quite low there, has to fall back in mid, healing up for now. Meow with super, no, he has a super as well. Will he get a pull onto either Joker or Maru? He does give his team the lead. Joker engaging very aggressively, falls so low that he falls in the end, handing over the blue star as well to Zeta Division. That means Zeta Division, for now, in the lead.
And now he had to send the bounce between his other 2 teammates there to stay alive and keep him out of harm's way, but Maru coming down this left-hand side now, looking for the pinching onto Meow. No turret here for Gero, but eventually is going to get it. Play it bit higher up there. So he has something to TP back to now, which makes it even harder for Reply Totem, especially with this pull as well. Might be able to get him out of the way. Does pull him straight back into that ticket. No escape for Joker, but he might be able to get ticked down. Gero's low, now bouncing off that as well. He's marked up, still a chance for Reply Totem to take this, and it's going to be one kill, but it has to be onto Meow or Naui. Gero's not really that influential at the moment.
I would have loved to have a look into Joker's head there. The decision to go in aggressively Meow with the head, Naui with the pull. Of course, they're going to take him down in the end there. Great shot from Mari. Joker still stands in the spawn of the opponents, though. He does get out of that situation. Reply Totem running away with 8 stars for now. Naui, no super. Gero on the left-hand side might be able to claim that kill onto Mari. Doesn't manage to do so. 4 seconds left. Zeta Division not close to Reply Totem at all. Magic Hand also going into nothing. And there we have it. Reply Totem 2-0 up already.
I mean, that was really beautiful from Reply Totem there. You know, we were talking about maybe a lack of communication at certain points, but at the same time, that play was gorgeous from Totem. The flying hook in when Jim was going to be low thanks to that peep. And obviously, he managed to clean up, get out, and get out away from the damage. And Zeta Division could not bring it back towards the end. Both of them were so low at the end of that game as well, but it's actually 2-0 now to Reply Totem, and that is a tough position for Zeta to come back from.
Honestly, I don't know what's up with your predictions today, Trev. You said whoever wants to go with Reply Totem is out of their minds. Doesn't look like much that Zeta Division is lacking. It's always just 1 or 2 stars in the end. But Reply Totem is running away so far, 2-0 up already. I really wonder if it's going to be our second 3-0 today.
I'm starting to think it's a me problem now rather than a Humble problem, to be honest with you, because my predictions today are not going well. And I don't think I could have been further off either. I was like 3-1 to Zeta, but by the way it's going, this might be a 3-0 to Reply Totem. So it's a little bit worrying for Zeta Division, because that's going to put them not only 3-0 in this one, but 0-3 overall on the leaderboards, which is not a good position for them whatsoever, considering they won season 3. You know, not even making the challenge finals in season 4 would be quite the story.
Definitely. I mean, we didn't see Reply Totem at all in season 3. Now they're looking a lot stronger. It was just the first match day that didn't go their way. EUR&MENA is going to be our next map. We have Rosa, Spike, and Nani banned out by the side of Totem. Colette, so Hypercharge not going to come into this one. Nita and Crow. I do feel like Zeta Division wants to come in with the 8-bit later on, simply because of that Colette ban. Gonna go with the Sandy first pick though.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Sandy. When SK played it in Brawl Ball, I was quite looking forward to seeing how it played out. And on this map, I think it's pretty solid as well. You know, I think it's just one of those things that you don't really expect to be brought in to counter a Bull, but it does such a good job when you use that Sweet Dreams. When Bull's coming in with Super, it just stops him in his tracks and he can't move anywhere. I think that's a really, really big selling point for Sandy at the moment, especially when it's still open on a map like this. Stu going to be coming in as the first pick from Reply Totem. They're going to be wanting to dash in and out of that range of Sandy and try not to feed Super. Or
speed up any other potential mid. 8-bit still on the line here. Used to be the #1 pick on EUR&MENA. Of course, now things have changed a little bit. We have the Hypercharge bowlers in now, so Lou is going to be the option that Reply Totem decides to go with here. I do like Lou. I've never, or at least not that much, seen him on EUR&MENA. I'm really eager to see how things are going to turn out now. Zeta Division, what can they still go with, Trev?
I mean, you're asking the wrong person there. EUR&MENA is brains behind Brawl Stars, Sonny. I'm just a person who speaks about what he sees. 8-bit's going to come in for Zeta, and this is what you said. You know, this is why I compliment you on your draft and knowledge. 8-bit comes down as soon as you say it, and obviously it is still one of those main picks. Hypercharge has kind of overtaken it a bit, but still a very, very solid mid to have, I feel, and pairing that with the Sandy as well. Not the worst of pairings.
You know, to each their own. You're just good at everything, really. At least I have 12.
You said it. You said it.
I kind of feel bad for calling you out for your predictions today, so kind of trying to balance things out again. 8-bit going to come out now. They need another lane here. Going to go with the Ashe. I do love to see that one. Haven't seen him in a while, and of course, Danagu, an amazing job against the Stu, but it's also going to feed the Luke quite heftily.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're going to have to bring something, you know, I feel, in to be able to deal with this in the back lines. Obviously, Luke can do a decent job of it, but Hypercharge is going to be required to just stun him instantly. If not, it's going to take quite a lot, because those robotic rats can tank a decent amount of damage. So your Reply Totem do choose to bring down in just a second, but I really like this Zeta comp. It seems very well-rounded. Otis going to be brought in from Reply Totem. Seems a bit of a throw to give a comp, but I honestly don't really mind it.
Otis, of course, going to be the counter to the Ashe, and also has a bit more range than Sandy, so I feel like Otis is going to do just fine against both of them. I still wonder, though, who's going to be the champ carry on the side of Reply Totem. I assume it's the Lou, but Stu on the lane will have a tough time against both of those brawlers. Sandy and Ashe both kind of counter him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, really is, because, I mean, technically any of these from Reply Totem could be used as that mid, obviously, but I think Otis is pretty securely going to be trying to mute out that Ashe when coming aggressive, and Stu, as you say, might have a bit of a hard time. I think, you know, if he's going to play down one of those lanes, he's going to be dashing away from the Sandy rather than towards him. Doesn't want to be feeding him, but it is, by the looks of things, going to be Stu down the mid, placing that speed zone early on, and Lou down one of the sides.
We do have Joker actually playing the gem carry here, as it just said. Garo trying to pick up the super that obviously is going to have a tough time with Joker just dashing around, getting a takedown already. Garo falling, and Joker picks up the first 4 gems instead of spawned even.
Yeah, and I mean, they've picked up pretty much all the kills along the way as well. Reply Totem really showing their worth today. Garo almost stunned out there as well. Just gonna leave him to kind of back off a bit. Turret is available, but not really getting a lot from it, because if he places it, it's going to be taken out pretty swiftly. And that's not the best spot to put it, I don't feel. Mario should be able to clean that up, but actually doesn't really choose to shoot it. It wants to save his ammo for this Ashe that's respawning, but 7-0, and Totem off to a flying start in gem grab.
Garo does have his turret now, though. Let's see if he can do something with the A-pit, sped up the time a little bit. Also the possibility to teleport back every time. It's going to be a bit dangerous for him. Trying to pinch Mara now on the right-hand side. No, we can't really do much against the Otis. Getting muted now once again, probably taken out anytime soon now. Pinch coming in from Joker here as well. Heal coming in, but it's still going to be a tough struggle there. Finally, Meow finds the kill there on the right-hand side. Garo picking up a few more gems along the lines, but Joker only needs 1 more for the countdown.
Yeah, I mean, them getting down the right-hand side there came with its flaws as well, considering Joker got so many gems. Now dashing forward, stun from Mori. He cycles it again, insta-stun, whilst keeping in hypercharge. Beautiful now, and Joker's going to pick up that 10th. They've got some members of Zeta in their back lines, though, and need to be careful about it, but super thrown down, stunned out. And Garo can't really do too much here. Down to Nami to get these aggressive plays going, but I think this might be match point to Reply Totem as Mori gets the stun. Garo's muted out, and Reply Totem flying away with this one.
Crazy plays coming in from Reply Totem to then definitely looking different from the first match day, and against an opponent that they haven't beaten too often. Zeta Division came out on top more often than not. Today it looks like Reply Totem is running away with a 3-0 if they win the next game. They are a match point, but Zeta Division still has a chance to prolong this one.
Yeah, they really do. Well, we'll see if they're able to bring this one back. Complete reverse sweep required now from Zeta Division. Reply Totem just running away with it, but Joker not having the same start as last time. Seems a bit more difficult for him as they completely walked over their opposition in the previous one. But a little bit of a lane swap is definitely helping out Zeta.
Joker getting tapped up quite heavily there. Garo already with his super places it a bit too aggressive though. Meow on the right-hand side trying to pressure back Maru, otherwise this turret is going to be gone any second. Now Maru does manage to get it out. Garo with 4 gems though. Zeta Division for the first time in this hard rock mindset in the lead.
Yeah, well, you do see Maru pick him up on that right-hand side there, but Joker not in the best of positions, fairly low, half HP left. But a stun, a mute is available there from Maru. Meow can't be far off another super. Garo going to scout out that bush, push him back. But Meow not going to have the best of times, needs to push down this bush, and if he does, then I feel like he's just going to get muted.
Garo 4 gems, Joker with 5. Reply Totem claimed back in the lead for now. Garo playing it so aggressively, gets the takedown onto Joker there as well. Meow trying to pick up those gems. They could already have the countdown now. They managed to do so. Super coming out of the Sandy as well. Very well played from Zeta Division there. Amazing pinches. And now what can Reply Totem still do? 10 seconds left, Trev.
Yeah, Garo's just spamming down this right-hand side as well. Mute available from Maru, but what can he do at this point? Just getting peeked out by Meow there. Pinch coming in, but they're all focusing Naui, who's the one man who can't make a difference. Reply Totem not going to finish this one up just yet, as Zeta Division still have something to say. Bring it back to 1-1 in set number 3.
Even out a score in this very last set, potentially. Reply Totem still on match point here. They only need to win a single game more. Zeta Division is fighting back though. And what we said today already about for the esports is usually what Zeta Division does best, namely losing the first game, but then somehow learning how to play against the comp of the opponents, and they did that now in the second game.
Well, Meow's just waiting for the opportunity to stun out Joker here, but he's staying well out of harm's way. Now, he's not having the easiest of times against Mori this time, and it was a bit of a lane swap that kind of flipped it in the last one, and it was what was working, but Mori seems to be a bit more clicked onto that this time and staying just that little bit more passive. Now Garo going to pick up that second gem. Still Reply Totem in the lead with 3. Make that 4 now as another one spawns.
Garo with his super now there, and we know 8-bit does a lot more if he has his turret just a little bit more speedy on his feet. Garo now picks up the third gem here, trying to pinch out Maru there on the right-hand side. Meow with one shot does get taken out there in the end by Mari. Noe playing it very aggressively, leaving Garo alone though. It's a 1v3 situation now. Garo has to TP back.
Forced TP there, but he's not going to be too sad about it. Got a decent amount of damage, decent amount of value down from it. Shouldn't be too far off another turret if that one does get taken out, but he's in a very safe spot in comparison to the last game where he was just throwing him a bit higher up and Maru cleaned him up quite nicely. Choosing to pinch this right-hand side lane now. Joker's managed to get 7 to the Zeta Division 4, and that is not the position they want to be in. Now Reply Totem can just stay passive if they really want to and make it 8 as they double Zeta's count.
Garo falling quite low there, still surviving though, still tapping Joker and Mari up. Mari with the super now though, gets the takedown onto Now immediately, freezing him there in the spot. Meow still surviving on the top right-hand side, trying to be the aggressive brawler now as the Ashe has been falling. Garo and himself now trying to pinch out Joker. 12 seconds left on the clock. Joker still full HP. Noe trying to push in there. Garo just too slow with his 8-bit to do anything. Murray even freezing him. Noe, the last man standing, but even he can't do anything against the Reply Totem, running away with a 3-0 today.
Well, Reply Totem do manage to do it. I'm sure Ark could have something to say if he didn't guess just as equally wrong as I did. Ark, what do you make of it?
Well, I mean, I did say going into it, if I pick Reply Totem now, I'm going to come out looking like a chump. And I was like, no, I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to stick to my guns. And we know how that worked out for me. But a very, very important win for Reply Totem, no doubt about it. Looking to make good upon their legacy, as the Mobile Masters champions. But for Zeta Division now, they are in a really, really rough spot looking ahead to the future challenge days because they cannot miss a game now. I mean, you're pretty much looking now to come out as a 4-3 at best, and that's kind of like tiebreaker material. I mean, every single matchup they now have to win, and there's some big players still to come for them. I mean, SK for me in particular is one that they've still yet to face. So really tough stuff for them now, and not at all what any of us expected.
What a way to make a statement for Reply Totem, taking out Zeta Division, who are well and truly now in the struggle bus. So, can we just first of all kickstart this conversation here in the studio about Cheat Code Chuck? What was that about in Heist in the first map? I'm watching it in disbelief, thinking, how is this even allowed, Sonny?
Well, I agree with you, kinda. Chuck just being so strong at the moment, but he hasn't even been picked up or banned out in safe zone in the first match of today. So maybe there's a way to counter him. Zeta just didn't have the answer there.
Yeah, I can't blame people for using him, let's be honest. But, I mean, that was just outrageous, just an easy... I mean, you were saying it, Trav, you were saying that, you know what, wasn't exactly the most exciting thing, wasn't the most enticing thing to watch, because this guy's just tennising back and forth, up and down the map, wasn't he?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't too fun to watch, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, if Reply Totem are going to be able to exploit something, they're going to take full advantage of it. And if Zeta Division aren't going to clock onto that, not going to pick it, not going to ban it, then I think that's just as poor from them as it is a great pick from Totem.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And we've got some stats on the LED behind us, and they're going to be up on your screens very shortly. Ark, why don't you take us through these stats? Because Reply Totem looked kind of spicy over here.
Yeah, they've certainly come back a bit more of a reformed, revitalised team, really, haven't they? And I think that makes a lot of sense because at the beginning of the season, they just were not looking themselves. 31 gems to the pocket, only just the 5 drops to 10 there of Zeta. But it's the damage dealt, really, for me, where it's over double that of Zeta. And, Reply Totem just looking much more in control, much more assertive on the field, and kind of back to what we were expecting them to demonstrate from that first challenge day. It's taken a bit of a while, but they are sort of warming up, and now, certainly for me at least, in terms of my predictions moving forward, they're winning me over somewhat.
Speaking of predictions, who has the frame of shame now? Are you splitting it? Oh, you're going to have to hold it together. Yeah. That's going to be cute for match number 4. But I do have to say as well, Ark, previously, in last week, we were talking about how a lot of teams managed to win by just the smallest of margins. And actually in those opening 2 maps, kicking things off with Heist and then Bounty, it still was only small margins that Reply Totem were taking it, but they were taking it every single time, just slowly chipping away at Zeta. And maybe that made Zeta's morale just kind of start to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, literally that. We were saying coming into the matchup that Zeta are becoming that team that are the 3-2 team. Well, I mean, they've broken the curse somewhat, but just the wrong way. They need to get a 3-0 in their favour. I mean, certainly it's no easy feat against a team like Reply Totem. But, you know, again, it's those little victories, those little increments of detail that a team, you know, against the other, that over time just whittle down that morale. And, you know, for Zeta, we kind of expected them to have a bit more fight in that battle, and it just didn't occur. And now Zeta are looking like the team that just, you know, from the #1 seed of the EU&MENA region going into the BSC World Finals to being 0-3 in this PS, it's like how the mighty have fallen.
Indeed. Well, our final match of day 3 of the challenge season is almost here, and the drama continues to unfold because very shortly we're going to have VN Esporting going up against a team that is still yet to put numbers on the board. It is going to be Team Queso. It's going to be drama unfolding once again. So we can't wait to see you after this very short break. See you shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
With a disappointing track record in the challenge season, is this the turning point for Team Queso? Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney. I'm joined by Trav, Sunny, and Ark in this groovy studio. And yes, I'm allowed to say the word groovy because I'm a dad. Trav, I'm going to start things with you. Not only have you been given, you know, the frame of shame alongside Ark for your joint prediction, but also you got the dunce cap because you know what? You're just so humble when it comes to these predictions. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I was just checking myself out there in that camera.
Yeah, were you? Checking yourself out?
I'm liking this cap, actually.
Is this going to be one you're going to stash when we leave?
It might be a fashion statement for the future.
Well, we've got We've got just one match remaining on the card for today. Ark, set the scene for us, my friend.
This is a very interesting one. I've got to be honest, because it's one of those matchups that you wouldn't necessarily expect it to be as close as it has been over the past couple of scorelines. I mean, last season, it was EUR&MENA Sporting that got the win, but it's a 3-2 scoreline in their favour. So it went to the fifth and final set. In the qualifying stages, Team Kesso actually always beat this team. So it could be one of those instances where Team Kesso might be that little bit of a thorn in the side of EUR&MENA Sporting. I don't necessarily know why, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's like that longer-ranged approach that Kesso have towards their gameplay, and EUR&MENA Sporting are that really aggressive team. But if you look back to Split 1 Cup stages, I mean, they faced each other in Cup 1, round of 8, and Kesso got a convincing win, 2-0. Again, it's best of 3, so you've got to give that sort of a bit of an understanding towards the fact that there's less time to make a comeback. And then back in the Split 2 Cups, again, Cup 5, in the grand finals, no less, Team Kesso get the win over EUR&MENA Sporting. It's going to be an interesting one. I don't know which way this is going to go, to be completely honest. It could be the day that Team Kesso break their loss streak, which, just to remind you of, 1 win in 2 seasons of SPS and 15 losses. So it would be a good time to break it, let's be honest.
He loves reminding us of that, doesn't he? Kesso are very much treading water without a life raft right now, let's be honest. There's no sign of a Coast Guard at this point. But VN are looking strong, but not unbeatable, as Humble have showed us already, Sonny. What's it going to take for Kesso to come out and defeat VN? Where are the holes? Where are the gaps?
I mean, in the end, do what all the other teams have been doing that have been beating EUR&MENA Sporting before. Both those teams have been playing in the first Open finals, didn't manage to qualify, both come over the second split. Rama, Bosco and Nebius now. They lost Nob, playing now with Bosco, and it's working out just as well. So far, 1-1, so they're not at the top of the leaderboard, but just as we can't count out Zeta Division yet, being an 0-3, we also can't count out any of those two teams. Team Kesso, off-season, they do hit different, so I still expect them to do better than what we would expect usually from them. That sounds very harsh, but it's what it is. Team Kesso didn't qualify for Worlds, EUR&MENA Sporting didn't either, but they have been closer, and they're also now looking a bit better, at least having 1 win in the bag already.
I mean, having said that, if Kesso managed to put some numbers on the board, Zeta Division, the reigning champions, will be the only team that are on 0 points at this point. Just to hammer it home a little bit more for Zeta Division, if they haven't heard that already. But we've already mentioned that Rama, last week, we had a little interview with him, didn't we? We had a little chat, and he talks about how their aggressive play style, that's all they think about, aggression, aggression, aggression. So what are Team Kesso going to have to do? Play off the back foot, let VN make the mistakes? Ark, what are you thinking?
Yeah, genuinely, against aggressive teams, it can pay to be passive, but it can also pay better to be more aggressive sometimes. And I think that either way you look at it, Kesso have got to play this slow at the beginning and just kind of feel the pace as to how they want to play and decide that way. I mean, teams that don't kind of go in with that slow approach tend to find themselves overwhelmed too quickly. They've got to kind of feel out of EUR&MENA Sporting just a little bit in that regard and kind of think back to those matches where they've got some great results. And in those qualifying stages, Kesso did get some really good seeds as well. Number 2 seed in split 1, number 3 seed in split 3. I mean, they've got some good results on the board, and especially, after what was a really abysmal BSC run, having them that now out of the way is like giving them a bit of a chance to just kind of get a bit of a mental reset in play, and they are playing the best I've seen them play all year. And I think this is the golden opportunity for them, but again, if they don't get this right today, going into the next challenge and next week, it's looking kind of bleak for them, in my opinion.
I'm also going to say what everyone's thinking. Strong work from you two for holding on to that frame of shame together this entire time. Trav, I'm going to come to you first when it comes to our predictions. Talk to me. I'm giving you first dibs for this point in the show. Game 4, final one of the day. What are you thinking?
I'm going to drop a hashtag VamosTQ, go with my Spanish brothers. I'm saying 3-2 Kesso.
Oh, okay. Wild card off the bat. Ark, what are you saying?
I would love to join Trav, and over the break we were discussing it, and he did almost convince me in that regard. I think I'm going to go with the favourites in my eyes that are EUR&MENA Sporting, but looking at the history, I can understand completely why Trav is going that way. I'm going to say 3-1 in favour of VN. I was thinking 3-2, but I'm going to go 3-1. I think they're going to storm it today.
Sonny, what about yourself?
I mentioned before, Humble so far winning against very aggressive teams, not winning today against SK Gaming. Same thing with EUR&MENA Sporting. They like to play very aggressive. Maybe Team Kesso isn't the best team to do that against. They know pretty well to play against tanks. So I'm also going to go with a 3-2 for Team Kesso.
Oh, wow. Being bold.
You could also be holding hands on the frame of shame for next week that we could kick things off with. Okay, Sonny, Ark, I'm going to get you guys to stand up and walk over while Trav talks us through the opening segment of this draft. Let's Let's fire for it, buddy.
Well, the VM bans Piper, Eve, and Buster. Team Queso's bans being the RT, the Squeak, and the Cordelius. Jean and Bonnie as the first picks. Meg and Lola from Team Queso.
Take it away, Ark and Sunny.
Good stuff so far from me, from both sides. I mean, like, pretty much kind of what you expect. The Lola's a bit of an oddball for me from Kessa, but it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you can kind of scout out the bushes far better with that particular brawler. Taking the Meg away from VN Esports, and just to point out, because that is their pick in knockout more often than not. Bonnie, though, definitely going to get some good results. I think Jean is that survivability that you kind of need to have in a map like Out in the Open. Carl is maybe a little bit of like a previous meta idea. Take for control from Team Kesso. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's certainly one of those maps where it's more troublesome to have against you. But, I mean, I don't know. The tick might be a bit of the weak link here for me, because the Carl can just go in with the flying hook and just eradicate that thing pretty quick.
Honestly, I just love to see once again that we talk about something and we manifestate it, and now we have VN Esporting with a very aggressive comp there with the Bonnie and Carl, and then Team Queso on the other side, playing it very defensively, just a lot of damage output, just a lot of control with the tick as well as the Meg. So I like both of those comps simply because they kind of seem to fit in well with how the teams like to play usually.
Well, let's see who gets the upper hand here as we go in, and immediately it's Blacksy's looking a little bit weaker on the side of Team Kesso, but Green is super aggressive. Maybe it's now low as well and has to back off quickly. But in the meanwhile, Rama is going in. Last hurrah from Javi will deflate things slightly. That's a great jump away. Actually will allow Busker to take some of the heat of that head coming in. But it is still a 3 versus 2 in favor of VN Esporting. Now they've given up control, but if maybe this wants to go left, he can flying hook over here. He's going to go through the middle and try to get a few more taps down from Boss. If they get Boss out of mech, which is looking likely here, they could be in a very, very good spot.
Lexi falling so early has definitely hurt Team Queso there. Having great mid control, but now need to fall back in a 3v2 situation. You don't want to be the ones to push. Javi now being pretty low there. Boss out of mecha. Doesn't look like Team Queso can still turn things around here. Boss finally gets his mecha back, but it's just too late. His both teammates have been falling, and this is going to go the way of VN Esporting.
Yeah, convincing start for sure. Let's see this time around whether the Team Queso can stay on their feet just a bit longer. I'm a bit worried that Busco has got the magic hand to hand, and if he manages to connect that, and Boss would be a good candidate for it as probably, you know, the more survivable of the three. If Javi goes in with the magic hand though, that's going to be a very swift takedown at that, and Blacksy now popping the ego, trying to just deflate this, but so far VN Esporting really capitalizing down on those magic puffs from Busco and just staying very healthy in terms of HP, just buying down the clock a little bit in these early moments of play.
All three members of VN Esporting have their supers available. Let's see when they decide to use it to go in aggressively. Both Raman, Mebius and Bosco with a pull at hands as well. Doesn't look too good for Team Queso at the moment. Javi even needs to use his tick head already, trying to get some control back now. Team Queso having some mid control again, but if they overextend, Mebius is going to do just that. Overextending himself a slightly bit there, getting the takedown though. Javi is falling, Mebius is so as well, and all of a sudden, as Rama falls as well, we have a 2-1 situation for Team Queso.
Yeah, VN Esporting there should have maybe just been a little bit more reserved, but I like the ideas. I mean, they were playing the plays to the right manner, but just a little bit too low in terms of the HP along the way, and Queso will gain a round off the back of that. Now, Queso stand a pretty decent chance of taking a game if they play this next one right, but let's see, as Bosco did miss that last pull. Let's hope to see him hit this one a little bit better. Maybe it's a little too low here. Flying hook away just in the nick of time, but that was a very, very close shave for VN Esporting.
They're leaving Rama alone now up there. Rama still with no super, and hands getting tapped up quite heftily. 800 HP for him, healing up with the help of Bosco. Mebius decides to go in aggressively, saving his teammate in the end. Rama did survive that one. Pull from Bosco claims that kill. Another one just following now. Javi falling as well, and with that we have Boss now standing all alone. At least gets to take down a 1. Can he get another 2? I don't think so. VN Esporting running away with that first game.
I don't know what Mebius had for breakfast, but get me some of what he's having, because oh my word, I mean, like, the survivability of that Carl pick, it's a brawler which has just kind of like drifted away a little bit from like the forefront of the meta, but in the hands of him, I mean, you've got to ask yourself why, because he's just literally all over this game. But again, you know, this is my only kind of reservation a little bit for VN Esporting, because they are so aggressive, but sometimes a little bit too much so. Let's see though whether Queso can have an answer this time around. Boss is already out of the mech, and look at that. Immediately Mebius goes in, fires the second. It's just Javi left alone now, and this round is already a wrap. I mean, we've only just come out of the first game, and we might be going straight to the second set already if VN Esporting land the next round as quickly as that.
Esports feeling quite lucky in this one, going in very aggressively, and they work out, and aggression is just what they love to do. If it works out, even better. So I don't know how much it tells about you though, Ark, if you talk about breakfast at 10 p.m.
Oh, wow. You know, I mean, for me, I'm all up for a bowl of cereal in the evenings, to be completely honest. Boss coming out of the mech, though, and that's not a great time for it. Healing puffs over there for Rama are going to go a long, long way as the Ego's going to soak up that shot, and that's a great time for it on the side of Kesso. But the Vengeful Spirits, they're really landing a lot of value. Ramos goes in, Boss will be eliminated so quick here. It's a 2 versus 1, now a 1 versus 1. Javi might stand a fighting chance now, but Rama going to heal up and then surely just go on the aggressive here. It's going to be very tough to be able to come out on top here, but he's going to try his best. A last hurrah, and maybe if Rama just finds a ticket, which he will, he's still alive. This is actually a lot closer than it seems.
Rama decides to stay in the bunny for him here. Of course, a bit more speed can help against the tick, but he's also a bit more squishy. Still decides to stick with it, though. Still a 1v1 between Javi and Rama there. Rama just chasing Javi, but Javi doing a great job at holding on to his ground. Now Smoke slowly but steadily coming in, and Javi gets it! I can't believe my eyes! That shouldn't be happening. Team Queso getting this round, still prolonging this set a tiny bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Robert, but that is just unacceptable. You can't lose that 1v1. I mean, Javi, to his credit, did tremendously well because not an easy thing to do, but, you know, Rama just landed too many shots onto himself there. He's walking into too many. Yeah, you really can't lose that, but nonetheless, a fighting chance now for Kiss to tie up this first set, but VN Esports 1 round away from taking this first set. Rama, they're going to pop the Sugar Rush as well to get that additional speed and maneuverability over the situation. Blacksy, though, is still full HP, pushing things down on his right-hand side. And VN Esports, if they're not careful, could find themselves in the spawn. I want to see a magic hand connection from Bosco and a swift takedown. If that doesn't land, then Kesso might be able to bring things back around.
VN Esports 3 supers available now. They can go in aggressively, and so they do. Bosco is falling. Blacksy as well. We have a 2v2 situation here, but Mebius being so low gets taken out effectively by that ticket. Again, Rama is the last man standing, this time in a 1v2. Can't win it. Team Queso evening out the score in knockout.
There's no way of putting it. That should have been a set done and dusted for VN Esports. And now, for Kesso to be able to come back around and even things out. I mean, how this next game goes, I mean, it could very much be that which goes in favor of Team Kesso. Just one too many mistakes, some overconfidence on the side of VN Esports there, and you know, they've got to really tie things up a bit cleaner than this. And you know, Mavis was playing a fantastic game, but just utilizing the gadget as much as he could, but nowhere to go realistically towards the end of that matchup. And I just want to see a bit more from Bosco. I mean, it's not necessarily his playstyle to be on that kind of gene pick. It's definitely a much more aggressive role in his close tank counter affairs. But, I mean, ultimately, he's got to land the mark a bit better and bring in something for his team.
Mebius being tapped up there, needs to fall back as well as Bosco and Rama. All three tapped up. Team Queso can walk back into mid a tiny bit at least, just trying to hold on to some control there. Boss now falling out of Mecha. Definitely doesn't help in doing just that. Blacksy with the super is able to push back Rama, and Bosco there do need to fall back. All of a sudden, Mebius, the last man that is still standing in a very tough position there. Could have used a flying hook, doesn't decide to do so. Bosco tries to help his teammate, does fall as well. With that, once again, with Rama being the last man standing, decides to go into smoke to not feed supers of the opponent.
Yeah, I agree completely with that call out. I mean, I'm not sure why he didn't just flying hook over the lake there and just kind of be at safety and allow the tickhead then to be aggressed by the remainder of his team. But then immediately, as soon as that didn't happen, VN Esports dropping like flies, and Team Kesso are in a commanding position now and just playing a lot safer, valuing their lives far better. The amount of value that Javi is gaining off the back of this series is really commendable as well. These tickheads are something which VN Esports should be doing a better job of deflating. I mean, just definitely difficult for Rama. Oh, look at that. That's the one pull that Bosco didn't really want to land, and he might get punished for it. 392 HP. Rama forced away on 540. It's not looking good for VN Esports at all.
Rama still surviving though, finally falling. Another tickhead coming in. Mebius tries to go in aggressively, falls to the tickhead. In the end, Team Queso can run away with this one. 3-1 situation. Bosco, the last man from VN Esports, now falling as well. And Team Queso running away with this set.
It's hard, certainly, to watch. You know, backing my boys, with a 3-1 for VN Esports, and they just throw the set like that. I mean, that shouldn't have even gone realistically as far as it did. I mean, VN Esports should have tied it up in that 1v1, that Bonnie versus Tick. Javi really just embarrassed Rama in that scenario, and Rama had so many options. You know, he could have stayed in the Clive form, Bonnie form. I mean, either way, in a 1v1 like that, you can't lose it. I mean, that is where VN Esports should have won that set, and they didn't. Team Kesso, rightly so, punished them for it.
And it did seem to hurt VN Esports' team spirit quite a bit after this 1v1. They seemed to be a bit all over the place, didn't really focus on a single target anymore in that third and last round of knockouts. So Team Kesso running away with a 1-0. I did tell you they know how to play into aggression. In the third one, they definitely showed us how.
You're spot on the money, you know. You could just see it was not the same team.
I wish we would have bet for money.
Oh, wow. I mean, but, you know, it's just one of those things where those are moments that you have to shake off so incredibly quickly. You cannot let that linger. As we go into Kaboom Canyon, though, VN Esports will have a bit more downtime to consider where things went wrong. But the Cordelius, the 8-bit, and the Lola bans VN for the side of Team Kesso, the Colette, the Bonnie, as well as the Jessie. Just an interesting ban here. I mean, it does take a long, long time to earn your hypercharge, but that turret, if you do manage to land it, can be a game-changing moment. So I'm liking Team Kesso's bans. They're really valuing the Colette, which was always a must-do on Kaboom Canyon. First pick of Eve from VN Esports, which I don't necessarily mind on this particular map. It gives you a lot more maneuverability in terms of the mid, and you know, for me, I think that's a pretty worthy pick. The hatchlings, of course, can do a great deal there. Also, as Team Kesso do draft in the Carl, definitely a lot more of long-ranged approaches that could still be explored here for me. The Brock, the Crow, alongside many others here as well. And we've already seen today the appearance of Chuck. I'm still not fully sold on Chuck, to be honest. I think that since the kind of like rework in terms of the balancings for him, it was a bit punishing, but you know, hey, I mean, it worked earlier. It's just a very open spaced map where Chuck can be kind of punished a lot easier.
Very true. I do see Chuck coming out here as well, though. Could work very well in Kaboom Canyon. I do like how we have been praising VN Esports' aggressive playstyle, and now they decide to go with a defensive pick here. On the other side, we now have the Carl on Team Kesso, so definitely switching roles here. The Bell then helping to claim the mid and holding on to control from that part. Now Nani is going to be a direct answer to the Bell, of course, countering her pretty much. And then Meg coming out once again for the side of VN Esports. Just a brawler that you can play everywhere, but is it the best possible pick?
Nani for me is like one of those brawlers as well where, like, you know, just you can get a lot of pressure off the back of it. Meg, I'm not too sold, but in the past, VN Esports have got good results with it, more often than not. So in their hands, I'm kind of a bit more sold than I would be if I saw it on a different team.
Yep.
The Colt, I mean, at the moment today, is getting a lot of play rates and that are going in the favor of the teams which dare to go with it. So again, it's a very high-risk thing. It depends very much in whose hands it lies as to what way it can go. It really can be that brawler which can just bring in some fantastic results, just shred through the safe, and you know, that's the set done and dusted. But it can also be that brawler which is the costing of a set. So I hope for Team Kesso that it is the latter and that they were able to get a 2-0 by the end of this. But this could be that moment where VN Esports, with that, you know, Nani, if they just land the shots, get those continuous peeps onto the safe and TP upon it. I mean, that is a very tough thing that you've got to be able to have a contingency plan for.
I mean, Kaboom Canyon is one of those maps, once again, where you either pick Eve and Carl to just get into mid pretty quickly, or you're going to break up the map. Of course, Blacksea could do just that. Kills are falling left and right now. Rama, Busbo falling. Blacksea now as well. Javi, the last man standing from the side of Team Kesso, but they did manage to already get a bit of damage onto safe. Now, mid control kind of split up between Mavis and Javi at the moment.
Oh, nice takedown. I didn't quite see where the people landed there from Rama. I was expecting him to go in, but Javi there, low HP on the left-hand side, might go down. He does, as Rama is getting some good taps, some good value, and he always was able to just clear up Blacksea in the previous moment as well. And this Team Kesso just completely clustered double takedown there, and that's very nicely done. It is Rama who falls yet again, though, as maybe it's out of the mech, not going to be able to do as much as he would like to in that position now. He'll have to earn it back. Meanwhile, Busco's having a really good game so far, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Nice TP there from Rama. Now the first real sign of some damage rolling in as like Kesso can't really defend this with the positions that Mavis and Busco are able to like now inflict upon the save.
Team Kesso doing a great job at defending at the moment. Getting Mavis out of that mecha definitely was very crucial for them. Now they can push up themselves. Rama double tap down to Blacksea. immediately takes him out there. Very well played by him, otherwise Colt could have done a great deal of damage. So far, Team KZ didn't get a single chance to have some time with that save.
Under pressure now, though, as Rama will fall as well, and Busker was taking a lot of scrutinization from there from Javi. Boss on the right-hand side is in a good spot, but Busker's landing some good shots in the meanwhile. Blacksea on the safe as well. This is good damage in from Kesso, and a great time for a peep. Kesso could not then find the connection. It's going to be surely a TP there from Rama, and you can see the damage raining in. 25% left on the Kesso safe, but it's a bit of a base race there. Blacksea falls, 2 of Kesso fall, in fact, leaving then the damage all in the hands of VNE, sporting 7% now. I think 20 to 20. Oh my word, Blacksea there pops the hypercharge just in the nick of time, defends it off, 1%, and he's still going. This could be a monstrous turnaround for Kesso if they hold this mid.
What an important double kill coming out of Blacksea there. Now they only need another 19% of damage and they could still run away with the win here. But Boss and Javi both one shot there definitely will fall to maybe a double kill. And there we have the last 14 seconds. Only 1% on safe. The P-pad is going to come in there from Rama, finishing off that save. And EUR&MENA Sporting now with the win over the first game.
I was rooting for it, I really was. I mean, Kesso had earned it off the back of that incredible defense. Again, one of the Colts of all brawlers to be able to do so with, but Blacksea really did land the mark, and I would love to have seen that turnaround. Kesso thoroughly would have deserved it as well, but EUR&MENA Sports, to their credit, did hold firm on the defense and were able to just keep things ticking over, but definitely they dodged a bullet in that regards. The trade is there on the right-hand side between Blacksea and Rama. Maybe it's out of mech now, and Boss knows it's the perfect time to go in with a protective pirouette and getting his feet dug firmly into the left-hand side. Nice defense though from EUR&MENA Sporting, and they're able to recollect themselves and give a bit more of a fight back.
Rama doing so much work at the moment with that Nani, now probably teleporting up there, getting the takedown onto Boss once again, just all the time double tapping any of his opponents. And now EUR&MENA Sporting already in the lead here with 20%. They look like they are in full control over this whole set.
They really are. At the moment, Kesso are just all over the place. Javi's going to fall very, very quickly, and not a shred of damage. There's literally everyone running damage gear. Rama, Mavis all over this, and look how long it took to really take care of Rama, and that's going to be time which Kesso don't really have. They need to get back into this game and go on the offensive, but everyone low HP. Busker can finish off. Yeah, he does onto Boss. A TP in from Rama on the left-hand side to Javi. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is the set done and dusted for EUR&MENA Sporting. I don't want to call it too soon, but I just don't see how Team Kesso come back from this.
They do get to take down to Rama. Now they need full control over mid, but there's Boska and Mebis already waiting, getting some more shots onto save. 7% left is all there is still from the high save of Team K. So Rama coming in now as well. This is surely going to be over now anytime soon. Rama just shooting around Javi. He knows he can't do much. Again, only 1% left on the save of Team K.
Yeah, everyone from Kesso, they're just standing still, but yet they still defended the 1%. I don't know whether they're just going to try and keep the dream alive, but I mean, now that it is done. They know it's done. It would take one singular peep, and it's just going to be too hard to defend. And a worthy set for EUR&MENA Sporting. Honestly, I felt like they just played it absolutely perfect. The draft was really, really good, and Kesso just were not able to defend a lot against it. I think that they may have missed a bit of a trick. The Colt pick didn't really pay off. I mean, it had a really nice champion moment defense, but other than that, you know, it didn't really bring in the goods. And the hatchlings were a problem for Team Kesso time and time again. And you know, I love the positions in that mid that Busker was able to get himself into and just really help to chip down everyone. And the Nani again is that brawler which can sometimes be not necessarily the best, but if played correctly, it really can bring in the goods. And Rama did a fantastic job.
I just love to see how the meta is changing now every single week, because we had some changes in the bans as well. Last week, the top 3 picked brawlers have been Shelly, Bull, and Buster. And 3 very aggressive brawlers. Now this week it seems like even if an aggressive playstyle team like EUR&MENA Sporting decides to go with a bit more of a defensive comp with an Eve, with a Nani, you just want to play slow mech, just holding mid control, it does seem to work out more often than not. The most picked brawlers after today are going to be so different from last week. It's, yeah, fantastic to see.
But, I mean, some good bans, no doubt about it. Let's see those. We're going to Phil Goal, how this one will fare. And already I'm seeing 2 hypercharged brawlers banned out with the Lou and the Shelly, both from the side of EUR&MENA Sporting. The Cordelius ban, I think, very much warranted on a map like Phil Goal. To the B, the Willow, and the El Primo of Team Kesso. The first draft is a Rosa. And I think that's not the worst of times for it with the Willow ban in play. Certainly, that's one of the kind of bigger interactions that we've seen today as a way to deflate the Rosa, but also the Sandy, which is still not yet on the field. The Bull is. So Kessa needs to really kind of, in my opinion, have that Sandy backing it up. Otherwise, that's going to be a great thing for VN Esports to consider to really kind of deflate that aggressiveness of which it brings to the map. But certainly, this is going to be certainly about supporting those kind of big, tankier brutes and also having that defense mechanism for it. Hence the bans for VN Esports, the Shelly and the Lu, and the Cordelius. They are thinking tanks. They may even just like triple down on this very idea. The Otis though for Kesso, I don't mind it, but I mean, it leaves Sandy wide open here for VN Esports.
I mean, Otis, Ems, Sandy, all great options here. You still need something to counter out those two tanks. Just when I talk about how defensive comps seem to work out better now all of a sudden, both teams decide to go with the tank as first pick. Thank you. We're going to have VN Esports now with the next pick, really, to see what they're going to go with. We still have some long-range options here as well. Maisie has not been picked up today at all, but with the hypercharge, she could work out well here. Of course, Crow is going to do them a favor, slowing down that bull action. But I still like the bull better than the Rosa. I like the Otis better into the tank. So far, I do prefer Team Case's comp.
Tara as well could have a great amount of recyclability, if that's a word, to the amount of taking this on the side of Team Casso, and I really would favour that kind of idea. But the Crow wasn't really kind of where I felt VN Esports were going to be taking this, to be completely honest. It's okay. I mean, it's never going to be a bad brawler to have by any means. And again, the slowing toxins we know can really be that kind of moment to save a situation. So Stu as well. I mean, that's not a great amount of heavy hitting HP against a bull, and they've got a third brawler still to come on the side of Team Casso. So Spike, yeah, I mean, that makes far more sense. I'm surprised that that wasn't a brawler which VN kind of considered a bit more. Or again, like the Sandy, like I said, that I'm just kind of surprised that no one went and drafted. An interesting draft. Not what I was expecting, to be fair, from either side. So this could go either way, but I feel like, for me, I'm siding a bit more with Team Casso. I mean, they got the Otis for the Rosa, the Spike, again, to double down with that Rosa. And, I just don't see where VN Esports can go with this, but I'm hoping they got a backup plan. Normally, it's on the Crow. That gives me some nice vibes, and the Stu is screaming Rama. So I think that this is comfort picks here from VN Esports with specific players in mind.
Just to explain some caster lingo for everyone at home, whenever a caster says, that's an interesting draft, he doesn't like it. Well, I have to go with you, Ark, here. I don't agree with that Stu pick as last pick. I do like the Spike a lot better, countering out that Rosa. Also the Crow, also Rama, whenever he has a plant. He can't really do much, can't get his super off. But still, VN Esports make it work somehow. So far, they do have a lot of pressure on the left-hand side. Right-hand side is completely dominated by Buster. As I said, Bull just has the upper hand over the Rosa.
But it's exactly that. It's Rama on the Stu, maybe it's on the Crow, and Buzzco on, again, that close up and personal brawl of the tanks, which he plays so well. And it's going to be a comfort idea from VN Esports, but it might not be the best in the draft scenario that we've got upon us. On the right-hand side, Boss is doing well, but as she goes down there to Buzzco, I thought it might be the other way around. And Blacksea in the 3 versus 1 now, not really too much he can do except try to work his way towards that hypercharge and super. Buzzco, on the meanwhile, has already got his hypercharge in play and will just require a super in. Great super shot there from Robert to Mavis's feet, but they're going to play it a little bit slow, but there was a chance, a little bit of a glimmer there. Mavis is in a great spot, a huge connection there with the slowing toxin, and it's just crying out for a bit of a team wipe if there's no defense there, but that mutes onto Rama from Javi, really quite crucial, and a perfectly timed hypercharge there from Boss. Overshots the wrong way somewhat on the right-hand side, but nonetheless, he's in a good spot now to get a takedown, and he does.
Lex and Boss have been doing so much work at the defense there. Amazing supers, amazing hypercharge, and still it's not enough. VN Esports still the opportunity to score that one. Javi just clears out the ball in the very last second there. Team Kaiser at the moment just defending every single second of this game we've been watching so far. VN Esports has been in control over the ball and have been playing in the top third of the map here. Lexi and Boss now coming out of spawn. Rama, the last man standing. That could be the first time ever Team Kaiser gets some mid control.
That was great defense from Team Kessa there because VN Esports were cooking, no doubt about it. Blacksea has got the hypercharge as well, as Boss not probably too far away from it himself. And if they time that in synergy, it'll be a very aggressive push for VN Esports to have to try and defend, and they haven't really got the DPS to do so in the draft that we've seen upon us. But let's see now as Blacksea again, a bit low on the left-hand side, would like to try and heal up, and Rama's for that reason going to aggress, and a perfectly timed mute yet again from Javi. Boss going with the hypercharge, will find Mavis, but Mavis jumps away in just the nick of time. Boss will tick down, 10 seconds left, past the Javi. This could be a prime opportunity for Team Kessa to get a goal.
4 seconds left on the clock. The walls will be falling any second now. Buzzco is able to clear the ball for now, putting it into the corner. Blacksea with the perfectly timed hypercharge there. Can't just walk it in now. Team Queso getting the win over this first again, not something we would have seen incoming, as VN Esports, we did mention it before, had control over pretty much 90% of the game.
Yeah, I was surprised, in all honesty, that that's where the game kind of ended. I was expecting it to end a lot sooner in favor of Team Kesso still, but I think that for me, it's a great deal towards how well Team Kesso defended in a lot of their scenarios there, and VN Esports definitely made a lot more opportunities, but they didn't seal the deal, and that's the problem. They've got to come back this time around and do just that, get a goal on the board sooner rather than later, and the positioning towards the end of that match was perfectly timed for Kesso, as the unfriendly bushes is perfectly timed for Busker coming in, but again, these mutes from Javi are the problem, and time again, he's landing it perfectly and causing a real problem.
Boss falling there in the end, does get to take down onto Mebius though. We have a 2v2 situation now in front of the goal of VN Esports. For the first time here in this Brawl Ball set, Team Kesso manages to get the control already to get at the start here. Another mute coming in, and Blexy again, just walking it in, passing it to himself with a little cheeky wall shot there. Royal play by Team Kesso, turning things around completely after a missed goal opportunity from VN Esports.
Blexy with a little bit of cheek, but honestly, that was all Javi up until that moment in time. Busker getting so much value there off the back of the hypercharge, and this should be a moment for VN Esports to get an immediate goal in response. But can they keep this up? Because so far, that's the first sign of a really convincing push that we've seen from them. It was Busker who initiated, but Boss now has hypercharge in response. Blexy is popping his already, and this could be a great time for Team Kesso to keep up this defense.
Hypercharge ready for the ball and the spike. Blexy just used it, and still VN Esports was able to push up once again now. Boss against Bosco. Who gets the better out of it? Boss needs to evade the incoming punches from the Rosa. Doesn't manage to get the takedown onto Mebius. Both himself and Rama now low, but VN Esports still with control over the mids. The ball for now cornered in the top right-hand side.
Great fast spatter there from Javi, and it's going to force Mebius back into a healing position. Blexy in the meanwhile on the left-hand side, definitely not in the best of spots in terms of his HP, but going to be healing up and ready to receive the ball possibly here from Javi. Push forwards, and Rama not going to waste too much time to try to get that out of the way, but he'll be cautious around where he does place it. Meanwhile, Busker just trying to be able to earn that utility over Boss, but it's a very dangerous spot here for VN Esports, and they've got to come out on top here. And the perfect time for hypercharge from Busker. Manages to get down Boss, and that's the perfect one for it. Maybe this could make a championship moment play here. If he passes the ball and jumps in, he's thinking about it, but Javi's all over that. You can see it coming, and a good defense, although it wasn't really flashy. There's a lot going on just then. In the meanwhile, 10 seconds on the clock, and VN Esports definitely in the better position, but a lot of utility still in the hands of Javi and Blexy, and this is a very crucial moment to see how this one will fare in overtime.
Javi is so ready to mute anyone that dares to come too close for now. Rama tries to get in closer with Blexy there on the left-hand side. Does manage to get the takedown. Ball is cornered once again in a 3v2 situation now. VN Esports definitely looking a lot better. Mebius jumps onto the ball, passes it to Rama. Rama misses it and doesn't make this score happening for now. Blexy, the last man standing, just corners it once again.
And I know that you can really miss those moments, I'll be honest. It was a moment where Rama was a bit torn between trying to get the super shot and the dash to really heal up. I can see the dilemma, but at the moment, VN Esports are keeping up the pressure, and that's what's important. 20 seconds left on the clock. Some great taps there from Rama. Blexy using the hypercharge to really aggress the situation, but Rama's streaking it perfectly. And meanwhile, Javi does eventually get it. I think Team Kesso would try to maybe go for a goal here. The pass for Boss is there as well. It might have been better with Javi. He had the super, but nonetheless, the HP is with Boss. Javi finds the shot, it goes straight into the hands of Rama, and a bit of a fumble there for Team Kesso as well. Both sides ready for me. Should have scored their opportunities.
Yo, that didn't work out as well as Rama was planning that one. Almost a goal, but in the end it was just a draw. And we're gonna head into the third round of Brawl Ball. Team Kesso still in the lead for now, but VN Esports again looking like they have some goal opportunities. They just can't score them.
I think that should have been, for me, a moment that VN Esports should have tied this one up, and that might cost them as well, because Team Kesso have, I think, in my opinion, the safer comp, the more kind of well-rounded, safer pair of hands, and VN Esports is in their nature to do, taking some risks that sometimes work and other times not so much. Another fat splatter there from Javi, just keeping Mavis under control. Rama's going to go down as well, and it's a 3 versus 2, and Boss knows it's the perfect time to go in. This should be a goal for Team Kesso. Blexy going to ensure it, and it will be.
We have 1-0 once again for Team Kesso, just like in the previous round. Now, EUR&MENA Esports did answer very quickly with a goal themselves in the last round. Let's see if they can do just that once again. Bosco going in aggressively against Boss now. Does have a super though available, Boss. And Bosco just passing the ball around there. In the end, Bosco surviving. 3v2 situation once again. Rama tries to get rid of Blacksy on the left-hand side. Blacksy already out of gadgets now.
Well, Bosco's now muted out. He can't really get the takedown of Blacksy just yet. Now he will, and Boss is the last man standing, but will he be able to defend this one with no super? No, he will go down, and it's the perfect time for a tie-up. EUR&MENA Esports will score it now. We are in a crucial position. 1 goal for Kesso, and it will be the set. 1 goal for EUR&MENA Esports, and they'll be able to tie up this set. Let's see now as Bosco is muted out, and everyone really rocking the hypercharge as far as Team Kesso are concerned. Mavis slows down the pace. A great time there to utilize the slowing toxin. Whilst Rama passes the ball to the wall, and it goes straight back into the hands of Team Kesso. The perfectly timed pass, but it bounces off the wall. Will it be defended? No, it walks in either way. Boss will be the man to score it, and Team Kesso take it 2 sets to 1.
What a corner shot there in the end. I don't think he would have been able to just walk it in. He had to shoot in the very last second. Did manage to get that goal. And we have a 2-0 set this time around. Team Kesso taking it and running away with a 2-1 lead in sets as well.
Well, back in Season 3, it was a 3-2 scoreline in this matchup in favor of EUR&MENA Esports. It could be going much more towards that in favor of Team Kesso if EUR&MENA Esports do not stop this attack, because at the moment they are just not doing a good enough job of the draft, in my opinion. I mean, Ramo, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, picking the Stu into the spike, and that's never a great matchup, to be honest. I'm surprised, in all honesty, that they held on as long as they did under the circumstances. And I mean, they're playing the brawls which they like to play, rather than playing the draft that they have to play against that the Team Kesso are initiating. I mean, they've got to adapt. If they don't do that, this one is over. At the moment, they're just playing it far too safe. Yes, they are aggressive with these ideas, but into the matches that they're looking at, it just doesn't work.
It really doesn't. I mean, Spike was last pick, I think, but still, Stu picking it before the last pick of Team Kesso even is out there. They could have went with a tank, and it could have went just the same way as EUR&MENA Esports just didn't have the amount of damage they needed to control that Bull that popped up once again. Bull still very strong, being the top 1 picked brawler last week, and now still coming in, not as often, but whenever he does win.
Well, I mean, again, Team Kesso just looked to me to be playing better drafts, and sometimes that's where things can get won or lost. But EUR&MENA Esports are that team that can turn things around, no doubt about it. It's going to Canal Grande, and this could be where it's tied up and going all the way to a 5th and final, which I know you love, Sonny. The bands being in Rosa, the Jackie, interesting band with the Jackie. It's certainly a Jackie kind of style map, so I don't necessarily mind it, especially with the hypercharge. I think that we haven't seen enough of Jackie actually on Canal Grande today. And the Eve band, the Rosa, the Dynamite, and the Shelly band for Team Kesso. And the first pick, Otis. I mean, again, the way Javi was playing it in the previous set, I mean, that's already a scary prospect here for EUR&MENA Esports.
I mean, we've been joking already a few weeks back when Otis was banned out that Team Kesso can't be winning because that's just their brawler and they're picking it so often, and it does seem to work out for them. Now, can you repeat that again? We have a Dynamite ban. Very interesting to see that one. Probably not the most picked thrower here on this map. We have Tick still open, Sprout still open, Willow even. But yeah, Otis is going to be the first pick here. We still have a lot of options with a bit more range on the side of EUR&MENA Esports Open. Gonna go with the Lu, just offers a lot of control. EUR&MENA Esports really is starting to slow down their pace, not playing as aggressive, now going with some more defensive pick once again.
Certainly some scary tank counters already on the board, isn't there? I mean, Lu, for me, for sure, is going to deter any idea in Team Kesso's mind of going in with that approach. But, I just kind of feel like I don't mind the Dynamite ban myself. I think that we've seen it already today, and it can get some great results. It's basically that. I think it's probably, for me, one of the best throwers on this map to be able to break open the bush and also stun and also get a great amount of damage on your shots. So I think Kesso probably banning it there for good reason as well. Tick, though, as well for EUR&MENA Esports. It's that kind of chip damage brawler, combining the vision gear potentially with it as well, just to kind of keep that visibility in check. And I mean, Carl is still available here. It's not my go-to still now in terms of meta, but it's certainly a go-to in terms of what EUR&MENA Esports might be thinking here. And maybe this would be the prime candidate to pick it up. As the Barley comes in from Team Kesso, a brawler which used to be kind of valued by teams like Foot Esports as their first pick. It's kind of taken a bit more of a backseat, but nonetheless still very much viable on this kind of map, and I quite like it for that reason, but definitely some range lacking on the side of Team Kesso here, and I think that that's the way to go as opposed to a tank, but it's Team Kesso, you never know. I mean, Eve is banned, so they're not going to be going that. I mean, that's kind of like what they would be picking first pick, so EUR&MENA Esports being quite vigilant in that regard to ban it out early.
Now I also understand the Dynamite ban a bit more, seeing them picking up the Barley. Probably one of the best counters is the Dynamite. Now Cordelia is going to come in as last pick. They do not want VN Esports team to come out with any tank now as last pick. VN Esports team themselves with the Lu also protected themselves from any tank on the side of Team Queso. Team Queso just doesn't have enough range, I feel like, at the moment. VN Esports team could still very well come out with a tank. It's going to be very tough against the Notice and the Cordelias, or they just go with more range and use that to their advantage, because that's what I would be most afraid of if I had Team Queso's comp in my hands right now.
Yeah, I don't know whether whether VN Esports were thinking of going with a tank against the Otis, though. That's the thing. I mean, it's certainly going to be a good match to things like the Barley, but I feel like maybe Team Kiss have overcompensated here a little bit. I think this is going to get some good value, but nonetheless, I mean, VN Esports want to take the range game, and that's the way to go here. I mean, I was kind of thinking of other ideas, like maybe a Bell would have been a better approach here, because ultimately it would encourage that kind of, well, it would deter the clustering effect on the side of Team Kesso, but nonetheless, a lot of value to be earned off the back of it. I don't mind Squeak here, though. It's certainly going to have a great deal of kind of herding the sheep into a spot to really capitalize on the damage side. But, I mean, I think that Team Kesso may have just maybe outdrafted themselves here a little bit here. VN Esports get this right. The Barley, going to be a bit of a saving grace, but again, you know, I'm not too sure for me here whether they've actually got the draft right for Team Kesso. They've got to play this really well.
I mean, I wanted to see a 3-2, and to me it very much looks like we're going to go all the way to the last side. I love VN Esports' comp here. They have so much control. Squeak, Lu, and the Tick just so much control overall. And then Team Queso, as we mentioned often enough by now, that they just don't have the range to compensate with VN Esports' defensive comp here. They do get the mid control though. Team Queso looking not too shabby at the moment. Blue Star on their side here as well. And Team Queso now falling back into spawn, giving VN Esports some space, still in the lead though.
Well, at the moment, Javi standing still on top of the screen there, now back in, but was definitely feeding into Rama a great deal, so we'll have that head as well available very shortly, and he's running the Mythic gear as well, so he's going to have more HP in that regard. Javi's going to find a shot there from Mabius, and Boss trying to aggress to just to alleviate the situation, but he still goes down regardless of the shots from Mabius, and that's going to give the lead over to VN Esports now, and Black Sea just goes overly aggressive there, and those two shots from Rama perfectly placed, and that will just increase the lead more so for VN Esports. At the moment, Team Kesso are just a bit all over the place for me.
Boss now falling though, gets taken out by Mebius. That's the lead for VN Esports, a great one as well. 6 to 1 stars. Blue Star also switching sides, and Team Queso just can't find their way into mid again. And that's exactly what we were talking about from the get-go. They don't have the range to go up against Bosco and that Lu. Mebius with that Squeak on the left-hand side. It's a bit of a different story. Rama versus Black Sea there. Tick versus Barley. It's quite an even matchup. Rama does manage to get the takedown, gets swept off his feet as well.
Yeah, but Kesso just bleeding stars, and they're just playing straight into the hands of what VN Esports want to achieve here. This is like, it's just such a turnaround, really, when you look at how poorly VN Esports were performing up until this moment in time. But this is a night and day difference, and for me, Team Kesso have got to make a change, and you can't change the draft at this point. It's obvious to say, of course, but I mean, certainly at the moment, they've got to change something very much in their playstyle, and it's going to be a tough thing, in my opinion, to come out with the set here. As you know, VN Esports made that look very convincing for me.
I usually don't try to be too harsh on the draft, but as I said, we're going to go into set 5. I don't see how Team Queso can win this one. We head into the second round of a bounty here. Team Queso again with the better start, get the blue star, immediately switch aside. Rama gets a takedown onto Black Sea. Mebius falling. Team Queso still with the lead here, but with Boss being in the spawn of the opponents, this is not going to hold on for much longer.
Yeah, both their sides were very, very low. I don't know whether he's standing still a bit too much for me. I'm not too sure whether maybe some connection issues on his part, but nonetheless, I'll keep an eye on it. But I mean, at the moment, it's definitely a better start for Team Kesso, but in the meanwhile, VN Esports, for me, just got the better comp in this regard. But Boss going in now, playing a much better game, and it's got some good value. Got an early super as well, but that connection there from Mavis and the follow-up from Busker was perfect. It's going to give the lead back over to VN Esports, and you know, that's only going to be advantageous for them to hold on to that lead. If Mavis can find a connected super here as well. Boss in a very tough spot to get out of there, and heals just in the nick of time there from his teammates to keep him in the mix.
If anything, I would try to switch lanes at least, putting the Cordelius against the Squeak that just can't get his shots off too quickly so Cordelius can use his movement speed to his advantage. Javi can't really do much against Mebius. Maybe they switch now, actually. Listening to the cast, of course. Boston trying to go up against the Squeak on the right-hand side. Much better matchup there. Let's see if Mebius actually decides to switch as well. But for now, EUR&MENA Esports still with a comfortable lead here. It's only 1 star, but as long as they can still hold on to their ground as they're doing now, it can work here. Now Mebius in the Shadow Realm gets taken out by Boss. There is the lead for Team Queso, and that's why you put Cordelius on the Squeak. Never mind though.
Basket comes in clutch, doesn't he, there just in the nick of time. But I really liked it prior to that, how Team Queso were playing things a lot smarter, a lot more patient, and just waiting down the clock. And if they can do that again, and there is still time to do that again, then it will work out so well in Team Queso's favor as Boss jumps straight in, but having a lot of shots rather low though in the meanwhile. Basket going to pop the hypercharge just in the nick of time and finds to pick up yet again. We're going all the way to the 5th and final set again. To reiterate the scoreline previously, you know, it was the same scoreline back in Season 3, a 3-2. Previously to that, it was, you know, in favor of EUR&MENA Esports. The question is, will it be in favor of Team Queso this time around? Will it be a win on their terrible win-to-loss ratio of the course of the past 2 seasons? That is the thing now, as they always seem to come short, but Team Queso are playing this really well. But are they losing momentum now? That's the question.
Oh, what a surprise. We're going to set 5 after this draft. Well, I'm still holding on to my prediction. I did say it's going to be a 3-2, so already happy with that. I still think Team Queso has what it takes to take down EUR&MENA to get their first point today, and also pushing Zeta Division as the only team that didn't get a single win so far. I still think they can do it if they don't draft as they just did.
When you're back in Season 3 as well, Team Queso had 2-3 scorelines so frequently. I mean, it happened all the time, and I just really hope for their sake today they get this draft right. And I just worry a bit because of just the way that the tempo's been changing, and it certainly feels to me like EUR&MENA Esports off the back of that will feel very, very good about things because they just landed it perfectly. I'm not sure why Team Queso really doubled down on. They were clearly worried about tanks, but I don't think they really needed to be. They first picked the Otis. I think the way Javi played it in the previous set, they didn't need the Cordelius. You know, it can get some good moments, and we've seen various players popping off massively so with it this season. I mean, Pekka comes immediately to mind, but on that map, I just don't really feel it. I think you got to have a bit of long range of some kind, and Queso just, for me, did it to themselves.
I mean, usually it's always draft is one part. Then you need to figure out how to play perfectly. Like I said, in this case, Cordelius on the Squeak definitely is a lot better. But even with that, it just, I didn't see any potential value in the comp that Team Queso was throwing us. Like, usually you can say, okay, if they play this and that perfectly, they can still turn things around. But in a draft like this one, no option at all. EUR&MENA Esports taking this one 2-2 now, and now we're gonna go all the way to the very last set. Gonna be a close one here once again. As you mentioned, Team Queso was just so close at getting points last season, every single time losing it in the end by a single game.
And like I said many times this season, they are playing the best that we've seen them play at the moment. But if they come short today, it's not going to be good for them at all. I mean, they're going to be 0-3. I mean, they are struggling to really make much happen at the moment. And this is now, in my opinion, their most important set so far of Season 4. They need this win. And for EUR&MENA Esports, they're in a great spot at the moment. And if they come out on top here, they just get this draft right. I mean, depending upon the map and mode as well, especially, you know, if it's like a aggressive map, then I really hope that Team Queso are coming in prepared for that in terms of the draft and their mentality. But you can see that they are shaken up a little bit. They thought that they could read into what EUR&MENA Esports were going to try to do in Canal Grande, and they overcommitted. So they're kind of already going to be doubting themselves going into this draft. It is going to be Gem Grab. Last stop is going to be the map the bands are in. EUR&MENA Esports banning out the Piper, the Gale, and the Buster. The Team Queso, the Colette, the Squeak, and the Meg. And the first pick of Pam. That is a solid pick. 8-bit going to be left open, though, as a potential for EUR&MENA Esports here in that regard. So, I mean, it's not the worst brawler to have left open, but Pam certainly going to have a great amount of heals to their disposal on the side of Team Queso.
Last up is a map, though, that favors aggressive play style of EUR&MENA Esports usually. They can still go with a lot of tanks that have still been left open here from the side of Team Queso, only really banning out the Meg. Otherwise, Colette and Squeak are not ones that EUR&MENA Esports usually goes with. So interesting bans there. Very sure that EUR&MENA Esports is going to show us the 8-bit you just mentioned, one of the best brawlers, if not the best mid on last stop, and also not too shabby into a Pam. You just have the amount of damage it takes to take down this very tanky brawler.
Certainly, I prefer they be a little bit here if that on the side of EUR&MENA Sporting they can really harness the side lanes and take care of that healing station, because I feel like then you've got the cheat cartridge to really get out with the gems, and more often than not that can be a great amount of survivability. But certainly Sam, Tara, there's some really aggressive ideas that aren't necessarily the tankiest. I mean, Sam is of course tanky, but Otis this time is going to be EUR&MENA Sporting picking that one up for themselves, and I think that's a really wise call to do. I mean, ultimately it's the one that Team Kesu want to pick up time and time again. It's you know, a great time in the draft. I think that actually the coin toss being with Kesu here might go against them in some regard if they don't kind of match this pan pick with some other really strong, hard-hitting ideas. But it's a great starting hand for EUR&MENA Sporting, in my opinion.
I do see Team Kesu banning out their Colette, and now I hate it for them. Colette would have been their pick to go with when 8-bit is going to be in the game. Nani is going to be their choice now. I don't know if Nani is going to do the trick here against an aggressive brawler like the Otis that can push up on a map like this one quite easily whenever he has his super, just muting out your lane and immediately taking over it. Now Nani against the 8-bit can work. Doesn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that they're going to be doing Pam Lane, you know, which wasn't kind of what I was thinking prior to that, and Sandy as well. Bit of an odd draft, actually, for me from Team Kesu. I mean, I'm more than happy to be proved wrong by it. It just wasn't where I was expecting it to kind of lead. I was expecting kind of maybe some more tanky ideas, all that Tara kind of lane, which I think can work so well. For EUR&MENA Sporting, I wonder whether they are scratching their heads or whether this is what they were anticipating coming.
I am.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. I mean, I'm all for it. Sandy can certainly be that difference maker in terms of the flow of the game, just to really bring down the pace, but it can also be that brawler that if kind of pushed back into the spawn with an aggressive idea, Lola for great spray. I think it's going to do similar ideas to what the Pam would do on the lane side, so I quite like it for that reason. But, I mean, the Nanny's kind of thrown me a little bit here, more so than the Sandy, actually. But I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I think that EUR&MENA Sporting have got the much more kind of safer approach to this map, in my opinion.
I'm going to say it again, quite an interesting draft coming out of Team Kesu here. I don't really see how the Sandy can do anything against an 8-bit, an Otis, or a Lola. It's going to have such a struggle here. It just really needs that first super quite early to then be able to cycle it. Maybe then they can win the set. Otherwise, I don't really see an opening for Team Kesu here. They certainly need a pop-off from the Nani at the start as well. I say if Team Kesu manages to get that first interaction towards their side, they can win it. Otherwise, no.
Huge spray on that right-hand side between Mavis and Buzzco, and that is going to ensure the takedown of Javi. Bosslo in the meanwhile, Black Sea as well, as people will connect there with Mavis. But again, I'm still on the fence with regards to this Nanny pick. Boss low on the left-hand side, and so far I think that for me, EUR&MENA Sporting just playing it that little bit better. Boss though almost survived, but will actually waste a gadget. And meanwhile, the tick head coming in will connect, actually even regardless to the popping there of the ego. And meanwhile, Buzzco on 4 gems, 2 sitting there. Team Kesu just not in this game at the moment.
It just hurts to see whenever a team can't really do much. They can play perfectly, but if the draft goes so wrong, like once again for Team Kesu in this round, I don't really see much hope for them. I would be even happier for them if they managed to win this one, honestly, but it doesn't look like they can so far. 7-2 gems at the moment. Buzzco looking very strong in mid there against Black Sea. Already has taken him down once. Black Sea falling low once again, has to fall back here. Does have a peep incoming. Now finds the connection with EUR&MENA probably. Doesn't actually hit it, hits the turret instead. It is still standing there, and Javi can't do anything on lane. Why Sandy?
Why anything that we're seeing, really? I mean, for me, that peeps, you got to connect it. I mean, you're behind that match on gems. You can't really avoid EUR&MENA, who was going to be taken down with an easy connection, but Sandy not bringing much against the Otis as you'd expect. Scrapyard Sucker not going to connect there from Boss. Just a lot of mistakes are stacking here on the side of Team Kesu. Everyone falls, everyone down. One little gadget away is Buzzco if he wants, and he's not even going to necessarily need to. He will do for good measure. At the moment, Team Kesu are just the furthest from this game they can possibly be. I don't see a way they can even reset, and this is going to be deflated going towards a match point situation. EUR&MENA Sporting with a much better draft, and I just don't know why Team Kesu have gone in with the approach that they have. It just doesn't work so far. They're going to have to do so much now. It was always going to be an uphill battle, but it's like an up-mountain battle now.
I'm having flashbacks. This is Season 3 all over again. Team Kesu being so close to winning it, even having a match point there, and now not really drafting the best, I have to say. it hurts to see. I'm heartbroken that Team Kaiser just can't manage to get a 3-2 in favor of themselves. They always hand it off to their opponents. Let's see if they can still turn things around here. If they do so, definitely big applause to them.
Well, some big taps there from Black. CP coming in, might force out the damage boost from Busker, but it will actually direct onto Rama and clear up that left-hand side lane. It's 4 gems into the pocket of Team Kessler as Javi's got himself into the spot that, meanwhile, in the previous game, Busker and Mavis really knuckled down to secure it, and now they have. So that's going to alleviate a lot of the situation as Busker and Rama clear up the left-hand side as quickly as that. Team Kessler have relinquished all control on the map, and that is bad news for them. 2 gems now, some valuable time now, not lost for the... Well, Busker's actually not sure on the right-hand side there, but I think now he's realised that everyone is left, but nonetheless, now the Sandstorm goes down, and we haven't really seen that on the side of Team Kesso at all so far in this series.
I mean, like I said at the start of this set here, if Javi manages to win his lane at the start, he will be able to get the super, might be able to cycle it. Doesn't manage to do so now, but it does look a lot better for Team Keizo. They can win, even with this draw. If they get the start picture perfect, they did, but then lost control, and now EUR&MENA Sporting is back in the seat, and they don't look like they want to give it back anytime soon.
Love that from Mavis, just reminding Boss, yes, I will mute you out and do not push me in this scenario. In the corner, still the peep coming in for Blacksea, might go for Mavis just to clear him up, but now it's just missed everyone, and he is left standing and drops every single gem. You can't be doing that, Team Casso. Not when EUR&MENA Sporting are playing like this, and it might be all over right here, right now. Just mistakes that are stacking that are too big to come back from, and this should surely be it. The red card is out, the thumbs down is there, and EUR&MENA Sporting take it 3-2.
I mean, some big stuff coming in from EUR&MENA Sporting. Sadly, I'm wrong again, but today's just not my day, and that's just how it's going to go. So you got to congratulate EUR&MENA Sporting on how much of a big performance they did have there. But Team Keizo at certain points as well played very, very well. And I mean, their streak of losses is still going, but they're edging closer to a win. I feel it.
Sorry, I got to cast it. Even when he's wrong with the predictions, he'll find a way to try to spin it.
Listen, I just said.
It's a 1 win in 2 seasons.
Did I just say that I was wrong? I admit it. I accept it. VN dominated, but Team Keizo, you got to admit, they played all right.
Dominated, but a little bit late. I mean, a match that went absolutely down to the wire. Team Keizo played with heart, but it just wasn't enough, and EUR&MENA Sporting claim it. Team Keizo remain firmly in their spot, and where is that spot? It is at the bottom of the pile, unfortunately. I mean, Sunny, talk us through that, because it showed that Team Keizo had some promise at the beginning. They looked promising, and VN just managed to switch around.
They did. I'm, again, heartbroken, speechless. I don't want this anymore. I want to go home. Honestly, like, Team Keizo, please just finally get shit done, honestly. In Season 3, every single time they looked very strong, and we talked about, hey, Team Keizo actually now rising to the top, able to maybe make it all the way to the top of the leaderboard, and then losing it in a 3-2 situation where they did have every chance to get match point. I don't know if I'm mad or heartbroken at this point, honestly.
Both.
Did it basically come down to drafts? It sounded like towards the end especially, it kind of came down to drafts, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, that last Sandy pick, it just really didn't do anything, did it? I don't mind the nanny. I knew you said you were a bit undecided about it. We saw it a bit earlier. It's not terrible, but I feel like it, just because the Sandy wasn't really there at all. He had such a hard time of doing anything because there was always a fat splatter on him or some Otis shots. And, you know, I don't love the nanny. I don't hate it, but I think that Sandy pick was just so questionable. Even when they got a Sandstorm, it did nothing.
One pick can change the outcome of the entire match. Let's take a very quick look at the leaderboard at the end of Day 3's standings in the Challenge season. Looking extremely strong, and sitting up top, you know it, it's Nouns. And then you got a reply Totem and EUR&MENA Sporting going 2-1 alongside Foot Esports and Humble. But Keizo and Zeta of all teams, Sunny, sitting there at the bottom with 0 points.
It's definitely surprising to see those two teams down at the bottom, as well as SK Gaming only in a 1-2. At least they did manage to get a win finally. Now, we can't count out both those teams that are at the bottom at the moment. We did have that last season as well, with Foot Esports going 0-3 in the 3rd day. So both those teams still have every chance to even make it all the way to the finals. They just need to win every single game from now on. An easy task, right?
Easy peasy. Ark, we talked a lot at the beginning of the day about Hypercharge, about these new brawlers coming in. Did you expect to see certain brawlers being picked a lot more today than others?
I felt like it was pretty much how I expected to see things play out. I think that for me, Maisie has always been that brawler which I didn't really expect to kind of get catapulted into the forefront in any way, shape or form. Yes, her Hypercharge can cycle pretty well, but she's just not still there, is she really, for me? I think that for me, Colette was really valued as a ban. Rosa was a ban. I mean, you talk about expectations. I mean, and Sonny mentioning about the teams that we expect to see on the bottom. I do expect to see Team Kiss on the bottom, but I do not expect to see Zeta on the bottom. That is going to be, honestly, such a crucial thing to keep an eye on as we go through the course of this season, because they cannot miss a beat now, and like that's a very unusual spot for them to be in. We haven't seen them in that position all year long. They are the Season 3 champions. They've got Inso has won every single SPS Grand Finals. Like, they now are in the worst spot they could possibly be in, and that is pressure that could just easily just topple.
Yeah, could easily overwhelm them, couldn't it? Well, if you've missed any of the action from today and you want to catch up, then make sure you follow us on socials at ESL Mobile. Make sure you check out which platform collaborates or corroborates with the lower third in the screen, whichever one you use most, and make sure you keep up to date. Watch the highlights so that you can come back tomorrow and check out day 4 of the challenge season, because we are on an absolute roll. And we also, Trav, today had our first couple of 3-0s, didn't we? From teams that may be a little bit unexpected. SK, we needed them to come out of the gate swinging, and a little bit of a surprise from Reply Totem from me.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem definitely surprises all, I feel. But SK, I mean, I think it's pretty acceptable that they did manage to get that win, to be honest with you. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, 3-0s, we kind of expect them at some point in the season. I know last season we barely had any of them. Like, we had a couple throughout the entire season. But, I mean, it's still a little bit sad to see some of these teams getting dominated that hard. But at the same time, you know, certain teams have got to show their worth. And I think the teams that needed to show their worth showed it today.
I'm still enjoying the hat, by the way. I think you should keep it tomorrow. It's looking great. Now, we're going to have a very quick look at the schedule for tomorrow, speaking of our matchups. And I want Sonny to have a very quick look at the schedule. Tell us which of these matches our viewers should definitely not miss.
We
if not all of
definitely
them.
Have one of the biggest rivalries right from the get-go there, SK Gaming versus Foot Esports. We did have an interview today with Symantec talking about it, playing against his old team, as well as OP playing against his old team. Always a banger. Then Team Castle versus Humble, almost top of the leaderboard versus lower end. Nouns Esports versus Totem. Well, again, the one team that dominates everything at the moment versus Reply Totem that has been looking strong throughout all season, and Zeta Division versus VN Esporting, and Zeta needs to win this one.
Zeta has to win that one. I honestly think all of those matches are very well matched up for tomorrow. I'm excited to see what Reply Totem can bring as well. Surprising everyone today, that is for sure. Ark, highlight of the day, my friend?
Got to be that Semantic player knockout. No doubt about that. I love the little sandwich we've got for tomorrow, by the way. The golden crust, really, for me. That matchup between Foot and SK. I mean, that's going to be a banger. A lovely little rematch there from the Challenge Finals of Season 3. And as well, you know, the former A&R, you know, VN Esporting versus Zeta. I mean, that was a sweep in favor of VN Esporting last season. And it cannot be the case next Challenge Day. I mean, that is a really banger lineup for me. And but today, again, so many fantastic plays. They really, really were. And I mean, it's getting to that point now of Hypercharge where we're going to be seeing many more to come as well. It's such an exciting time for Brawl Esports.
Yeah, Sonny, which Hypercharge brawler do you want to see that we haven't seen maybe yet in the challenge season?
I mean, honestly, we talked about how often Shelly has been picked up and banned out last week. Where is she? Nowhere to be seen, neither on the bans or the pick side. So, yeah, but we had her shining moments already in the past 6 months or something, so maybe Maisie?
Ooh, Maisie. Could be a Maisie pick. Trav, who's made the biggest shift or change coming from last week? I mean, SK Gaming could be them. Like, who are you thinking to make a big shift for tomorrow? I mean, hopefully Queso.
Hopefully Queso, hopefully Zeta Division, I think, need to make the biggest of shifts. But, as you say, SK were the main ones today. I think they really needed to show something, and today they did exactly that.
They did indeed. Well, gents and Sonny, sorry.
It's okay.
I think I'm used to saying it from last week. I apologise. People in the studio, my fellow teammates, let's call you. Thank you so much for your hard work today. It's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much to all of the viewers at home for watching day 3 of the challenge season. Thanks so much for supporting your favourite teams and players. We couldn't really do this without you, could we? Thank you so much to all my fellow talent, to all of the players and production for all of your hard work as well. Tomorrow, after the matches, we will have surpassed the halfway point in the challenge season, and the challenge finals will be that much closer. So, having spoken about tomorrow, we'll be right here, same place, same time. My name is Barney Banks. I'll see you then.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.